Welcome to the Hawks Nest live stream show. We've got ourselves game day Sunday. 7th week of the season here. Seahawks looking to get off the schneid over the past 3 weeks, which has seen the Hawks lose 3 straight games and in pretty unconvincing fashion. Those wins in addition to that. So we'll see how it can go today. See if Seattle can turn around a little bit of their fates. They're on the road. Tough road game here against the Falcons, who are favored in this one by 3 points, which pretty much getting that home field advantage bump that you get from Vegas is Falcons, which tells you that Vegas thinks it's pretty much close to almost kind of a pick'em kind of game, just about, and how it all lands out. So I thank you guys for watching today. Please, if you could, hit that like button as you walk on in the door here, as it does help out, of course, tremendously on my end of things. I do not want that. Thank you. Closed captions. Jeffrey Thistle, how you doing? So looking forward to more Pete Carroll defense schemes. Let's go home. Let's go. We'll see if they do change it up a little bit. But yeah, it hasn't been too extravagant so far. That's for sure. Phoebe Source looks like Hassan Reddick got to sit and chill and not have to pay fines. It's a pretty big gig. I thought that they were not allowed to excuse those fines. I was under the wrong impression, I guess, that was the case. So a bit of an oddity to me that he was able to kind of get away from it on that one, as they were supposedly able to just kind of excuse the fines. But it makes our game against the Jets in a couple weeks that much more harder with Devontae Adams there and on the road. I think that's another 10 a.m. game. So that one's not getting any easier. Ricardo, go Hawks. How you doing, Jeffrey? Thank you, man. It's good to see you in the house. Yoda Soda, how you doing, man? So it's a must-win game. Well, it's definitely a must-win game if you want to be, I think, in the playoff hunt. And there's kind of 2 different ways I look at it, where you got, if you want to be in the playoff hunt and have an opportunity in there, yeah, you're going to need to go out and get this win. If you could still have your sights set, I think, on the division, but you lose this game with the tiebreakers and the losses in the NFC, you go, boy, it's going to be too uphill to try to probably get back to a wild card state unless we went on some kind of magical run. So yeah, probably got to get that dub. Flag Sabbath, how you doing? It's good to see you. Marcus Burrell, what's up? Go Hawks. Ever says, got a breakfast in me, relaxing, ready to do this. Let's have it go Seahawks. Let's go. Same place. I didn't get a breakfast yet, but I'm just, chill mode. Just chill. Antoine Cobb says, 12s, we in the building. Let's get this dub. Let's get this W. So, pray that D shows up today, Herbicide. Pray they show up today. Come on. Come on, defense. We need you today. We need you today. Been a little missing. Been a little AWOL lately. Hand Grenade, how you doing? It says, hopefully we don't get run over. Yeah, I'm hoping not. This Falcons 2 running back core is, in a lot of ways, almost every bit as dangerous as that David Montgomery, Jahmyr Gibbs, running back duo that we dealt with a couple weeks ago, and not too well. They don't have quite, I don't think, the offensive line, but they still have a very solid offensive line. It's going to be see. Tony 10 times 206. Go Hawks, man. It's good to see you in the house. Jeffrey Thistle celebrating 29 months. Dang, 29 months of Hawks Nest member. Thank you for that long time support. I always knew the season could be rough, but I was excited because I expected it to be different from what we've been watching. The crux of the problem. It's been the hard part for me to watch as well. This is a season that I'm completely in the pocket of not saying you got to get to my expectation level here, Seahawks. You should be playing better than you are. Your talent level puts you here. It's like you say, one of, let's go through this book page by page and just see how it plays out a little bit. But yeah, you can't help as you're flipping through the book saying, hey, I've read this book before. And it's the part that I got an explanation for stuff, even if I don't fully understand it or I don't agree with it, but I can usually kind of come up to a point of kind of explaining why we're seeing it in the way that we're seeing it like that, Jeffrey. But with this one, I haven't been able to when it comes to especially the defense, and looking at it and going, where are the remarkable differences? Yeah, we are flipping up our coverages, but Carroll, and even the last couple of years, was flipping up his coverages. He wasn't living in cover 3 as much. That wasn't even the number 1 defense they were running for the last couple of years. It was about changing changing what you show prior to post snap and the old Carroll defense, which he really didn't do much of. And we're doing more of that now, no doubt about that. But outside of that, there's not been a lot of extra wrinkles there, Jeffrey, to your point. Berg Buds 420. We need that pass rush to get home and help our secondary out. Let's go Hawks. Well, hopefully that extra couple days, Berg, gave Derek Hall and Boye Mafe to get a little bit healthier off their injuries so they can be a little bit closer to, their vintage type selves when they're running, full go. Leonard Williams now maybe an extra week with that rib injury, just the team in general not having to play 3 games in 11 days, and then Byron Murphy back in the house. So maybe the combinations of all that can kind of give them that opportunity. Kelly says, K9 birthday, game day active. Let's go. It got us worried yesterday, didn't it, Kelly? We're going, boy, is he all of a sudden he's the late addition to the list? We're going to lose this guy too. And we were already throughout the week, Rayshon Jenkins going for surgery, and it's already getting a little bit rough there. So you're going, okay, come on. JD says tackling is our most glaring issue. Definitely right up there. You can make the argument that is it. And it's gotten a lot progressively worse here as we've gone through the season. So something that needs to be cleaned up too. And you're not going to get too far if every play you got to take 4 or 5 guys to tackle one guy. Slated 4 can't stay in the stream, but I wanted to pop in very quick to say, go Hawks. Also, to the fans, just because everyone is actually negative right now doesn't mean you need to do the same. Keep the faith in the Hawks. Well said, Slated 4. Well slated. And yeah, 3 straight losses have a lot of negativity through the fan base. I had to release a video yesterday. It was a little bit slightly negative, but I was just trying to put it more in perspective of, rather than I think like you're talking about some of the negativity you hear where it's a drive to almost, we got to get this guy or get that out, or this guy's getting fired, or that guy's. It's more about just, we got to kind of look at how we can correct this thing in the offseason specifically. But still a long season, to your point. Nothing, even after 3 straight losses like this, nothing is in stone here for the way that this year is going to play out. And we got everything still there to go out and grab, including this division. Sanchez, thank you for the $2 donation. He says, rant incoming. It's too early for rants, man. You'll have to give me about 45 on that one. Appreciate you, Sanchez. Robert Jimenez, how you doing, man? It's good to see you. Good to see you now. It's great to see you in the house, man. How you doing, brother? Brian Myers. Woo, let's go, brother. $20 donation from Brian Myers, man. You guys are kicking us off nice today. Thank you so much for that, Brian. He says, Brandon, great offensive line video. Thanks for all you do. Well, thank you, Brian. I really appreciate that. Very, very kind of you. And of course, thank you for all you do, your support to the channel as a member of the channel and donate many times over. This is the lifeblood of this channel. This is what makes this channel go in the way that it goes. So thank you, man, for all your support. And I was trying to be careful, like with that O-line video. I still think that, you make that kind of video and people are thinking you're trying to say this and that and that and this. And that's where I wanted to try to be specific in what I said in the video. And that it's the hardest place you get to in doing this kind of content creation YouTube game is when you have to sort of delve into topics that aren't going to be as necessarily fun or as optimistic. And I still think you got to do it though when if you're going to be honest with people at times here, not at times, but at all times. And so I was trying to make sure we kind of danced around in that video. We're not going too strong with it, but still trying to get the point across, and hopefully it came across. But thanks for that donation, man. And I always have fun putting those videos together. I just wish I had more time to put those little videos together because they just take up so much time. But I'd love to pop one out like once a day if I could, Brian. Thank you, though, man, for the $20 donation. Very kind of you. Very kind of you. Sanchez coming in with another $20 donation. He double dipped on the top of our man Brian Myers with a $20 drop of his own here. Thank you for that. I appreciate you. He says, watching the Broncos field an above average O-line with the cap hits they're at is beyond frustrating. Watching the Broncos field an above average offensive line with the cap hits they're at is beyond frustrating to me. That is what a competent coaching staff looks like. Name their skill position players on offense. No, to your point, Sanchez, if you want to look at a team right now that is getting it done with, in many ways, smoke and mirrors, and then that solid offensive line that you just talked about, I think indeed this is the team that's doing that right now, is the Broncos. I mean, you're doing with a rookie quarterback who is, struggling, and he's learned his way, and he's obviously times in over his head, and he's just trying to lean sometimes on his scrambling. As you said, they don't have any, there's no real skill position players to throw to in that offense. Their running backs are not the most dynamic. Javonte Williams is still not looking like he's to his vintage self. And this is where we come back to why. Why am I pushing so hard for that offensive line in that video yesterday? Why is this something that I've said needs to be at the forefront of our designs the last couple of off seasons? Like when you're trying to prioritize what you're going to do and what you're not going to do, because you can't do everything, prioritize the offensive line. And the team over years of off seasons now and calling for this just really refuses to do it. And the part that I don't get is that they pay the price for that on a yearly basis Whereas I said in that video yesterday, you can see so many teams who benefit from taking this approach down this other lane. And it's just something that the team hasn't done up to this point. I hope they finally learn their ways with it. But it frustrates me to no end too, Sanchez, because like you say, you got a team like the Broncos, here's a case study. And that's not the only one. It's not like a sample size. And we got the kickoff here starting up as Seattle will receive the kick at the 1 yard line as Laviska Shenault. He'll take it up here to the 20 yard line until you take it down to the 23 yard line. So I'm in the same place as you. I just really want to see this thing fixed more than it's about calling for heads or this guy's got to be held accountable for that. It's more just let's go into this offseason now and let's make this thing a priority. Let's understand that it can't be put on the back burner or we just apply kind of half measures to make it work, because that's not going to work. And we've learned that now for 10 consecutive years, basically, Sanchez. So I'm with you, man. I'm with you. That's great thoughts on this. And, same boat. Geno under center here. He's going to start with a 3 wide receiver look to begin things. Walker in the backfield, play action pass. Geno under a little bit of pressure here, and that ball will be incompleted. Geno had to throw that ball, I think, a little earlier than he wanted to, as there was some pressure. But Sanchez, thank you, Brian, too, as well. Thank you for the big, fat $20 donos. I really appreciate you guys on that. 2nd and 10 now. Shotgun look, 4 wide. Geno dropping back to throw. Throws a back shoulder to DK, which will get a penalty here on A.J. Terrell. Terrell was draped up into DK Metcalf there. He was right up in the kitchen there. I don't know if he got his head turned around on the play. I think they're going to call pass interference here. And they are going to call pass interference on A.J. Terrell. Just got himself into the body of DK and never turned back to look at the ball. Oh, they're running him in press too, huh? Oof. I mean, yeah, that's a good call. He's got his hands extended out, pushing into DK there. That's the way that should get called. He doesn't try to even make a half-hearted attempt to make a play on the ball. 1st and 10, Geno and shotgun from the 41-yard line. Kenneth Walker with the run here. Kenneth Walker moving on up. Geno's throwing a little bit of a block for him out in front there, and Walker able to get a nice little gain of about 8 or 9 yards there. He reversed his field off where he was initially going, cut it back. Geno went, oh, you're coming my way? You're going to come my way? All right, let's go. And he let him out in front like a fullback out there. Didn't lay the most solid block, but got in the way. That's all that matters on that kind of play. Second and 2. Handoff inside here to Walker. Walker again is going to bounce this one outside. Find a little bit of space to work with. Gain 4 yards and a first down. You do like Grubby coming back on a 2nd and 2. Sometimes, there's a pull there to go, okay, 2nd and 2, let's take that shot down the field. But especially the way the Seahawks have not necessarily been able to run the ball effectively early on in football games. If you get some effectiveness in doing that, do it. Do that thing. Geno and shotgun on the Atlanta Falcons side of the field, the 46-yard line. 3 wide. Play action pass. Throw it. He's got DK Metcalf. Nice catch and throw down there. DK Metcalf has to kind of jump back and reverse his body back on the throw. It's a little bit behind him. Able to reel it in, though, for a nice gain. Probably about 15 yards down the field there. Good job on the pass protection there by the Seahawks. First and 10, Seattle on the 24-yard line. Handoff inside here to Walker. Walker puts his head down, nowhere to really go. And that'll be a known gain. Falcons without Troy Anderson, talented inside linebacker out of Montana State, and Lorenzo Carter, another linebacker for them. They did get Nate Landum back, though, so one guy out, one guy in kind of thing. 2nd and 10, 12:36 to go here in the first quarter. Shotgun look here, 3 wide to the far side of the field. Geno sees something that he wants to adjust. I think he's checking this into a run. Nope. Anticipating the blitz. Nice job by Geno. I think he saw the blitz coming on that play or some indication of it. Checked into a little bit of a shorter throw there to Jackson Smith-Njigba, who makes the catch for a 5-yard completion. 3rd down and 5. Shotgun look. 3 wide. Charbonnet in the backfield. Blitz coming again here by the Falcons. Geno holding the ball for a while and finally lets it go and finds Tyler Lockett. Nice throw. Geno had to really pepper that ball in there to fit it into the tight hole there was. He was waiting and waiting and waiting. Just nothing opening up, and then finally Lockett able to find a little bit of a hole there in the zone. Well done on his part. Lockett diving out to make that grab. Nice catch by T-Lock. First down Seahawks on the 13-yard line. Falcon territory. Shotgun look here, 2 tight ends. Handoff inside to Walker. Walker again is going to reverse field here. Again reverses field. He's got Geno out in front. Walker's going to walk in, but we've got a flag. We'll see if this actually will hold up or not. Holding on Seattle, it looks like. I think they're going to get A.J. Barner here. Oh, that's brutal. Well, I think it's a pretty good call. Barner gets his hands outside. The sad part is that he didn't really need to do it. He didn't really need to get the hands outside there. He's just trying to keep him away from the defender, but you're gonna see that call when it gets on that outside like that, and it's right out there in the open for the official to see. 1st and 20 for the Seahawks here now. Bubble screen to Jackson Smith-Njigba. Jackson Smith will take this for a gain of about 3 yards. And to Sanchez, I saw you got another dono there. Bear with me just 1 second on that. We got a long opening drive here for the Hawks. Second and 17. 10:30 to go here in the first quarter. Geno and shotgun. We got 4 wide here. 3 wide and 1 tight end. 4-man front here from the Falcons. Geno dropping back to throw. He's going to let this go to DK. Just off the edge of DK's hands there. I don't know if he had a play on that or not. Boy, I think that hit him in the hands. I think he's got to make that. Well, Terrell might have hit that ball just barely, but it's going to send the anti-DK people off the rocker there. That might have been, I can't tell for sure, so they'll have to watch the replays on that if the defender got a finger on that or not. 3rd and 17. Geno dropping back to throw here. He's going to let this go deep here to Tyler Lockett. He'll just throw this in the back of the end zone, and the holding call there holds the Seahawks back from that touchdown. We've seen offensive mistakes there with some of these penalties can just be drive killers, and it was here in this case. Good job on that drive of helping out rookie 7th-rounder Mike Jarrell, who's starting his first game there at right tackle for your Hawks. Grubby did a good job there in that drive of getting him some help, some chips, and just a little bit of extra. Here's Jason Myers now, 9 of 12 on the year for the 38-yard field goal attempt. The snap is down. The kick is up. The kick is sliding left, and he sneaks it just past the left upright there for Seattle to take a 3-0 lead. Sanchez, thank you for another $20 donation, my friend. Sorry, a little bit late on acknowledging it, but I appreciate you for nonetheless. You know that. 2 big $20 donation drops by Sanchez to kick us off and kick us off right. Sanchez says, watching the Broncos field an above-average offensive line with the cap hits they're at is beyond frustrating to me. That is what competent coaching looks like. Name their skill. Oh, wait, I already read that one. My bad. It was the other $20 donation I missed. Sorry, Sanchez. He says, Barton's playing like a serviceable pro when he couldn't tackle air here. Makes me question everything. We can disagree on whether to pay players, but it's not a bad take to want to build out from the trenches, and trades are one way. Thank you again, man, for the great thoughts on this. First off, I'm completely in alignment with you on that. And I think that with Barton playing as he is right now, and he's playing better right now. He didn't play better with Washington last year. So, I mean, maybe the light bulb has just come on for him. Maybe it's that he needed a coaching staff like Peyton's or the Broncos or that defense. It could be kind of any number of things there. Because there's been some games, I think, this year, too, where he's not necessarily played really well. But the point stands about, the development angle of this that is going to be the next part to watch. And the part that, certainly, as I was noting in the offensive line video yesterday, Sanchez, you've had, as I called it, arrested development there on the offensive line. It's been Charles Cross this year taking that step forward, but then what players have you really developed from the draft over the last few years or 10 years really? And you got a Damian Lewis that just, got to about league average state as far as you could take him. And then outside of that, you have guys that in other places like a Posick had played functionally that didn't necessarily play as well here. So I get it, man. And it's something that the last few years has stood out. Randy Mueller Sanchez, the former Seahawks general manager back in the 90s, said this very thing to me when I was interviewing, which is that he felt like the Seahawks team the past couple of years had underperformed from where their talent is. And a big part of, I think, this new coaching staff is, yes, the scheme and all of that, but also the hope that you're bringing these guys in. They're going to bring that development angle, and that guys will, that part that's maybe been missing, which is to your bottom line point, Sanchez, is that maybe it's been missing. And indeed, I think, it probably has been. That they can bring that, they can broach that territory and bring that back up a bit. But I think it's completely correct to be frustrated by it and the lack of what you're seeing from that on some of these players. And again, we come back in the full circle to this as the kickoff will go here to the Falcons deep and a little short, actually, about a 2-yard line. He'll take it up from there. He's going to make a nice cut and be dropped down there. Good job by the Seahawks coverage unit. We come back around to you can't ever hurt investing in the trenches, Sanchez, and the team has certainly taken some really strong steps to do that with the defensive line over the past couple of years. Now it's about the offensive line getting some of that same kind of attention. And will they? We'll have to see on that part. We'll have to see on that part. But that's going to be the question on the new coaching staff, and it's something that was absolutely missing on the last one, Sanchez, is that they were not developing players. That's the reason you spun 3 times through the LOB defense with personnel. Shotgun look here or pistol look here for Kirk Cousins. Play action pass. He's going to throw this right out into the flat here and complete it there for about a 6-7 yard gain. Nehemiah Pritchett rallies up to make the tackle. But Sanchez, thank you for the $40 donation today. Starting us off real right. And I say, man, it's just offensive line this offseason. Priority number 1. Doesn't mean it's the only thing you do, but it's that you make it the number 1 priority. To your point, trades are the way to do it. Have we done better at double downing on the draft? And there's more I want to get to on the Sanchez. Let me wait till the next commercial break on this here. Pistol look again here for Kirk Cousins. Play action pass. Weird play there. Going to be completed again on a rollout. 2 straight rollouts by Cousins here. Has got them up around midfield stripe down for the Falcons. Easy peasy. Easy peasy. Seattle buying in on that run game, want to stop that run. So those guys really going to be built up on that, and the Falcons know it here. That's a false start by the Falcons. But Sanchez, you can upgrade an offensive line 3 different ways. You can draft, you can sign guys in free agency, or you can trade. Over the past 10 years, the Seahawks have, all they've really done down to a thing is you've drafted heavily recently. A lot of those years you didn't draft heavily at all. Part of the reason you've had to draft so heavy the past 3 years is because of the neglect and lack of doing anything the prior years. But then you can make trades. You can sign free agents. It doesn't just have to be end of their life kind of players on their last legs. And that's been the only other way that Seattle's really gone about it here. So it's about changing course here and doing something a little different with that. I think that they probably will. Another pistol look here from the Falcons. Cousins, 3rd straight drop back for him. Another 3rd completion in a row for him. Soft zone coverage by the Seahawks here. They continue to employ that nonstop. 2nd down and 5. Hurry up. Up tempo here from Cousins and company. Cousins throws it into the dirt there to Bijan Robinson. Garth Knight, thank you for celebrating almost 2 years as a Hawks Nest member. Let's see some signs of life today, Hawks. Let's do it, Garth. Let's just make this a good battle. Let's not just get embarrassed today if we can. That'd be nice. 3rd down and 5 now. So I'd love to get a stop here. Showing a little bit of some double-A mug gap pressure here. A little bit of stack front like this. Trips to the far side for... And there we go. Stack fronts. Get the offensive line for the Falcons nervous. Cousins is trying to change plays. Move guys into motion. You get a full start. Look at that. Good things happen by stack boxes, and it's not just getting pressure. It's not just getting sacks sometimes. It's the causing those offensive linemen to get, unsure, jumpy. So we'll take this to a 3rd and 10 now. Again, showing a little bit of that heavy pressure look. Witherspoon coming up like he's going to blitz. Cousins, I think, sees it. We're going to have a false start here again. False start again. 2 plays back to back. You run stacked boxes. You're getting the offensive line jumpy here. Back to back plays doing it. This is the benefits. This is why I've wanted to do more of this, is you can just sort of manufacture stuff at times. You can just get this. You can kind of take it to an offense a little bit rather than them taking it to you. And they haven't even gotten pressure on these last 2 plays. You've created 10 yards of penalty yardage just by showing those stacked boxes here. Already the 4th penalty for 32 yards for the Falcons. Seattle will drop out of the pressure look here, go with a four-man look here, trying to bring some pressure over, and they do complete it, but he is dropped right there. Nice play by Kobe Bryant after the catch, stopping him way short of the sticks. And a good defensive stand there by the Seahawks, but really built, in my opinion, on the back of showing some of those stacked boxes to take them out of a 3rd and 5 and get them into a 3rd and 15. Very well done. All right. It's time for Nervous Town. We got D. Williams back. The shadow of his own end zone behind him. Here, the punt is off. Williams moves up. Fair catch. Good job. Catches it at the 12-yard line. That'll do. Seahawks will take over there. But well said, Garth. Let's just get some signs of life today. Seeing it so far. That part's good. So, and again, Sanchez, thank you, man, for that huge $40 in donations there. Again, with you, I just want to say, too, it's the trenches are where this has got to be. I don't know what they need to have it slapping them in the face beyond this, this season to realize that this has got to be a point of emphasis, and we got to just do more than we'll take one of our picks in the first 3 rounds and we'll put it to a line. And we'll be good. And then we'll get a 5th guy in the 5th round, and we won't sign anybody. We'll go do a 1-year, $4 million deal on this guy and hope he can make it happen. That ain't gonna work. You've done that every time, so many times before. You gotta take a different path. Sloby1, thank you for the $2 donation, Sloby1. He says, Geno run blocking better than DK is sad. Yeah, Geno outlaying a couple blocks on that opening drive. Yeah. He almost sprung Walker for the touchdown. And sometimes you just got to get yourself in front of guys like Geno was doing there on those cutbacks. You just stand in front of the dude and it's enough. He's got to go around you to get, by the time he does that, Walker will be gone. But how about Geno out there leading the way, man? How about Geno? Thank you, Sloby. Appreciate you. Jeffrey Thistle, thank you for the $2 donation. Falcons really kicked their ass on that drive. Yeah, they did. They did. It's again, though, you causing a little bit of it. Those stacked boxes that have been so missing here from the Seahawks defense here for the past 3 weeks, 4 weeks, 5 weeks, most of the season. you bring out in those two plays. And what happens? You know, you get the linemen jumping. It's like, look at all these guys up around the line of scrimmage. Are they all coming? I got to be ready for this. I got to get out here to this blitzer who this guy's going to be out blitzing. I've got to get out to my set out here. I've got to get ready. I got to get far out there. And you go, well, you get a little too jumpy in that. You start getting a little bit, hurrying yourself a little bit. Whereas when they see that 4-man front, they can just sit there comfortably and know, okay, I got this guy. He's coming. I'm good. I'm in the pocket. Wait for the ball to snap. All right, we're good. We're rolling. You know. But they shot themselves and got them on that one. That's for sure, Jeffrey. Randall McDaniel in the house. Good to see you, brother. Thank you for the $2 donation. He says, woke up with a good feeling about our Hawks today. I hope you're right, man. I do hope you're right, Randall. I'd love to come out with a win here and stop this slide and get back on this, get back onto the right track here a little bit. All right, Gino and the boys coming out for their second drive here, up 3-0 with 7:36 to go in the first quarter, taking over from the 12-yard line. We've got a false start by the Seahawks. On rookie Mike Jarrell. Give the kid a little bit of room today if he has a couple of moments of jumpiness, as it is his first start out there. But thank you, Randall. I'm glad you got a good feeling, man. I hope you're right. Of course, Jarrell being our fourth string right tackle here, down our top three guys. Gino in shotgun, 1st and 15. Drops back to throw. Lets it rip out to DK Metcalf in the flat. He catches it and gets it upfield there for a nice little gain of about 10 yards. This will bring up 2nd and 6-ish, maybe. Ooh, Jarrell got away with one there. 2nd down. Gino dropping back to throw. Checks it down to Walker. Walker gets wide and gets the first down. Nice job. Good job by Gino there. Patiently taking there what he needed to take. Nicely done. Don't get greedy. Walker was right there with that check down. Just take it. Keep this thing moving. First and 10 for the Seahawks on the 25-yard line, their own territory. Noah Fant goes in motion. Play action pass. Gino dropping back to throw. It's a rip here. He's got Noah Fant out, and Noah Fant with a nice catch up the field. Might be about a 20-yard gain there. Falcons brought the blitz. Seahawks had it picked up well. Walker laid a nice block there to give Gino time there in the pocket. And they caught the Falcons off guard on that one a little bit, I think. I think Falcons are running a run blitz there. 1st and 10. Seahawks on the 46, own territory, shotgun look. Inside to Walker here. Walker gets through the first. Nice job pulling his leg out of the first tackle and able to then drive forward for a gain of 4 or 5 yards. Looked like he was going to be stopped, and the guy had him by his ankle and was able to rip his ankle free and get up the football field there. Gino's going to run a little up-tempo now. 2nd down, another handoff inside to Walker. Walker, nice jump cut inside there. Well done by Walker. 1st down run, 6-7 yards there. He made a nice jump cut in the backfield there to find the hole. Walker will go off the sideline here and get a little bit of a rest. I think that's 3 straight touches for him. First and 10, Seattle. 5 minutes to go here in the first quarter. 3 wide. Gino's going to check the play up at the line of scrimmage. Charbonnet in the backfield. Hand off to Charbonnet. Charbonnet is going to bounce this outside. Nowhere to go. Nowhere to go. 2nd and 10. Empty look here for Seattle now. 5 wide. Gino, shotgun. He's Adjusting his protections here. Dropping back to throw. Geno is going to try to run this, and he'll get maybe just a couple of yards there. Falcons might have just had them in the right coverage on that call. It looked like a little bit. Geno didn't like what he saw there. Third down and 10. Blitz look here from the Falcons. Seahawks are going 4 wide. You worry here about a free blitzer here with all the guys they have. Fant. Oh, goodness. Poor snap on the play. Geno's got to go down to the ground and lay on it. Just snap was a little bit low there from... No, Geno just dropped it, actually. Geno just dropped the snap. So, it wasn't, I mean, it was a little bit of a duck kind of snap. It didn't come firing out at him, but he just kind of dropped it. Dixon out on the field to punt here for the Seahawks. Drives this one up high, and this will take a Falcon bounce. Still be inside the 20-yard line, about the 13, 14-yard line or so, where they take over from there. Garth Knight, thank you for the $2 donation. I appreciate you for that, Garth. And great to see you in the house, too, here, brother. Great to see Fant getting involved. We got to use him. You got to use him. And he's not as much a blocker. So when we talk about using him, you know, you're talking about wanting to get him out there running those pass routes, get him out there pushing up the field as from the tight end position. And that's the best way to be utilizing him. And he's got it in his game. We've seen that in him, Garth. You know, we certainly have. Of course, those longer developing routes, especially for those tight ends to get further up the field, need that pass protection to hang in there and hold on in there. But good to see him get that catch downfield. Let's see if we can get him a little bit more acclimated in. Certainly, I think the offense is better when you get Fant in there and you can keep that threat of the underneath stuff. Say nothing of being able to push the ball up the field if you get him in mismatches with linebackers. And with them not having Troy Anderson in this game, Garth, that's one place. Nate Landham's more of a run defender. So you certainly have a more of an opening here to be able to utilize Fant. Find some more mismatches probably with that. Duquan Quack, thank you for the $5 donation. He says, so far, it's been a surprising difference with Mike Terrell in. He actually looks serviceable right now. Hopefully he stays in when Forsythe is healthy. Well, thank you for the $5 donation. I think to your point, if it's even down to being somewhat close between these two guys, you know the upside of Stone Forsythe at this point. You know what he brings and what he doesn't bring. And I'm a big guy that's actually been he gets hammered a lot, but I've actually been one of the people that said, hey, I think Fant's actually been fine for us in what we've asked him to do and what we needed him to do, and he's a better left tackle than a right tackle, and he is the fourth guy on the roster, but you know where his upside is, Duquan, and you don't know where Mike Terrell's is at. And it would be probably helpful if this guy can be serviceable to more run with him, considering that Stone is going to be a free agent after this year. And there's really no untapped more upside for Stone to go look at. You know what he is. It's both the good and the bad on that side of it. And that would lean me in this direction too, Duquan, to go more with Mike on that. He is getting help. They're definitely providing him a lot of the chip stuff, and they're giving him a lot of that as you'd kind of expect. But he looks good out there. He looks the part. He's hanging up in there. He's not getting embarrassed on these snaps. And I think your point's a salient one on that. Stone's going to be gone after this year. You'd love to have Mike be able to slide into that swing tackle role as we go into the future, if it's at all possible. 1st and 10 from under center here. The Falcons are going to go with a run here to Bijan Robinson. He'll get 9 yards. Outside zone run there. Thank you, Duquan. Appreciate the donation, and well said on your part as well. Falcons are going to run a little up-tempo here now. Go back into a handoff inside here to Bijan Robinson. He'll get a first down for about 5 yards. 2 minutes to go here in the first quarter. More hurry up here from the Falcons. Cousins again back under center. Third straight handoff to Bijan Robinson. Bijan cuts back to the right there, finds a little bit of hole, but be a relatively short gain of about 4 yards. Robinson, of course, top 10 pick from Texas. The rare running back selected in the top 10. We only got like 3 of those in the NFL right now. Pistol look here for the Falcons. 1:13 to go in the first quarter. Deep in their own territory still. Cousins dropping back to throw. Little bit of pressure there. Comes back to Darnell Mooney for a first down on a comeback route. Got Cousins a little bit on his back foot there, but he was able to deliver the ball. Good job by Pritchett there. Pretty tight in coverage. First and 10. 35 seconds to go in the first quarter. Falcons on the 41-yard line, their own territory. Pistol look here from Kirk Cousins. Tight end goes in motion. Another outside zone run to Tyler Algiers. Good play in the backfield by Dotson. He rung his bell right there at the line of scrimmage and was able to turn around Algiers for no gain. Might be our last play here of the first quarter. Falcons look like they're good with just chilling. And indeed, it will be that. So Seattle will maintain a 3-0 lead with a 2nd and 10 when we get back on that one. Garth Knight, thank you for another $5 donation. He says, please don't let this be the breakout game for Bijan Robinson. Boy, if there's a game set up to be potentially one for him on that, he's coming off they showed a 95-yard, 2-touchdown performance, his first multi-touchdown game last week. You know, he's run well for them. You know, he's not been necessarily a disappointment as a top 10 guy for them, Garth. But yeah, I don't, you know, there's been definitely a variety of different painful things to watch the past few weeks, from horrible run blocking, special teams play just tanking out, defense not able to stop much. But I think almost as maybe one of the most painful aspects of things for me, Garth, has been the lack of being able to stop the run, and almost being able the lack of stopping the run when they know, you know, they know they're going to run it. You know, where they're not even really surprising you. You just can't, like that Garendo run last week, Garth, where you have to get a stop. You know, there's no chance they're passing it there, and yet they're able to bust off an 80-yard run because you can't stay disciplined on the play. And so, yeah, I hope this is in that game. Good job by the defense here so far for the most part. So that's been encouraging, but you do worry about this, especially with the 2 good backs they have, Garth, not just Bijan, but Algiers as well. These guys are 2 legitimate backs, 2, I think, top 12 guys rated by PFF and how they run. I think they're averaging about like 4.5 yards per carry each. It's going to be a challenge today. This is not going to be an easy one. And folks, do, if you could for me, hit that like button and sub on up. I got my man David Sebastian, who was kind enough to sub on up to the channel here just now. Please do join David. We're on the road here trying to get up to over 20,000 subscribers this year if we can, and we're motoring to that goal. We just crossed 17.5. You can help us get even further here today by subbing on up. I'd really appreciate it, as it does help out this channel, helps me grow, all that good stuff. And thank you, David. Appreciate you for that. Judson, like your play calls, bro. Thank you, Judson. I'm trying to keep getting better at this. Sometimes I get whisked away in my emotions a little too much and stop and forget that I got to be doing the play-by-play. Appreciate you for that. All right, defense, come on. Come on, defense. 2nd down and 10. Cousins start out that first quarter 5 of 6 for 48 yards. Falcons on the 41-yard line. The 4 wide receiver look here, pistol look also. Cousins dropping back to pass. Seahawks bringing a blitz, and they're able to complete that to Pitts, who will make the catch, brought right down to the ground by Kobe Bryant. I do like the willingness of Hawks to blitz there. 1st and 10. Falcons on the 49-yard line, Seahawks territory. Hand off here to Algiers. Algiers with some space to work with here. He'll be taken for a 10-yard gain. Another little off-zone run there. That's been probably the most effective for the Falcons here so far. First down, 10. Falcons on the Seahawks 39-yard line. Pistol look here. Cousins drops back to throw. Throws out to the flat to... That's Ray. Is that Ray McLeod there? Gained about 3 or 4 yards there for him. Be a good time for a pick 6 here, man. Devin Witherspoon pick 6 here. Falcons going to stay in the pistol. 3 wide. Seahawks countered out with a 3-4 look. They're showing blitz. They're bringing blitz. Dodson's coming. Picked up. Thrown high. Nicely done there. Twice we've seen now when you bring the blitz on Cousins on this drive. The first one, he was able to just barely get it completed into Pitts, where he threw it a little high to Pitts. And Pitts, because he's gargantuan and has a monster catch radius, was able to go up and get the ball there. But we saw there again on that throw with the blitz you bring of Dotson. Dotson getting a little closer than the prior rep on that blitz, and it caused Cousins to kind of sell it up over the top. We are seeing in a couple of ways already, even without necessarily creating absolute sacks or anything like that, how this blitzing is helping out. A little bit of what we've been calling for on that to a degree. 3rd and 7 here for Cousins. Again, showing a blitz. They drop out of it this time. Cousins has got a man down the field, and he overthrows him. Just couldn't quite fit the ball in there. 4th down. Oof. Witherspoon got beat there on that play. And Cousins knows he missed a shot there. He had an opportunity there on that one. All right. Oku out now. The field goal attempt here for the Falcons. 54-yarder here for him. He is a very good kicker. Snap is down. The kick is up. And the kick will drift to the left. That's right. Drift to the left. It's going drift. It's got a little that drift. So no good for the Falcons. Seahawks maintain a 3-0 lead. They'll have good field possession, and I likes that. I likes that. I'll be right back, folks. Please do as I'm gone. Hit that like button. All right, all right, all right, all right. What it says, I jinxed the field goal kicker. Hey, whatever it takes. Whatever it takes. I'll be jinxing every time. Listen to how I talk about how he's always perfect and always bounces back if he misses a kick on the next one. I got that thing pre-chambered, man. I got that one pre-chambered. Koo never misses twice. Never twice in a row. All right, offensively, where we go to work here now? We got a little bit of balance to start things off here. 10 passes, 8 rushing attempts. Walker's had a little bit of effectiveness here. 5 carries, 25 yards for him. See what we can do here. Show you what we can do here. Judson says, I'm glad I took the under. That was a bold bet on your part, because I would have been all over the over on this one walking into it. 1st and 10 for the Seahawks. They're going to come out with 3 wide to the far side of the field. Shotgun look here for Geno. Charbonnet in the backfield next to him. Falcons bringing a blitz. Seahawks run a little bit of a little draw there. It's going to gain about a yard. That play looked like it might hit a little bit harder there. Looked like you might have caught him on that blitz, but just not quite. Second down and 9. 2 tight end look here for the Seahawks. Hand off here to Charbonnet. Charbonnet, golly, man. Gain of 1, and he's going to be pulled down to the ground by his ankle after that one. Third down and 7. Geno shotgun, 3 wide, far side of the field. DK Metcalf in the slot. Falcons showing a blitz look here. They're going to bring it, Geno. Got to get rid of it, Geno. Got to get rid of it, Geno. Got to get rid of it. There we go. Geno getting out and away. Finds Noah Fant. Great improvisation at Noah Fant on the play. Fant all the way down to the 24-yard line. Boy, Geno keeping his eyes upfield. I thought he was going to break and go at that point, but he found Fant at the last minute just before he was going to get past the line of scrimmage and was just able to flip it over there to him about 5 yards away. Fant picked it up off his ankles and then able to get up the football field there. Nicely done by Fant. First down, Seahawks. Geno in shotgun. On the 25-yard line now, Walker to his left. Trips to the far side of the field. Geno dropping back to throw. Geno bouncing out again here. He's going to roll to his left. Finds A.J. Barner. Nice job again by Geno to extend the play and keep his eyes up the field. Back-to-back plays there. Both of those looked like they were kind of stuck. And he was able to kind of roll out there and extend that play, rolling to his left there. That's not an easy throw, throwing it as a right-handed quarterback, floating to your left there. Excuse me. Geno in shotgun. 3 wide. Another blitz look here. Walker out in the open field. Walker at the 10. Walker down the 9. Walker inside the 5. Walker down the touchdown, Seahawks! Walker loose in the open field. Let's go! Boy, it felt like he knew he was in from 10 yards out there. Over Mike Jarrell's side, the rookie laying a nice block there on Judon. Cleared out that hole nicely, and then Walker able to get up the field for the touchdown. Wonderful run there by Kenneth Walker. Let's go, Seahawks. Nice drive. Myers will punch this extra point up and through. 10-0 Seahawks, 9:52 to go here in the second quarter. Fantastic job there by Walker. Happy birthday. Great block. He got a hole there. You see there's what happens with a Walker when you give him a hole. We see Walker when there's penetration and when he's getting in the backfield, when he's got to reverse his field and cut back across the grain and get way over here. We've seen all of that. We haven't always seen a lot of him having good, nice holes opened up for him up front to be able to get through. And that's just what he was able to get through there. Absolutely correct in noticing that the run block there was really nice. Jarrell was able to really, Judon there's got to try to set the edge and then push the hole down. So set the edge and then push the hole down. And we saw with Jarrell there is he was able to widen him out there, which then creates the hole and allows Walker to really get through there, so clean to then just hit that acceleration button and go. One sec, be right back. Let's get my coffee here. Oh, Duquan Quack. Well, so very kind of you, Duquan. Is just gifted out 5 memberships for the channel. Duquan, you are awesome. Brother, I really appreciate you for that. That's amazing. So Byron P., Anthony Robles, Eric Michelet. There's my other ones here. We got Adrian X and Sam Hutchinson. Congratulations. You guys have been gifted a Hawks Nest membership. We'll be doing Thursday night stream this week of Thursday Night Football. We got the call-in show at the end of the month here. We'll be doing again here shortly for you guys on that. And, of course, keep an eye on your community posts as members of the channel, as I'll be putting the PFF scores for the Seahawks game out on Monday morning there, as I always do. But Duquan Quack, as well as being a member of the channel and dropping a lot of donations and support to this channel, thank you for hopping out on those memberships. I appreciate you. And I hope Walker's okay. He's walking around a little bit. Anybody getting a weird vibe there with Walker walking around? All right, that kick will go to the end zone. It'll be down there. Walker kind of had a weird body language there on the sideline. I hope he's okay. Shout out to Christian Haynes on that play, too. He caught the linebacker in the hole and just kept him clean completely out. Seahawks. DK Metcalf. DK. DK's got one hand on DK's found the way that he's not gonna get the official call on him anymore. So he just one-handed Terrell like this on the block on Walker's run, and he's just one-handing Terrell, and Terrell's just like, yeah, I'm good. That was funny. 1st and 10, pistol look formation here from the 30-yard line. Cousins. Take the snap, pitch this outside here. A little bit of room to work here, and uh-oh. Bijan Robinson almost gets loose there. 22, 23-yard gain there on the play. Yeah, that new guy that the Seahawks just got Roy Robinson got cleared out of his hole there pretty easily, pretty effortlessly on that play. Crappy tackling as well from the secondary. Good. Julian Love came up and kind of saved the day there. Bijan Robinson, 4 carries, 44 yards to start this off. They were already on Seahawks side of the field. Wow, that was a big gain. Handoff here, just bouncing around, running. Boy, Bijan just effortlessly getting around guys. Looks like they had him kind of hemmed up there, and he was finding some holes. So 6-yard gain there for him on that play. Second and 5. 8:39 to go in the second quarter. Seahawks up 10-0. Handoff inside again here to Bijan. Just bouncing around tacklers. Showing off that quickness and lateral agility there. Able to go get the first down. 6-yard run. Those jump cuts, that bounce that he's got, just able to flee and get away. Pistol look. Falcons on the 32-yard line of the Seahawks here pretty quickly on this drive. Another outside zone run here again to Robinson. He's going to take this for a 4-yard gain. Garth Knight, thank you for the $2 donation. He says, you got to love K9. Left-handed genius running back. I'll go with that, man. Left-handers is just the natural way of us. You know, if you're lefty, you know, you just got natural. We have a lineman down for the Falcons here. When, you know, you're left-handed, it's sort of a natural, you could say it's a natural inclination, Garth. You know, you just sort of slide in that direction. You sort of slide in that direction. Mumbles, thank you for the $5 donation. I appreciate you for that, Mumbles. Gotta love Judon and Terrell both taking business decisions. If you saw DK blocking him up one-handed, that or DK so strong that he only needs one hand. I'm going to make a guess on that play. They showed a cut up of DK prior to that going heads up on AJ Terrell, and it looked like AJ Terrell was kind of in that mode of, I'm not going to do a lot today off of you, DK. I don't really want any part of this, and I think that is what you saw in that run was, if I fight DK on these blocks, he's going to fight me all day, and not all cornerbacks want to do that. We know a lot of these corners, all they want to do is be back there in coverage. Tackling, they want to do is, much as you absolutely require me to do, I'll do it as bare minimum level, but I do not want to be tackling and certainly don't want to be working off blocks all day like DK Metcalf. And so you saw that play on DK there where DK knows he's got him. That's why DK's one arm in him is he's like, this guy's giving up on me. I can put this one arm on him and I'm going to hold him up. And you saw it did that. Walker's able to get in without any real threat from the corner coming up to tackle him on that play. And it shows you, I know people want to knock DK at times on the run block stuff, but there's also an element he can provide if he especially gets this right and find that perfect place where the officials aren't going to fully target him on this stuff and give him constantly over too much of a hard time. Because I thought the officials early on this season especially just did too much, being too sensitive to it, not letting him kind of play, you know. But it was a funny moment, Mumbles. That was a funny moment. DK's just holding him like this, and the play's coming to him, folks. It's not DK blocking him with one arm and the play's away. Like, Walker's coming his way, and Terrell can see the play's coming his way, and DK's just kind of, and Terrell's not moving. He's got the arm on the jersey, and he's not going anywhere. Appreciate you, Mumbles. Thank you for the $5, man. Business decisions right. Certainly Judon wasn't looking like he's trying to fight off that Jarrell block either, to your point. Joshua Carlisle, thank you for the $5 donation. He says, pretty sure the canine body language is due to him literally being sick. Probably feels gross and is playing through it. I completely had spaced out on that, Joshua. And the center, Ryan Newsel, is looking like he's going to be out here for the Falcons. I had completely forgotten about that he was sick. That would make a lot more sense why he's kind of got that Jordan flu game kind of vibes thing going on to him a little bit. Down there. So, hey, sometimes those players can oddly play at their best in those kind of conditions. You wouldn't think it, but sometimes that can be the way. All right, so we got second down in about 7 here for the Falcons. Another outside zone run here to Tyler Algiers. He will be brought just a little bit short of the first down by about 2 yards. Boy, that gave him a nice spot. 3rd and 1. Yeah. So the running game's starting to cook up here for the Falcons now. 10 carries, 74 yards for them. Cousins is going to run a little bit of an up-tempo hurry up here. He wants to go right back to the run. Watch this. He wants to go right back to the run, does Cousins? No, he doesn't. Okay. Completed to Drake London for a first down. Nice job by Cousins there. Caught me off guard. Got that 3-4 look. And then you get Kobe Bryant matched up there in the slot on Drake London. First and 10, 6:28 to go in the second quarter. Seahawks up 10-0. Falcons threatening on the 11-yard line. Cousins pitch outside. Looks like trouble. It's a nice little run again. 4 or 5 yards every time. Falcons want right now. They're getting 5 yards a run here. Another pitch to the outside. That's been the main way that they have attacked. Just spread Seattle out and get them going lateral, and you can get them on this a little bit. Pistol look for Cousins. Inside handoff here. Bijan looking to bounce it outside. Good job by the Seahawks defense to rally to the ball there. Julian Love made a nice tackle. Looked like there might be a kick out there where he'd be able to bounce that outside. Seattle was able to redirect it. Cousins is going to go hurry up here. Again from a pistol look. He wants a quick snap and a handoff here. He gets it. Touchdown Falcons. Big boy football. Big boy football in that drive. Testing the Seahawks will and want, and they didn't want it and they didn't will it on that drive. Tough part about watching this defense, man, is that teams will just commit to just deciding we're going to run it down your throat, and defensively you just don't have any stop. Julian Love seems the only guy interested in tackling here on this play. At least in that secondary right now. 13 carries, 86 yards here for the Falcons. Koo with the extra point. Be up and good. Jordan, thank you for the $2 donation. Thank you for that. He says, after last night, I'm out on Quinn Ewers. Yeah, I think Quinn Ewers provided for a lot of people yesterday the type of game that really gives you, I think, kind of the lightning point game of why I, coming into that game, Jordan, why I've been so out on him for a couple of years. And why I've not really understood why people are so in on him so much, that those that are, it's like I keep it, what you'll hear with it over and over spoken about with Ewers is, Mo, you can spin it. Just spin it. You can spin it. And okay, he doesn't play the quarterback position particularly well. And the worst parts of what you saw from him last night are the worst parts of what you see from him when you watch tape on him. There's a heavy amount of that Texas offense that is structured up for the quarterback to have easy completions. When I say heavy, I mean it's almost as much as like the Tennessee type offense, where it's just, pop throw here, throw to the flat here, throw to the bubble screen here, come back up with a traditional screen here. Okay, come back to a comeback route here. And then if you look over the course of a game with that Texas offense, you might only end up having to make like 3 or 4 real... My mic's cutting it out? Is my mic okay right now, folks? I got a text message. Somebody was saying my mic is maybe having a hard time. Let me know if there's something going in and out. Hopefully not. Can I get a mic check? Let me know if the mic's having any issues. My audio is cutting out. God dang. Microphone check, check, check. Is that better? Mic okay? Mic's fine? Okay. Let me know if there's bad on the mic. I'll keep an eye on the thing. Sorry if there's some issue or problem. Hopefully it's okay. Check, 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 check. Microphone check. This is Brandon. All right. Duquan, thank you for, another 5 gifted memberships, Duquan. Showing the love today in the chat, man. I really appreciate you for that. We got the kickoff here. 1 sec, Duquan, on that. Let the folks know who got it here. And that'll be fair caught there by Lavishka. Seahawks will get at the 30-yard line. But Hawks for life. Addison Shelble, Italian Knight 78, Drew B, Baller MJ 31, and War Chief, or not War Chief, sorry, Baller. I got that one right there. You guys are all been gifted members by Duquan Quack, gifting 10 memberships today to the channel. Thank you for that, Duquan. You're amazing, brother. You're amazing. And I really appreciate you for that. So, as I said, folks, keep an eye on your community posts. That's where I put all the benefits, membership benefit stuff out. Gino will take over here in shotgun, 3 wide, far side of the field now. 5:18 to go here in this first half. Gino goes out to Jackson Smith. Jackson's going to go up over the top here. DK Metcalf with the catch. Woo! Whoa! DK Metcalf climbed the ladder on that one, folks. It's a trick play to Jackson Smith and Jigba. Jigba said, I'm going to throw it up there. DK didn't have any separation created on the play. Jackson just really wanted to throw it. He just really wanted to throw that one. And DK goes up and makes the grab. Wonderful catch there by DK Metcalf. 1st and 10 all the way up to the Falcons' 35-yard line. Gino in shotgun here now. Dropping back to throw. And he's going to be brought down for a sack. Smith Williams of the Falcons there. What a catch by DK. Nice job by Jackson, too. He said, I'm going to throw this. 2nd and 16. 4 minutes to go here in the second quarter. Gino going empty. Falcons showing a pressure look here. It looks like we got another false start here from the Hawks. Goodness gracious. This is what puts these drives to bed, man. Just get too far behind the sticks. This one's going to be on the rook, Christian Haynes. You're starting 2 rookies out on that right side there today. Got to know the snap count there, though, Rook. Come on. 2nd and 21 now with the sack and the false start all the way back up to around midfield are the Hawks here. 3rd penalty for them for 20 yards. Second 21 here. Falcons showing a 4-man front. Gino dropping back here. Boy, that's just, ugh. I don't know what that play was. Falcons saw that thing coming from a mile away. It's like a little throw to the flat over to Charbonnet, and they were absolutely just, they hunted and snuffed that whole thing out. You're 3 straight plays in a row of losing yards here. Woo! Falcons showing a blitz look, double A mug gap pressure here. Gino dropping back to throw. Gino, he's got a little bit of time. Got a little bit of time, and he'll just run this out of bounds. Nobody open. Fourth and 20, that'll bring out the punting unit. 2 drives today, taken out by penalties. You got to stay in these stakes. Got to keep these down to more 3rd and with your pass protection where it's at. You just can't get in these 3rd and long situations. You just can't do it. And they've got to stay clean penalty-wise up front. They got it snap count. You got to know the snap count. Come on. All right, Dixon here with the punt. Falcons have all 3 of their timeouts here and still the 2-minute warning. So they'll take over here at the 10-yard line. Nice punt by Dixon. Second one for him inside the 20-yard line. Jordan, again, I do agree with you on that Ewers thing, man. Feel for the pocket. He has no feel for when there's pressure around him. He can't get away from pressure when there's pressure there. He makes these throws that are just boneheaded. And as I said, so much of what is in that offense is structured around it to make it easy that you have so few throws that are those high-level throws that require you to be smart in your decision-making. And then he fails in that decision-making when that's asked of him. And I can't sign up on that process with it. I really can't. I think he's one of these QBs that gets overinflated because he plays for a Texas program and because he was a 5-star guy. And I think it's overinflated where he really is as a player and who he really is as a player, in my opinion there, Jordan. So, I'm in that same place. Been there for a while in that one. And I think he showed you guys that last night, the quintessential Ewers experience and what you get. Snail, thank you for the $5 donation. Bear with me 1 second here. I'll get to that. We got a couple donations I'm behind on here. The action's going fast here this first half here. Pistol look formation for Cousins on first down. He's going to hand this off to Bijan Robinson. Outside zone run. All the yards in the world. 15, 20-yard gain, 25 yards. Seattle Seahawks defensively right now are not able to do anything against the run, as we've seen throughout this year so far, and you're seeing it here again. Derek Hall just gets pinned inside on the play. Devin Witherspoon comes up completely out of control and slides right past the ball carrier there on the snap. Right now here, they are just having no answers in how to stop the run. It is brutal to watch right now, and that will take us to the 2-minute warning. Goodness gracious. Making it easy on the Falcon offense, I'll tell you that. Snail, thank you for the $5 donation. I appreciate you for that too, man. So still can't help to wonder what K9 and Bijan combo would have looked like, even if it hasn't been what I thought so far. Be interesting to see what those two would have done. You would have had some dynamic backs. You would. And I do think that there is a difference between, and I think Charbonnet is a pretty good back, but I think you can even see on a few of these runs, there is a keen difference between what you have in Walker and what you have in Charbonnet. And Bijan is that kind of back like K9 is. And you'd have a hell of a 1-2 punch. You would have a hell of a 1-2 punch. That's for sure. He's a good back. You can see it here in this first half. Bijan's legit. He hasn't exactly fully had it equate to the top 10 pick that he was, but that's not because he hasn't been effective. It's just as much because the offense for the Falcons hasn't been effective. They're playing from behind a lot of times here coming into the season for him. So that's been more of the factor, but he's been fine. He's been good. Very dynamic. Garth, thank you for the $5 donation as well. Garth, he says, lefty versus lefty. Talented running backs going at it. Come on, K9. Let's go, K9. You get the better side of this one, man. Come on. We'll have your Jordan flu game. Have your Jordan flu game on this one, right, Garth? Lefties, man. We're creative. We think with that right hemisphere of the brain, It's that free-flowing side of the brain. It's that inventive side, You give us lefties some natural physical ability with that inventiveness. It's going to be a long day. It's going to be a long day for you. Thank you, though, Garth. Appreciate the $5. Randall McDaniel, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, wish Mac had called a timeout before that third down on D. Might have helped him out. Definitely, they were making it a little bit easier on that last drive, kind of like this drive, where it's just you could maybe stand to have a timeout in there to where you could kind of, okay, boys, let's hold this back up here. Come on now. Christian Mercedes. I can't say the name. Why can't I say that name right now? My God, what is wrong with me? Christian, thank you for subscribing up to the channel. And Randall, thank you for that dono. Falcons at the 34-yard line, still in their own territory. Pistol look here from Cousins. Another handoff inside. Boy, it tells you that you're running the ball effectively when we're in a two-minute drill and we're deciding we're still going to run the ball, right? You're running it well, and there's a 7-yard run inside. Seahawks defense just kind of, boy, they're just having their way here. Second down, Cousins dropping back to throw. He's under a little bit of pressure. He will be brought down to the ground by Leonard Williams. Nice job by Leonard Williams there. Third down here now for the Falcons. Seahawks will call a timeout on the play. Leonard able to just push the pocket there. He got a one-on-one. Good job by Derek Hall to just kind of balling his way into that backfield. Kind of creating some chaos there as Williams was able to come up and clean up. Nice job, Leonard. So, big play here. Seahawks could get the ball back still with a little bit of time to work in this half. First, Falcons able to get the ball after halftime here. Seahawks have 2 timeouts remaining now. 3rd and 10. Pressure look from the Seahawks, and they're bringing the blitz. It gets picked up really well there. Really, really well. But Seahawks do a nice job of rallying to the ball and getting the stop. Well short of the first down marker by at least 2-3 yards there. Good job of getting up. It looked like he had some space to work with after the catch, and they looked like they caught the blitz, that they had the pass protectors in place to pick it up. The Falcons got a 4th and 2, and maybe an interesting decision here from their perspective. 4th and 3 is what they'll call it here. And it looks like Cousins and company are going to come off the field, and they're going to punt. Be ready for the fake if they do punt this. You've got to be ready for the fake here if you're the Seahawks. 1 minute and 20 seconds to go. The Hawks did take their second time out there to stop the clock. Here's the punt. And it's off. This will be returned by D. Williams. D. Williams with a little bit of room. Williams up to the 32-yard line. Nice return by him. You like that. Versus being pinned back in your own 20 there. So nice return by D. Seahawks will have 1 minute and 7 seconds here in the second quarter with one timeout. We've seen Geno be comfortable in these situations. Geno today, 10 of 13 for 100 yards in the first half. Shotgun look for him now. 3 wide, far side of the field. Sanchez, did I skip your previous dono? I'm sorry, man. Let me look. Let me find the dono. I must have missed it, brother. It's hard on these. There it is. Okay, I see it. One sec. Shotgun here for Geno. He's going to let it rip here. Finds Tyler Lockett at the 46, 47-yard line. Clock ticks beneath 1 minute. Sorry about that, Sanchez. I do see it below there. Bear with me one moment on that. Geno quickly up here. 50 seconds. Dropping back to throw here. He's looking. He's finds Lockett again for a first down. And the Seahawks are going to hurry up here and continue to run this as a hurry up. Nice 2 quick throws there to Tyler Lockett. 2 nice throws there by Geno Smith. Lasers those balls in nice right on the spot. Throw out to Noah Fant. Get out of bounds. He does. 11 yards. Nicely done. Throw out to him. Good play. Quick play. 24 seconds to go here in the first half. Seahawks right up the field here on the Falcons in their territory now. Seahawks have 1 timeout remaining here. 24 seconds to go. They are on the 26-yard line in Falcon territory. Dropping back to throw here. Finds Fant. Get out of bounds, Noah. He does. Nice job. Takes 6 seconds off, but you gain about 6-7 yards on the play. I like the play calling on this drive from Grubb. Love the execution from Geno Smith here. Geno and shotgun now. Seahawks on the 21-yard line here in Falcons territory. Falcons dropping back into a real soft zone here. Geno threw it away. I was looking to see if they were going to give him a intentional grounding there or not. And they may still end up giving him that. Jarrell got taken there. The rookie did. Cross did, actually. Cross gave up the pressure on that one, not Jarrell. I'm going to give it to the right person here. Good job in coverage there by the Falcons. They had that snuffed out. It's actually tough territory there on that one where it's... And if I'm Gino here, I'm probably just going to look at, let me see if I can get 7 or 8 yards, call the timeout, and then give our field goal, give Myers an opportunity with a reasonable kick here. You're at the 31-yard line. So if I'm Gino, that's where, oh, we had to call the timeout. That's right. We had to call the timeout, I think, to avoid the 10-second runoff, because they did call him unintentional grounding there, I think. Falcons are going to call a timeout here now. Sorry about that again. Sanchez, I didn't mean to miss your donation. Thank you for the $10 donation, Sanchez. I really, really, really appreciate you for that. And again, sorry I missed the donor. We had a lot of them coming in there. My whole point is trading DK is one way to get draft capital players. It's not because he's bad. It's not anything other than that's one way to get where I want them to be. That's a reasonable take. Well, thank you again for the donation. I don't know if you're more responding to something in the chat on it or just into general my thinking on, where I've been with it. Let me address it here just a second. It's been tough this half, folks, with getting the donos and really being able to expand on some of these thoughts, because these are kind of big picture items. We're in the games like it. It's just hard to kind of get to the depth Sanchez as much as I can when we're kind of in post-game discussion on this kind of stuff with it. Gino dropping back. Gino's going to laser this ball in. And DK Metcalf with a touchdown! DK Metcalf with a touchdown! Right down the middle! Right down the middle of the defense! Let's go, Seahawks! Come on! Geno Smith steps up into the pocket and drops a laser beam. You could cut diamonds with that laser beam down the middle of the field. In between an incoming defender. Touchdown, Seahawks. Woo! That's some balls. There's some balls. Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo. Yeah. I like this kind of body. Let's go. Let's go. That is a big boy throw. That is a big boy throw. Very nicely run route there by DK at the stem of the route. He presses to the outside. Wonderful. Wonderfully done. Woo! What a beautiful drive by the Seattle Seahawks. An absolute masterclass of execution by Geno Smith on that drive all the way through with the throws. You leave 4 seconds left on the time. You go through your timeouts. Excellently executed there. He's taking a shot there. The Falcons don't think they're going to try to even make that throw in that moment. That's a part of why it's open. They're thinking like I'm thinking. You're just trying to get yourself 7-8 yards, get yourself to a closer field goal. Seattle presses it, and good on Geno to keep his eyes up the field. Good on DK to run that route hard all the way through, because he's got to get so far up the field there with the pass protection to hold up, and that's another part of that tip of the cap to them. As this kick will go into the end zone here, the Falcons will take over with 4 seconds to go. But it all works together in that moment, from Geno to DK getting open to the line holding up, just beautifully executed by the Seahawks offense, and a wonderful throw there by Geno Smith. My goodness, what a throw. What a throw. And Kirk Cousins will come out, and he'll go ahead and take a knee here to finish this up. So the Seattle Seahawks will take a 17-7 first half lead. Just a absolute laser thrown in there by Geno Smith, who finishes off that half 15 of 19 for 181 yards. Look what happens, folks, when you give Geno Smith a little bit of pass protection and what he can do. My goodness. Sanchez, boy, the timing... The timing on your donation, the comboed with that DK touchdown is not the best of timing for the donation you drop. For as far as where you're coming from, because of course people go, oh, see there, right there. When it comes to the DK stuff, with this on my point with the Sanchez is that, it's been one that's been run around so many different times from my perspective as far as the discussion and the different, viewpoints that are out there and are on it. The place where you're at is a spot where many people, I think, or not many people, but there's a very good sized contingent of Seahawks fans that are in that mode. And I think that they've gotten to that spot, not just because that they hate on DK or that they're anti-DK or that they don't want DK. I think that it's a team building conceptual thing, to your point, what you're talking about in your reasoning behind potentially wanting to see that. And it is a reasonable take. I don't think it's an unreasonable take. I get where you're coming from on that. In that, we do need to look at investing resources, let's say, into offensive line. And well, if you're going to invest in resources in offensive line, it's got to come from someplace. Well, what's a position group that you spent more money on than any other right now? Well, receiver's been one of them. I mean, we can kind of go through the logic and rationale there where I get it. I do get the where the people come from on it. I do stand where I stand so thoroughly on the side of with DK because I just don't think you make your team better by letting these kind of players go. Sometimes Sanchez, people want to draw back to the relation of what the Chiefs did with Tyreek Hill. And Tyreek Hill was a much older player at the time. He's going into being like 30 years old at that time that they moved him. And that was also a team that had a Patrick Mahomes. They had one of those few quarterbacks that could be an elevator of the supporting cast around you. Not as much the requirement necessarily to have a game-breaking talent like Tyreek for that offense to still be good and for them to still go winning championships. And I don't know if we're in that same place to do that. And when it does come down with me with DK, I just go, these are the guys you're seeking out. Plays hard every week, never misses a game. Best start, and say no position group, the wide receiver position group, just any position group. You'd say this about any guy. You go, hey, that guy right there for his first 6 years is having the best start to his career at that position group of any player that we've ever had in our history. I mean, just on these bases alone, that would typically be enough for me, especially for guys only like 26 years old right now, to say, hey, I'm still going to roll with that guy long term. I do get completely the people that'll be on the other side of this because I've had enough conversations. I can get where you guys are coming from and I can see the rationale and the logic with it. I don't quite agree. I don't agree with it on it. And you won't find me. And I think sometimes, Sanchez, I don't think you're doing this, but sometimes people are wanting to bring me over to that side. Did you see with this DK drop? Does this finally get you to that side? See with this DK penalty, does that finally get you to my side of this where you see? And that's the part that I push back against. I go, I understand those that are out there that want that opinion, but you got to give me mine too on this one, which is that I don't want to trade him. I don't want to let him go. I think that this is he's part of our plan for the future. He's part of what can help us get to a championship in the next couple of years. And that when I look at the team, I do think that the team needs to offload some of the resources from one side to the other in certain, respects of things, but it doesn't have to necessarily come out of DK's pocket to make that happen. And, that's where I keep coming back to on this. I think he showed you there at the end of halftime in what he gave you just in regards to that half. I mean, DK comes out of that half with 4 catches, 99 yards on 5 targets and a touchdown. And that's where I come back to it going, we like to think that we can just find these guys in every draft and that they just, fall off the back of the truck, 4 or 5 of them every single draft. You just got to be willing to grab one of them, but it doesn't really always work that way. And some of these drafts, the receivers draft can be stronger than others. Last year's receivers draft was really strong. And you see guys all the way to like the 4th receiver taken at Brian Thomas out there having significant impact. But then you can also have the previous year when you have Jackson Smith and Jigba and Quentin Johnson and Zay Flowers and, in Zay Flowers and Jackson Smith's case, good receivers, but are they game-changing kind of talents that you would get with a kind of DK? No. And so then maybe you end up in that area of things. So I don't have any problem with anybody that wants to be in that place of it. I disagree with it, but I also completely, Sanchez, from your perspective of it, understand where you're coming from to feel that way about it. It's not out of pocket. It's not without logic and reason. I get it. I do get it. Thank you for the donation. Sorry I missed a little late on that dono too. We had a lot coming through there on the chat, so that's my bad. But thanks for reminding me thank you for giving me a donation to remind me I skipped the dono. I usually am pretty good about that. I usually don't miss him, Sanchez, but I totally blanked on yours. Brian Gonzalez, thank you for subscribing to the channel, Brian. Welcome aboard the Hawks Nest. I appreciate you doing that. Garth Knight, thank you for the $5 donation and all of your support today. Garth, Leonard Williams is a good player, but he's also an interesting guy. Very hippy-dippy fella who's into Buddhist stuff. Yeah, he's kind of got a colorful, past. I've heard he's also kind of a nature guy a little bit. He, like, the Pacific Northwest really was, when we were trading for him, kind of fit him like that, Garth, and that this is kind of where his kind of environment he'd like to be in a little bit. But yeah, he's an interesting dude. He is a very interesting dude, and he's been a hell of a player for us since, we brought him over last year. He's as advertised. He brings the goods. He's been a player for us. So very effective. So glad we were able to get him. And we're going to find a guy like this in the second round of this draft. Pick him where you're going to pick from the defensive tackle position. You wouldn't get this kind of guy. So still, I do maintain that trade was worthwhile, and that he's made the Seahawks look good for making that deal. He's bringing that impact. And boy, was that a timely sack there too, Garth, to get them then into that 3rd and 10, get them out of a 3rd and short, as it was looking like their offense was going to start to be able to just kind of work their way at will at that point. Eric Hernandez, thank you for subscribing. Welcome aboard, Eric. And folks, if you haven't already, please, I do ask you to hit that like button if you could, sub on up if you get a chance. It does help the channel grow. Join Eric in helping us get up over that mark of 20,000 subscribers this year. That's the goal. We'd love to get over the top of it. And Eric's helping us get there today with that sub. Thank you, Eric. Adrian X, thank you for the $2 donation. It says, trade DK? What the F? Laughing out loud. Y'all be tripping. Well, thank you for the donation. And this is where I will be landing on this with the DK stuff. It ain't the opinion is not going to change for me anytime soon. I think you can fix other parts of this team without it having to come from DK's side of it. That we don't sign to a contract, and now that means we can build up this great offensive line. But if you sign DK, now you can't build up the offensive line. I don't tend to think it goes that way. And this is the type of player you're looking for in the draft. This is the type of player you seek to add onto your team. And once you got him, I don't see any business in it at all of letting him go. And I think there's something to be said, as other people have said about this too, Adrian X, where it's telling that if you have a player like this that potentially goes on the open market, that there could be 31 other teams, literally 31 other teams lining up to go get him. And if that's the case, that should tell you something. That should tell you something about that player, if there are so many teams that are so hot to trot to go make a move to go get him. And I think that would be the case on that. And it should tell you more, in my opinion, as you come back to go, well, we probably should keep him then on that side of it. Daryl Chapman with a $2 donation. He follows up. Adrian X says, trade DK, they said. He can't catch, they said. There you go. There you go, Daryl. And yeah, he had a couple of great catches in that half. Great catches. The Jackson Smith and Jigba goes up, high points the ball, full extension, reels it in, and stay strong there, take the hit inside there on that throw down the seam, essentially. Wonderfully done. And yeah, that's what they say, Daryl. That's what they'll say. That's tough timing, though. That is tough timing. I feel bad for Sanchez, because that's brutal timing when you put that note just as the guy goes out and makes an insane play like that. You're like, oh man. Woo. Thank you for the donation, Daryl. Appreciate you. Radu, thank you for the $2 donation. Says Michael Jarrell is looking great. Well, indeed. Jarrell has been very impressive in that half. Very impressive in that half. The Falcons with 5 quarterback hits on 19 dropbacks, only 1 sack, which I believe, I think that sack was actually on Charles Cross. So don't know how many pressures he's given up or anything like that, but he's not giving up any sacks. Looking good, looking solid out there, looking steady, sturdy, moving well. Been very impressed by Jarrell. He was there on the Radu. He was there on the run with Walker. He helped to press Judon up out the hole and clear that hole out nicely. So kid's been very impressive, and boy, did we need it. Boy, did we need that. Goodness. 1 sec, folks. We'll be right back. All right. Appreciate all the donations, you guys. Just amazing support there. Sanchez, let me know if you caught my response. Hopefully I didn't lose you there on the side there, Sanchez. Thank you again to, I feel real behind on a couple of these things too. Just want to thank again to Duquan Quack. Thank you for, man, all of the gifted subs that you dropped too as well. I really appreciate you for that. You're awesome. Awesome, man. Stale, thank you for the $2 donation. He says, John Schneider should sign DK to a lifetime contract forever. Hey, if we can get a discount, you know what I mean? We can find a way to get some discount on the first couple of years of that front end of that deal. I'm game, Snail. I'm game. I'd love to see DK retire as a Seattle Seahawk. I'd love it. Art Vandalay, thank you for gifting a subscription there, Art. I really appreciate you for doing that. You guys are amazing on the gifted subs today, as well as the donations. Absolutely unbelievable support on this channel. Unbelievable. I thank you for that, Art, as well as being a member of the channel. You gifted insert name here is the username. You've been gifted a membership to the Hawks Nest by Art Vandalay. Please do keep an eye on your community posts if you're a member of the channel. I'll be posting PFF scores from this game tomorrow to the community post. We'll be doing the Thursday night members only stream on that day. And then we've got a call-in show here about another week and a half. I'll be doing a call-in show for members of the channel. So as a member, just keep an eye on those benefits as they will continue on into the future. For sure. But thank you, Art. You're amazing, man. Art and Duquan, bring in the love today. Bring in the love. Appreciate you guys. Sanchez, thank you for the $5 donation. He says, not bad timing. The better DK plays, the better the trade haul. I want him to ball out. There we go. Fair enough. We find alignment, Sanchez. We find common ground, my friend. Appreciate the donation, brother. And appreciate where you're coming from, man. I do appreciate where you're coming from. Our Ran of the Cut has been a member of the Hawks Nest for 15 long months. Thank you for that. He says, up 10 at half. I'll take that. I'll take that too. On the road, 10 a.m. game. I don't care the opponent. I don't care. It could be the worst in the NFL. It could be the best in the NFL. If I come out of halftime off on the road, 10 a.m. game, and I'm up 10 points, I'll take that every time and twice on Sundays. Well said there. Very well said there, Ran. All right, we got the opening kickoff here, which will be received by the Atlanta Falcons. And Garth Knight, thank you for the $5 donation. He says, Pumpkin, where are you? By the way, don't force her on the stream just because I asked. When Pumpkin graces us with her presence, it's the right time. Fair enough, Garth. Fair enough. She's laid out. Actually, she's eating some food right now. All right, we got the kickoff here, which will drive him right about at the end zone line there. He'll bring it out as the Falcon returner. He'll be cut down by Laviska Shenault. Nice play by Laviska right at the 20-yard line there. Yeah, during the day streams, Garth, she's more of a night girl on the cat tree. So, you'll see her by the post-game discussion tonight, but she's hard to get during the day. She's lively. She's got the energy going, She's looking for birds. She's looking for bugs. She's got to do a little hunting. There's a whole process to her day, It's got to just kind of unwind as it does. Nice tackle there by Laviska Shenault. Nice little tackle there. 1st and 10 for the Falcons. Kirk Cousins that first half, 9-12, 80 yards. Falcons really leaning on the running game. He comes out to pistol look formation here. Handoff. Swallowed up right there on the inside carry to Bijan. 2 or 3 Seahawks players there. Draymond Jones, Leonard Williams, Jerome Baker, all in on the play there to help make that happen. Jessica Waymont. Thank you for subscribing, Jessica, and answering my call and subscribing up to the channel. I really appreciate you for doing that. Welcome aboard the Hawks Nest, and thank you for doing it. Appreciate you. Second down and 10. Seahawks showing some double A gap mug pressure and press look to the outside on one side, off coverage to the other side. Shotgun look here for Cousins. Cousins looking around, throws it out to the flat to Bijan Robinson. Bijan Robinson is up the football field here, and he almost busts that one out and breaks it all the way up to the 50-yard line on a throw to the flat. Poor tackling from the Seahawks, and this is poor tackling, not in the wrapping up, but just in some of the angles taken. A little bit of the issue that we've seen at times with them of just not taking the right angles to the ball carrier. And Witherspoon is really having a rough game today. Witherspoon just missed that tackle. He doesn't typically miss that like that in space. And he's having a bit of a rough one today. First and 10. Falcons up at the 47-yard line, still in their territory. Handoff here to Robinson. What a cut. Jesus. He is hard to bring down. Just completely losing tacklers left and right out there. Jerome Baker a little slow to get up for the Seahawks after that play. 7-yard gain. Just completely bouncing past tacklers. And Garth, you said you didn't want it to be Bijan's breakout game, but it might be getting closer and closer to that spot of things. He's up to 112 total yards and a touchdown here. Come on, defense. Handoff here, spun around, another missed tackle there. They finally were able to bring him down the ground. Hall had Algiers in the backfield there. Cavalry arrived. It will be a loss of 1 on the play. Jaron Reed able to help clean it up. Seattle just can't ever, with the first guy, get them down to the ground, though. And these are tough ball carriers to bring down. These are tackle-breaking running backs. Quick, hurry up here, snap here by Cousins. He's going to quickly throw out in space. And Witherspoon is able to make the tackle, but not for a first down. Cousins able to kind of quick snap the Seahawks there before they could kind of get properly, I think, set up. First and 10. 12:25 to go here in the third quarter. Cousins in a pistol look. 3 wide. Play action pass. He wants to take a deep shot here. He's looking. He's going to come back and check it underneath. 8-9 yards there on that play. Boy, Seattle could really use a team right now that's really struggled to get any kind of turnovers this year. And through the first half, no turnovers again. Nothing close to a turnover in that first half. Really here, a fumble, an interception would really be a timely thing for this defense right now. 2nd down and 1. And Marcus, I see your donation. Bear with me. We got a lot of donos coming through today, which I love. Just bear with me. It's hard on the play-by-play to always catch up on them real quick because there's a lot going on. I guess we got a television timeout for some reason. I don't know if somebody's injured or not, but we'll have a television timeout there. Marcus, thank you for the $5 donation. Appreciate you for that, Marcus. He says, give up a blue chip player, DK, for a 3rd or 4th at best. Horrible idea. A team with the number 1 wide receiver and a number 2 wide receiver is a team with no number 1 wide receiver and a wide receiver that's a number 2 wide receiver is going nowhere fast, meaning Jackson Smith and Jigba being that number 2 wide receiver. And I agree with you, Marcus. That's the part that I think this is the math gets done sometimes on this a little bit to me at times in that vacuum where it's like, well, you move DK and you put the assets here and then you just go draft this other receiver and then your receiving core is almost as good as it was with DK, but then you get this great offensive lineman that you can produce. And it's sort of good in theory, but I don't know that it really ends up working out that way. And you end up finding the thing that's not in consideration, to your point on that being that you see the wide receiver position then go really far backwards, and that you see the ability at that point to draw the double teams on the outside, and to be the problem that the impact that DK brings at times in ways that is not always statistically bearing comes back into play more heavier at that point, to your point on that, Marcus. And I come back to it and I say this year, there's parts of this team that we say we got to flip out. There's parts of the team that's not working. There's parts of the team that's in disrepair. There's parts of the team that hasn't been working for 10 years, like your offensive line. I, in my head, go to, okay, the parts that are working then, considering the things that we have to get addressed, the things that are working, I don't want to throw those out the door. I don't want to cut off my nose to spite my face. 6-1, half to another. You know, we don't want to offload the balance that way. Instead, let's add on top of the things that are working. This works, this works, this works. Okay, let's put on top of what is working. Let's take from what isn't working. Offensive line, run defense, just linebacker play. Go all the way around through it as much as you want. But I'm in the same place on that, Marcus, on it. It's why I stand there so strongly and looking at this deeply. Is I just don't think there's a net in theory for folks pushing a little bit of the DK trade stuff. And I can't believe we end up here every stream. And I swear to God, folks, I'm trying like mad to not end up here every time. And somehow or another, it just becomes dominated by DK again. There's nothing I can seemingly do about this because I've 2nd and 1 pistol look here for the Falcons. They're in Seahawks territory. Quick throw, quick catch, first down, easy completion there for the Falcons. It's one that I don't know if there's much more, Marcus, I can really say about it, man. I've been talking about it for 2 years. I've made the arguments. I've made the case. I have begged people to see it. I don't know if there's much more I can say with it. I want to keep DK. There's going to be contingents out there that don't want to keep DK. That's where it's at. There's not much more further that needs to be said beyond at that point, I think, with it, because it's just like, all we're doing is just re-churning back up the road, really. That's all we're doing, just churning back up the same discussion point. Pitch outside here to Bijan Robinson. He stops, reverses his field. He's just running around the Seahawks defenders like right now, like they're in slow motion. Like the Seahawks defense it's just moving like it's in slow motion in the running game. Like their guys are standing still and their backs are just running around them. Like they'll get the penetration and then they're running right past them. It's brutal watching this run defense right now. So yeah, I don't know. I keep searching for things, Marcus, that's like new or something else I can add to it. We'll tap back into it here in just a sec. Got the drive here going. So 10:30 to go here in the third quarter, 2nd down and 1. Pistol look. Nice job by Byron Murphy in the backfield. Swallows him up back there, does Murphy, making his presence felt for the TFL there. Nice job, Byron. Gets a couple yard loss on the play. That'll bring up a 3rd and 3 or 4-ish here for the Falcons. Nice job, Byron. He says, I'll tackle him. I'll tackle this guy. Third and 3 for the Falcons. Cousins dropping back to throw. Seahawks just leaving easy completions. Witherspoon, this time Job for the Seahawks, gives up the completion. They're doing the off coverage, easy completions on 3rd and 3, leaving the sticks open on these kind of plays for the Falcons. And Cousins knows it. I don't know why you want to stay in off coverage like that so deep. Just kind of giving up the easy first down completion there. First down and 10, handoff inside. Good job by Draymond Jones on the play. Draymond setting the edge and able to peel off the block and make a tackle. Nice job, Draymond. Loss of 1. 2nd and 11. 9 minutes to go here, third quarter. Long opening drive here for the Falcons. They look like they lose. I don't know if they lose a second offensive lineman, but Bergeron, their tackle, young, very talented tackle, is walking off the field right now. I think they're already down potentially their center too. I haven't seen if he came back out or not in the game, but a little dinged up there. 2nd down and 11 here for Cousins and shotgun now. Seahawks showing press coverage on the outside to one side of the field, off coverage to the other side. Witherspoon's going to come on a blitz here. The ball will be completed to Drake London. Drake London, about 7 or 8 yards there. Bring up another 3rd and 3. Good job by the Falcons of picking up the blitz there. Bijan Robinson got over there nicely. Seahawks looked like they were maybe going to catch him there. Pistol look, handoff now to Bijan Robinson. Good patience on the play, and he will be dropped right there. Nice job by the Hawks defense. Great job done. Roy Robertson in there, it looks like. Draymond Jones in there making the play. Draymond with a couple of plays in the run game on that. 4th and 1, and an interesting decision here for the Falcons now. They're going to go for this on 4th and 1. Big play in this game, and Cousins is trying to line this up and snap this quick. Drops back. He's going to let it rip on the throw. Wide open. just giving up coverage. Oh, my God. Easy drive there for the Falcons. Some good run steps, but boy, coverage is just not there. They're running off coverage and just dropping back, or nobody's picking up anything. Like, what are you doing, Pritchett? You're 6 yards off in coverage. Ugh. I don't know what we're doing on that drive. Defensively speaking with McDonald, he is weird with it. He's been weird this year so far. Their love of off coverage and just giving up 9-10 yard completions. No, you're not even close. I mean, they're at the goal line. Isn't everything supposed to be condensed down there? Your guy wasn't even in near. It's such a soft defense, man. It's so just Charmin buttery soft. There's nothing to it that's got any sense of like aggressiveness. And again, we're getting to a point here where it's like, you're not causing turnovers for a reason, because you're not up close on these plays to come close to causing turnovers. You're not even in the vicinity. Marcus, again, on the DK stuff, and I know that this may be too a thing where we're going to go back down the DK train again here today. I hope we can kind of avoid it. I think that I would offer to people on my channel here with it. I know people want to just keep making their DK stuff said. I'd say to you guys on this with the DK stuff and it all the way around is that, we've said everything there is to say with the DK stuff, and that anybody that's, professing their opinion, myself included, anybody that's professing their opinion is not giving anything that's unique or original, or is the first time that it's being heard here on this channel. I would really offer to you guys that this is a discussion point and a player that we have over obsessed with for far too much of the time of this channel over the past 4 or 5 weeks. It dominates the discussion. It comes up. I avoid the discussion. I don't bring it up, or I don't do a thumbnail. I don't do a show on it. But people will literally donate $10, $20, $30, $40, and they will keep hammering me with it that they want to keep talking about it. If you guys want to put the donos on it, you want to talk about it, I will talk about it. I'm just saying, from my angle and my respect of it, I don't think it's giving our audience much to continue to turn this over. We're just sifting over the same ground. And I've maintained this for weeks, but I still see folks still wanting to and it's like on every play, it's like bad play to DK. See that, but the good play to see this with DK. And it's exhausting me. It's so exhausting, folks. I get it. I understand that it's a very important decision to be made. We don't have to make this decision now. Let's just hold off. Let's just hold off on any certainties that we have to draw with this roster right now, DK or anybody else, till we get to the end of the effing season. We're not trading him before the deadline, so let's just let it go to the end of the year. And then once we get to the offseason and we want to turn it back over and sift back through this thing again, I kind of don't understand why, because when people bring it up, I don't know that there's anything more for the discussion to be talked about with it. We've already broke every left lane there is. So if you guys want, we can keep going over it, but I just trying to speak for my audience and their fatigue of it and what I've heard back from my people in the chat. Like, people want to get on to other stuff with it. DK is one of the topics of discussion on this team. There's 52 other players. There's a coaching staff. There's how we're calling these games. There's a lot of other stuff to discuss and talk about, D. Williams is going to take the ball up here now. He's up to the 30, still up on his feet. Nice return up to the 36-yard line. King Prodigy, thank you for the $5 donation, King Prodigy. I appreciate you for that. Nothing, sorry, I missed. Man, we got a lot of donos coming today. All right, bear with me 1 sec here. It's one of the weird football games I've seen here recently. It just doesn't seem like we have any commercial breaks. Like, they're back one commercial break and it's back to the game. This is wild how fast this game's going. Gino in shotgun now at the 37-yard line. Empty look here for Seattle. Falcons bringing a blitz. False start penalty by the Seahawks. No. They got that on the Falcons. First down. Barner caused him to jump off sides by jumping over the snap. threw off the defender and made him jump off sides. I've never seen that before. 7:37 to go here in the third quarter. 42-yard line for the Hawks. 3 wide, far side of the field. Handoff inside to Walker. Walker pulled down on a gain of 2 or 3 yards there. Thank you, King Prodigy, for the $1 donation. Also a $2 donation where he said a pick would be nice. Man, we really could use a pick defensively. They could use just a shot to the arm kind of play like that with where they've been at kind of defensively right now. 2nd and 3. Pumpkin making her appearance here. Gino and shotgun again. Go back to the run here, Grubby. Yeah. Goes back to the run there in Charbonnet. Looks like he'll be right at the first down marker. I don't know if they're going to give him the spot or not. The first guy was showing kind of a tough spot. Yeah, we got the first down. Nice job. I like Grubby going with the run there. He did that earlier in this game where you get those 2nd and shorts, and those offensive play callers can sometimes get pulled to want to go to the pass, right? Because we can get the 3 yards on 3rd down if it goes to 3rd down. And instead, just stay with the run. I like that commitment here in this game, keeping this Falcon team off balance. It's part of what's helped out the pass protection today. 1st and 10, Seahawks right around the midfield stripe here now. Gino dropping back to throw. Going to throw this up top to Tyler Lockett. Tyler almost caught it. It was almost intercepted, and then Tyler had to rip the ball away down the field there at the end to play kind of defensive back on it. Nice job by the Falcon corner down there. It's a tough play to complete with him in off coverage. Oh, they tried to get him with a stop and go route there, and the Falcon corner just didn't quite take it. Boy, Lockett almost made a play on that ball. Almost came back in front of that cornerback there. Second and 10 for the Seahawks. We're going to get a bubble screen out here to Jackson Smith. Man, he's just not a bubble screen guy. Grubb's going to learn this like Waldron's going to learn this. He's not a yak guy out with the ball in his hands. You can throw the bubble screen to him, but it's a 3-yard gain is all you're getting with him. He just doesn't have the ability to keep his feet off contact. 3rd down and 8. Seahawks going a little bit of up-tempo here. Falcons are showing a blitz. Double A gap pressure. They're bringing it. Gino's got to get rid of this ball. Gino's going to scramble, and he's taken down short of the first down. Boy, if you're McDonald here, you got to go for this. You got to where your defense is playing in this game. You got to go for this. Falcons did a good job in coverage there. Nice job by Gino. Try to get what he could there. He didn't slide short or anything. He just was taken down. He's trying to fight for that first down. All right, so it's about 1 yard. 4th and 1 here. They're going to go inside to Charbonnet. Nice. Charbonnet with a fullback dive. Yes. It always works in Madden, man. It always works in Madden, a fullback dive. Let's go. Looked like the Falcons were expecting maybe a little brotherly shove kind of play. Quarterback keeper, go to Charbonnet out of the fullback instead. You got Walker behind him, so they got to stay on Walker just in case the ball is going to him. Opens up the inside there. I love that call from Grubb. 1st down and 10. 4 minutes and 30 seconds to go in the third quarter. Seahawks driving to the Falcon side of the field at the 37-yard line. Shotgun look here for Geno Smith. 3 wide. Walker in the backfield. Play action pass. Geno dropping back to throw. He's going to go deep with this. Up over the top to JSN. JSN gets a hand on it but can't reel it in. I mean, is it me or JSN should get his hands on that? Like, why doesn't he get his other hand up there? Yeah, he kind of jumped weird on that. That was a weird effort play there from JSN. 2nd down and 10. Handoff here to Walker. Walker is going to be wound. Nice job there by the lineman pushing Walker forward for an extra couple of yards there. This will bring this into more of a 3rd and makeable territory now. Third down and 5. Gino in shotgun, 3 wide, far side of the field. Charbonnet next to him in the backfield. Gino dropping back to throw all day. All day. All day. All day. Golly, that was the only place to go, Gino? Got a flag on the play here. Looks like it might be on the Falcons, the way their body language is going. Did he hit? Oh, yeah. I rolled into Geno Smith, laid it on his legs. Yep. That's a call. You can't do that. He tried to play it all. He tried to play it all like he wasn't me. He totally rolled into his legs. You can't do that. No, he rolled into his legs. Look at the play, coach. Coach is trying to make his case. You can't roll into the guy's legs like that. The ball was way out of his hand. That's a 15-yard play. That's a big penalty, but that's a legit call by the officials there. He rolls backwards and he floats himself into the back of his legs, Geno's legs there. 1st and 10. Big, big, big penalty there on the Falcons. Geno dropping back to throw. Looking to go up over the top. Kenneth Walker gets it for a touchdown. Walker running a little wheel route down there. Geno stepped up with a nice little bit of pocket mobility there, climbs a little bit of the ladder in the pocket to buy a little extra time for Walker to get deep, and then floats the ball ever so softly to his outstretched hands there on the linebacker. Beautiful throw, beautiful catch there by Walker, almost a sub one-hander where he's got to take one hand to bring it to the 2. But a great answer back by the Seahawks on this drive. Jarrell, the rookie, got completely beat on that play to the edge, and Geno had to climb really quickly in the pocket to get past that defender. It's a very subtle movement there. That's an easier said than done type of play from Geno, sliding past that pass rusher. And the Seahawks, with the extra point, will go up 24-14. Beautiful, beautiful drive by the Seahawks. Very well aided by that roughing of the passer penalty there, but you can't roll into the guy's legs like that. That's a known penalty for those defenders. And he done did it. King Prodigy, let's see if we can get that pick now, man. Thank you for the $2 donation. The dollar donation didn't have any note in your dollar dono, but let's see if the defense now pick here, get our offense back onto a short field. Don't want to get greedy or nothing, Don't want to get greedy or nothing. But I'm just saying. It wouldn't be bad, right? Pick wouldn't be bad. Mumbles, thank you for the $2 donation. He says 28 seeming like a draft miss with how he's playing. It's a little bit up and down. And, he's probably in a position this year where ideally you want to say he's maybe not quite as ready as you hope he will be a year from now, Mumbles. And you ideally like to be rolling more of a Trey Brown, Tariq Woolen, Witherspoon. This guy's backing up. Let him learn for the first year, and then maybe next year really be ready to press. He's probably just not quite ready. I do still have some hope for him with some of the upside, but also, the bottom line is that with that, I know that we've had so many hits on those 4th, 5th, 6th round kind of corners throughout our time here in Seattle. They don't tend to be places that, you can count on hitting. It's always going to be a roll of the dice when you're picking in that range of things. But it was a bad play there at the end zone. You got to be situationally aware of what they're trying to do, and maybe the coverage is just asking him to play off like that. But boy, you really, from McDonald's standpoint here, you had some success defensively in this game when you brought the stack fronts, when you brought some of the blitzes. Maybe some of that you're not as comfortable doing because you don't want to give up as much of what you're giving up in the run game, but the off coverage stuff and staying back kind of to depth, especially when you got 3rd and 5s, 3rd and 6s, and then allowing those out cutting routes on 3rd and 5 and 36s to easily be completed. Some of it could be the calls within that too there, Mumbles, on how they're calling that a little bit. But yeah, he's not impressed, to your point. as of yet. Stimpy, thank you for 14 months as a Hawks Nest member. I don't get what happened to the defensive scheme. Not even surprised by it now, but I'm tired of it. Let's hope Gino can continue to cook as we know he can. Well, he made your word stand up on that one, Stimpy. He made your word stand up on that one. And I'm not really altogether sure at times what's the defense is doing. I've maintained, I knew with Carroll, I could disagree with Carroll on the approach of what he's doing, but I understood what he was doing from a philosophy standpoint, and whether or not I agreed with it or not, you could see what they were trying to do. I don't always, with McDonald's new scheme here, see what it is that they're trying to do to the opposition. What are we trying to take away? Where are we trying to make them uncomfortable? How do we get them stressed? And don't see that as much necessarily so far from this. Maybe it's part of the onboarding process and the training process and the learning process, but it has been a bit of an absent one up until this point. Ran in the cut, thank you for the $5 donation. Was wearing my DK jersey with pride, despite the DK haters. Hashtag fave player. I like it, man. I like it, brother. Let's go. Wear that thing with pride, man. Wear that thing with pride. You know, I don't know where he'll come out of this game, but he's going to be somewhere in that probably top 4 in the NFL for receiving yardage now through 7 weeks coming out the end of this game. And man deserves his props, deserves his love, deserves that contract that we're probably going to be giving him this offseason. 1st and 10. Kirk Cousins under center now. Not a pistol look, but under center. A little bit rare for them. Play action pass. He's under a little bit of pressure. The ball tipped up into the air. Nice job. Draymond Jones coming alive this quarter. Got a couple of run stops in this quarter and able to create some pressure there off the edge. Got the tip pass on Kirk Cousins. You can get pressure on Cousins. I'll tell you what, he's definitely at his age. He's in that falling away. I'm not really big on being hit thing. He can get you with a clean pocket, don't get me wrong. And he's been good today. 2nd down and 10. Shotgun here for Cousins. Dropping back to throw. He's looking. He's under some pressure. He is going to be brought to the ground by Draymond Jones and Derek Hall. Let's go, Draymond. Let's go, Draymond. Coming alive here. This has been his best quarter of the year by far. Derek Hall creating some early pressure here. Getting a little bit of a hand and getting him dissuaded there now. 3rd and 19 here for the Falcons. And looks like we're going to get a false start on the Falcons on this play, which will push them back even further. Nice. Yeah. Third down and 24 for the Falcons. 2:39 to go in the third quarter. 7th penalty for 57 yards for the Falcons. 4 for 30 for the Seahawks. Seattle dropping back now. Cousins under pressure. Devin Witherspoon comes up and makes the tackle after a quick catch, and that will shut it down. Nice job by the Seahawks defense with the 3 and out. And they'll get off the field. Great job. Get it back to your hot offense. Love it. Love it. Falcons with an interesting play call there. When you go with 2 straight runs, you've run the ball so well, and I know you've passed really effectively too. I know you're also down by 10 points here as we're deep into the third quarter, so there's probably a push from the OC there to start trying to throw the ball a little bit, but you have run the ball so effectively today. And fair caught there. Nice punt at the 25-yard line. That's a great punt there. 1:44 left on the clock where the offense will take over here in the third quarter. But interesting play call sequence there from the Falcons. Decide to go a little pass heavy there rather than really leaning into a running game that has been 23 carries, 129 yards here. I mean, you were living that first half. You were able to live a little bit in the run game. JRD 243. This has to be a prank. What happened to this defense? Well, maybe they're finding themselves here yet now, JR. Maybe they're not finding themselves. And some of it, like I say, is maybe a bit of the reason we haven't seen as many of the twists and wrinkles into this defense so far from Mike Macdonald has to do a lot with the fact that it is an onboarding process and that there's so many details and there's so many moving parts to some of the more extravagant things that he can run in his playbook, that it takes time for these players to really get the ins and outs of it and to master it. Not to simply learn it, but you have to master it to make it run right. This is just my guess with it, but I certainly don't know for sure, with it. So I think definitely Falcons did us some help and some favors there a little bit with that going to the pass twice there. Because as much as we might struggle against the pass a little bit, we're much in rougher shape against that running game. And boy, if Geno and boys can get a scoring drive here, you can almost remove the running game from the Falcons' ability here. That would be huge. I mean, even a field goal in that way might do that here, especially if you take time off the clock from a Seahawks perspective. So something to track and monitor in this game, in that you can take away where they've been basically at their most effective against you on the day for the most part. Thank you, JR. Appreciate the donation. See if the defense can stand up here a little bit. Garth Knight, thank you for another $5 as well. He says, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Pumpkin to Sunday football. She's not used to these 10 a.m. starts. No, she has to sleep into like 12 and then she'll get up and go, okay? She's got 2 hours of kind of languishing in the bed. Another day, okay. Another day. Are we getting salmon today? Are we getting some salmon or are we getting chicken today? Dad, salmon or chicken today? Okay. Catnip? Am I getting my catnip too? All right. Did you clean the litter box at least? Oh, God, is it Sunday? She's up now, though, Garth. She's moving and rolling now, though. Thanks for the dono, bro. DP Buck 32. Thank you for subbing on up to the channel. Folks, do please hit that like button. Sub on up. We have well over 800 people here in the chat today. Really appreciate it if you could sub on up, like on up, join DP if you haven't already. As we're trying to get up over 20,000 subscribers on the channel this year. And we're motoring along. Joshua Carlisle, thank you for the $2 donation. He says, K9 flu game confirmed. It's like the Jordan against the Jazz, man. 96, right? 97, whichever year it was. He's out here he's turning the Falcons into Byron Russell. Shotgun look here for Geno. 1st and 10. Hand off here to Charbonnet. Charbonnet patiently looking for something. Not able to find much of anything. He bangs forward for a gain of 2 yards there. Falcon defender stays on the ground holding his arm. Holding his elbow. Nice game by K9. That's a hell of a catch there too, Josh. Because he's reaching out and he's got to first kind of get it in with the one hand and then bring the other hand back in there. Well done. JRD with another $5 donation. Appreciate you for that, JRD, the double dip dono. Says, is it me or has Witherspoon been off the past 4 weeks? Yeah, it's just not quite been to where it was last year, I would say, JRD. Last year you could really feel his impact on a weekly basis, his energy, his tackling, ferocity, and it's been there for the most part this year. I don't think he's having necessarily a sophomore slump. He's been solid overall, but it's been quiet. He's been, to your point on that, he's been pretty quiet here over the past few weeks. You're waiting for some of that impact to come in that we're expecting to happen. And I think it will eventually. This defense is so creative and it's going to put him into so many positions to allow him to really show off his skill set and what he can do, JR. But I think it's fair to say that we're still waiting for that moment to click in and happen and occur. That's absolutely the case. 2nd and 8 now. 1:22 to go here in the third quarter. Falcons bringing a blitz here. Geno sees it. Action pass. Geno falling away here. DK can't quite make the grab there. So bring up 3rd down and 8. I don't know if did DK have a chance of that one. Boy, DK had a shot at that. That's a great throw there by Geno. Yeah, DK's got to make that grab. Got to make that catch, DK. 3rd down and 8. What a beautiful throw by Geno. Geno's going to get hit on the arm as he throws it there, and it'll dust it up a little bit. We do have a flag on the play. Hands to the face on the Falcons. So another penalty on a third down on the Falcons there. That's huge. Hands to the face. Gino's got something in his eye. He's trying to get out of his eye. Land him. What happened here? I don't see what happened. They're looking at Gino's eye right now. Yeah, they're checking out Gino's eye. I don't know if it could be a contact. It could be he's got something in the eye itself. Sam Howell comes out on the field here. 1st and 10 to Walker. Walker bouncing inside there for a gain of about 3. Gino back on the field. "41 seconds to go in the third quarter. Gino under center here. Play action pass. Gino. God. Catch the ball, you guys. Receivers are effing selling right now on our guy. Like, one of these receivers has got to start catching the ball here. Stop with the drops this year. Bobo with another drop. I mean, he's wide open. Gino's doing everything he can. Make the catch. God, he can't fucking hand it to you. Go, God. Catch the ball. Swear it's like the 4th drop I've seen in this game. Will be incomplete here on 3rd down. Good throw. Nice attempt there by DK to catch it, but just knocked out of bounds by the Justin Simmons. Good play by the safety there, pushing him out of bounds. Bobo's got to make that grab. DK's got to make the catch before. You want to win a game on the road like this. You can't keep having drops across the board from this receiving core. And unfortunately, this has been a problem we've seen throughout this year. And it's like everybody's kind of taking their chance to have an opportunity here. Dixon with the punt now. He'll punt this ball away. Boy, lost opportunity there for the Seahawks. And Gino continue just to play great. And there's things that just others aren't holding up their great aspect of it. You got to do your part. Bobo there is wide open. You don't have a defender on you, and the ball hits you dead in both of your 2 hands. To me, that's as inexcusable as you get as a wide receiver. It's as inexcusable as you get. You got a guy knocking you, banging you. You got somebody pulling on you. You're getting pulled out. That's one thing. But when you have an opportunity to make the play like that, you got to make that play. And that's going to loom very large in this game. Those 2 plays back to back. We come back and look at this game if we don't pull this one off. Shotgun look for Cousins. Dropping back to throw. He's going to throw it out in the flat out here to Bijan Robinson, who will catch it and go for about 6 or 7 yards. Got to catch that. Got to catch that. And that will be the final play of the third quarter. That'll take us into the fourth with the Falcons set up on a 2nd and 2. Jordan Cropper, thank you for the $2 donation. Why not pay K9? Doesn't make sense to me. I'm not absolutely against paying K9, Jordan. this is another one of those things where we come to where we say, you want to give it through the year and see where everything kind of falls out at. There's a variety of different guys, from a Tariq Woolen to a Boye Mafe to a K9 to a Charles Cross to a Geno Smith to a DK Metcalf. There are a ton of decisions to have to be paid on a variety of different players. Can you afford to pay them all? You can if you want to bury money and stretch it out and do this. Is there more than likely not going to probably be one or two guys within there that you decide not to pay, and you're going to have to move to the other way, and maybe one of those guys is K9, maybe one of those guys, one of these other guys I mentioned. But I think the thing that stands out to me right now on that, Jordan, is that it's very hard to make that call right now. And this is where we really want to have the aid of, we're still early in the year. I know it seems like we played a lot of football, but this is 7 games in. We got 10 games still beyond this to really let the decision, like, we could arrive right here after this game, Jordan. We go, man, you got to pay Walker, man. This kind of game shows you when he's played last, you got to pay him, man. But yeah, what happens if we get through the next 10 weeks and he's only able to play in 4 of those games? Or what if his impact is then lessened over the next 10 games highly? Do we still arrive at that state of mind of saying, yeah, I want to pay this guy? Or are you like, well, I'm a little less sure, So I think you got to give it that full final year point to make our decision. I don't think that there's anything certain about this guy needing to be paid or that guy not needing to be paid. It also becomes hard, Jordan, in the respect of there's not really been a great history here in Seattle of paying running backs and then that working out really well in favor for the team. You can go back 20 years of data on this one, right? And so you also have a general rule of thumb in football that you don't pay running backs. You also have an internal house of 20 years of data and raw data at that, which is pretty conclusive in saying you shouldn't pay running backs. Does that inform you a bit on this decision with Walker? I think it's got to a degree on that, Jordan. I think it does. But as I say with this, I think that it's one we don't have to make that decision on right now. You kind of let it go to the end of the year, and then we'll figure out what's what with that. And that's going to be kind of a commonality to me, folks, with me. You guys are going to hear about me on this when it comes to any of these things, because I just think that we've got to give it through the full season. And I think that there's some draw and there's some push from the fan base right now to get to ultimate determinations on players. What are we doing with DK? What are we doing with Geno right now? Is K9 going to be signed on a contract extension? Well, what about Boye Mafe? Does he deserve to be at $25 million? I think these are all great questions and ones that we're going to have to face as a team into the offseason, but they're not ones that I think that turning it over now isn't going to help us when we still need all of those other 10 games to kind of decide. Handoff here to Bijan Robinson. Hard run there. He'll be about a yard short after a 2nd and 2. Nice job by Jonathan Hankins and I think Dotson over there to make the stop, 3rd and 1. But I'm not against it. I'm not against it, Jordan. And we've got a ton of donos in the chat. I'll try to get to them, folks, but the action's going hot and heavy here, so bear with me on this. I got to do the play-by-play, too, as well, with all the donos coming flying through here. 3rd and 1, 14:30 to go here. Seahawks in a tight alignment, handoff inside, and he's going to be pulled down. They're going to give him the spot. Damn, he got a good mark there. It looked like Seattle had him stopped, and then he was able to just fall forward enough there to go get the first down. Hurry up here from Cousins. Shotgun look. 1st and 10 on the 33-yard line. In their own territory, dropping back to throw. Witherspoon gives up a little completion, but he's there to quickly bring him down to the ground for a short gain of about 4 or 5. Shotgun again here from Cousins. We're going to get a pass interference here. Job, the new Seahawk secondary guy they've got playing out here today, is going to get hit for the pass interference here on Drake London. And probably a pretty good call overall. We've seen them call that similarly in this game against DK Metcalf early in the game. So the Falcons up to the 49-yard line, hand off on an outside zone run here to Bijan Boy, Jerome Baker. Yeah. Good job by the Hawks defense to rally up. It's only going to be a 2-yard gain. Baker had him there in the backfield, and Bijan able to just kind of jump around his arm tackle there. Boye Mafe able to make it stand up, though, on the play. Nice job by Boye. Hurry up here from the Falcons. 13 minutes to go here. Seahawks showing a blitz, and they're going to bring it. Cousins is going to try to throw this up over the top, and nothing doing there on that play, as Cousins had to throw that with a little bit more anticipation because of the blitz. When the Hawks have brought the blitz today, it's been effective. We saw that again there, where Cousins gets uncomfortable by that pressure. You can feel that from him in the pocket here today. When you've been able to kind of breathe down his neck, he starts getting a little bit jumpy back there in the pocket. 3rd down and 9. 12:59 to go here in this football game. Cousins in shotgun from the 49-yard line. He's under pressure. Boye Mafe is able to get him sacked. Ball on the ground. Ball's fumbled. Picked up by Derek Hall. Witherspoon makes a key block down the field. Derek Hall is going to run into the end zone. Touchdown, Seahawks! Is it going to stand? Is it going to stand? Let's go! Touchdown, Seahawks! Boye Mafe swallowed him up. Swallowed him up. Cousins trying to get the ball out. He's trying to make a last-minute throw there. Gets the ball, hand back. Does not go forward. That's a fumble all the way. Mafe with a sensational play to get his hand up to not allow that ball. The Cousins got his hand back like this, and he doesn't let his hand get going forward and knocks that ball out the back. Derek Hall picks it up. Witherspoon with some great hustle on the play, as Hall was going to maybe be tackled there, but Witherspoon was able to run up, fly up, and go and get that blocker to neutralize the blocker just enough for then Derek Hall to pick up the fumble and then go get the touchdown. Wow. Wow. Just what the defense needed, this kind of play. Absolutely a shot in the arm if I've ever seen one. And the Seattle Seahawks will take a big lead here now if they can click through this extra point. Myers set up. Hold is down. Kick is up. Kick is good. 31-14 Seattle Seahawks after that play. Boye Mafe. Awesome job. Awesome job for the ascending pass rusher for your Seattle Seahawks. Let's go. I'll be right back. Woo! Yeah. Hell yeah. I like this kind of water. Wu-Tang Financial, thank you for the $10 donation and bearing with me, Wu-Tang. We had a lot of action there, so just trying to stay up on that. And I do want to thank again Jordan Cropper, JRD. Thank you for the double dip on the donation as well. And thank you, Wu-Tang, for the tenor. Says Geno is back to form. Team is getting healthy. Kenneth damn Walker. We need this dub. They got to keep their boot on the dirty birds. Seahawks are the superior bird to a falcon. It's science. It's science. Seahawks are the better bird. It's science. Falcon has much smaller brain. It's like a little baby peanut brain. The osprey's whole entire cranium is filled with nothing but matter. Brain matter. But indeed, they are the superior bird. Ours can float over the ocean and hunt over the ocean. Yours is only really land-based. I mean, that right there, we win. We win on that basis alone. And yeah, Walker shows you a game like this, some of the difference-making ability that he brings to the table here. 10 carries, 58 yards. Two catches, 24 yards out of the backfield. Something that we've seen from him coming out of Michigan State is that he's been such a good back for you when catching the ball out of the backfield, in addition to what he does, run the ball. And today he's had a couple of holes and showing you when I'm not getting hit in the backfield, when you're not allowing early penetration, look what I can do. Look what I'm able to accomplish. And he's showing you a bit of that here today. He's looked really, really, really good. And yeah, Geno's been just, once again, absolutely just marvelous. Just marvelous in this game. Not everything always working out perfectly in his favor either at times, pre-snap penalties from an offensive line, drops from the wide receivers.
You know, it's not always been easy and perfect for him in these kind of performances he's bringing in. Is part of the reason that I'm such a big supporter of Geno, because of how he is able to overcome even in moments where it's not always set up for him to easily do so. And a lot of times it's set up for him to sometimes, you know, fail, which I wouldn't say it's necessarily the case today, but boy, it looks like Cousins got his nose broken on that play. They're cleaning blood out of his nostrils right now on the sideline, or were cleaning blood out of his nostrils. Thank you for that, Wu-Tang. I appreciate that $10 donation. Mumbles, thank you for the $2 donations. This is an interception. I'll just take a 3 and out. Laughing out loud. No greed. Oh, they gave us the fumble return, man. So they gave you the fumble return. You weren't being greedy, but they gave you a little bit more anyway. They said, that's all right. You didn't ask for it, but we're just going to give you this extra. Cousins dropping back to pass here on first down. He'll complete the ball for a little 6-7 yard gain to Mooney. Seahawks trying to keep things in front of them a little bit here. There's a lot of time on the clock, though. Plenty of time still on the clock. This game is not over as of yet. So you weren't being greedy, Mumbles, but they reward you anyway there. 2nd down and 4. Throw up over the top here to London. Nehemiah Pritchett again gives up another completion here. Can't make it easy on him, folks. Come on, Mike. Don't make it easy on him. Cousins is going to run a hurry up here. And I don't think I'm ever get through you guys' donos today. So I'm trying, folks, but this is the one football game that we've seen in recent history. There's no commercial breaks. Cousins back in shotgun. Dropping back to throw. He's looking. Fires it wide open in the middle of the field. Seahawks just trying to sit back in soft zone coverage. There is a flag on the play. They want offensive pass interference from Drake London. He's a bigger receiver that can sometimes do that, where he's going to try to use too much physicality to get himself free and open. That explains why he was so wide open on that play, as it is interference on him. Falcons attacking Pritchett here. First and 20, 11:50 to go in the fourth quarter. Falcons, 44-yard line. Cousins dropping back to throw here. Great play out there by Job. Wow. The new corner for your Seahawks out there making a play out in coverage. Nice job. Whew, that was nice. He's in press coverage on London. Stays with him in coverage. Actually flips off London and goes to Pitts on the switch release. I like that. That was great. Well played by Job. 2nd down and 20. Shotgun look again here for Cousins. Seahawks showing a press look. They're going to bring a blitz here. And we're going to get a flag. Looks like they're going to get Seattle for a PI. Guys were falling down at the catch point there, so it didn't look good at the catch point. A lot of discussion by the officials here sorting this out exactly. Are they going to pick it up? They're going to pick it up. Let's go. All right. Officials get it right. Maybe. Let's see what happens here. I think that's actually a good call. The Falcons ended up with 2 wide receivers in exactly the same location, and you ended up causing just a traffic jam where everybody ends up running into each other. I don't think the Falcons intended to have those 2 receivers that close to each other, by the way they were supposed to be running those routes. Seahawks have a 3rd and 20 now. Hall bringing some pressure, trying to get, wow, they completed it. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. God, how do you give up 20 yards down the field on a completion like that? Jeez. Fourth and 1. They're going to say he's short, actually. I might call a timeout here if I'm timeout, McDonald. Call a timeout. Call a timeout, McDonald. Oh, did the Falcons call a timeout there? They might have challenged the spot, did the Falcons, which makes sense from their perspective of things. It wasn't odd. It looked like a first down at the moment. So when they went back and spotted it short, this might be a good challenge from the Falcons. At the very least, it gets the Hawks defense a chance to maybe catch the breath. JRD, thank you for the $5 donation. Would like it to be known those super chats were sent before the last defensive drive. Laughing out loud. Well, I'm behind on him. That's my fault, man. That's my fault. But hey, maybe Witherspoon hurt us, JR. Maybe he hurt us and he came up there and he, made that block. He's like, I'll show you guys. I'll show you effort. I'll show you intensity. I'll show you a quiet last 4 weeks. And he did so there, man. Thank you for the donation, brother. Owen Carter, thank you for the $2 donation. With Tariq Woolen and Trey Brown good D, Murphy changes the game. With Rick and Trey, do we have a good defense is what Owen's asking. Murphy changes the game. Byron Murphy definitely helps you out on the interior. You need his body down there. He's a factor in what he brings. And big part of this team and what you built your strengths up is to be your wide receiver core and to be your defensive lineman. And they need to at times be those strengths that they are for the team. You're going to be better with that secondary with those two guys out there and Trey Brown and Reek. You absolutely will be. Having those guys out there and healthy and raring to go. Pritchett, and as we see this kid, Joba, is just trying to kind of hold in there, and he's doing a good job. You got to give him props, Josh Jobe, in this game. 4 tackles, and he's being drawn up at times against Drake London, who's a really good receiver, and he's hanging in there. He's hanging in there, that's for sure. Yeah, we'll be better shape. I don't know if we'll be a good D at that point. There's still things with this defense that have to come along. You've done a good job for stopping the pass in this game. You're doing a better job of getting some pass rush. But obviously stopping the run and being able to, get up in them in this game like we have at 31-14, you're sort of taking the ability for them to be able to go back to the run now, the Falcons, and take that away from them. So now they become one-dimensional, but that doesn't mean you've necessarily solved your run game woes. It showed up again in this game here, but it's a work in progress. It's better. It's improved. We just got to maybe, brick by brick this one, Owen, week by week, keep getting it better and better and bit by bit, where it's not going to happen overnight. It's going to take a little bit of time, but they can build on the performance hopefully here. Still got to stop them though. I don't think this Falcon team's quite over with yet, and there's still a lot of this game to go. They did reverse the call on the field. They're going to give them a first down. Falcons will maintain their timeout this half, so they have all 3 of them. We have 11-11 remaining in the fourth quarter. They're into Seahawks territory now. 1st and 10. Thank you, Owen. Appreciate you for that. JRD, thank you for another $5 donation. Says, now I need to know. Sorry, 1 second. It says, now I need to know, did Pumpkin get salmon or chicken today? Today was a chicken day for her. So I randomly reached. It was a 50-50 chance on what I was reaching for, and we came out with chicken. And she loved it. 1st and 10 here. Cousins dropping back to throw. Whips it over the top. Ball's going to be picked off. Ball's going to be picked off by Julian Love. Julian Love up the football field. He's diving. Julian Love down the field. Love might have looked like he almost fumbled there. I think the ground caused the fumble at the end on the return. Byron Murphy bringing the pressure on Kirk Cousins. Kirk Cousins throws it to Drake. Drake has the ball go through his hands to Julian Love. And then Julian Love back with the return. And did look like the ground caused the fumble to me. But we'll see what they call here as all stuff's going to be reviewed. Falcons did recover the ball if it is a fumble. They're going to relook at this though. Looks like down by contact. 3rd takeaway for your Seahawks today. You only had 2 coming into the game. This is what we said we needed. Set up really by Drake London just having a bad drop in that moment there. But you'll take it. You're happy to take it nonetheless on that play. You say, that's fine. Seattle take over from the 41-yard line, their own territory. 10:55 to go in this football game. Walker in the backfield. Walker with the give. Bouncing around, looking for some space, not finding much there. It'll be about a gain of 3. JRD, yeah, she had some good chicken though, man. She had some good chicken today. That's why she's so tired now. A lot of salmon in that belly. Second down and 8 here. Clock continue to roll. Falcons. Like they think they're going to get a run play here from Seattle, and they are. Walker able to get out of it. Nice job by Walker to make something out of nothing there. He's still on his feet a little bit there. He gets a couple of yards. He'll at least make this into a kind of a third and makeable now. DK Metcalf is on the sidelines for the Seahawks. Don't know the holding his arm, holding his hand there. He's got an ice on the knee. Not a good sign there. Third down and 5. Geno in shotgun. Jackson Smith goes out in motion. Geno completes it to Tyler Lockett. First down, Seahawks. He's gone to Tyler a couple times at just the precipitous moments in this game. And he does so there. He can always trust his vet. No DK Metcalf on the field. You know Tyler's going to run the right route, be where he's going to be, create his separation. Does so there. Nice throw there by Geno Smith. First down. That's a big first down there in the moment. Geno back under center. 8:50 to go in this football game. 2 tight end look here for the Seahawks. 3 tight end look for the Seahawks here. Walker puts his head down. He'll get the dirty 3 yards there. Come on, clock. Come on, clock. William, thank you for subscribing to the channel. I appreciate you for doing that, William. Megan, I see your dono there. 1 second on this. Second down and 7. You probably got to feel like Grubb's just going to stay with the running game here. He's got 3 tight ends again, back-to-back plays. Everything's showing you that this is a run. Again to Walker. Walker gathered up in the backfield. He'll fall forward. He'll get himself about 2 or 3 yards here. Seattle will be able to just bleed this clock down. Drip, drip, drip. Be able to take this down to almost into low 7 minutes here by the end of this play. Come on. Keep it ticking. Geno back in shotgun. Falcons are showing a blitz here on this play. Seahawks setting it up nicely here. They're bringing the blitz. Geno, you got to throw it. And Geno just kind of throws that one, I think, away there. Hit as he throws. Smart decision on his part not to try to do too much there. Ooh-wee. Looks like DK definitely has got an issue there with his knee. They're showing on the sideline now. That's disconcerting. Seahawks are going to try a field goal, and DK is being carted off the field. Field goal is up by Jason Myers, and it will be good. Jason Myers will make the kick. Well done on his part. Seahawks will take a 34-14 lead. What a kick from the midfield stripe by Jason Myers. And that is a back-breaking kick to give the Seattle Seahawks a 20 6-point lead with 7 minutes to go. But boy, bit of air out of the tire a little bit with DK's situation, that's for sure. That's definitely worrisome. Megan Gachroger, my lady from Nananda, thank you for the $20 donation. Megan, appreciate you for that. It says, morning B&12s. What a great way to start a Monday. Just woke up and am loving the score. So give me the crib notes version of what I missed so far. You came out. I think you've offensively been very consistent from the jump here, Megan. A commitment to the running game early on, effectiveness in the running game early on in this game, which of course has been a bit of a rarity. Geno Smith has again been playing a really fantastic game from his perspective of things. Again, just on it in his decision making, right in what he's doing. Love what I see from him on that side of it. Defensively speaking, Falcons really stayed committed to the running game in that first half, Megan. They had like 120, 30 yards running in that first half. They didn't pass a lot, but they were really able to be effective running the ball, struggling in tackling. It looked like they were just going to be able to kind of load up on you in that way. In the second half, obviously, we found some stops and we found some ways to get a little bit more, get them off the field, get stronger at stopping the run in this half. I certainly think we've been that. A little bit more of a willingness to blitz more heavier early on in this game than we have in the past. That affected Cousins on a couple of his throws. You got the 3 turnovers in this game where you came into it with only 2 turnovers. That obviously stands out huge as you're on the road and you're winning the turnover battle 3-0. You know, you're taking yourself a long way at that point, Megan, to win in the game. And so it's been kind of all of those things factoring in here into play, but a really good performance from your Seahawks today and what they brought to the table. So hopefully DK is not too badly injured. Hopefully that's the only part that's got me a little like, oh no. And DK was playing really well early in this game too, Megan. Had a couple of really nice catches. Thank you for the $20 donation, though. It's a great score, isn't it? Hand Grenade, thank you for the $2 donation. I was voting. What'd I miss? Seahawks up by 20 in the fourth quarter. 7 minutes to go. Looking good. Looking good, Hand Grenade. Looking real good. Garth Knight, thank you for the $5 donation. Pumpkin, I knew when you took the rightful position above Brando, things would get better. You two are a credit to the Seahawks fan base. Well, I agree, man. The second that Pumpkin jumped up on the catch tree, we started to run out. We started to kind of get out in front of this thing. So I think we got to give her credit. I was here all day. We were barely in the lead with me here all day, Garth. Once she got in the catch tree, out you go to the lead. Suddenly now, she brought her psychic cat energy to the play. And let's remember, Pumpkin did predict a win today. Let's remember that. She did say that this would be a victory. She's on salmon record with that one, Garth. Thanks for the $5 donation, though, brother. Appreciate you. Your credit as well to this channel and the support on this channel. Ooh, almost another interception by Job. I think he couldn't believe Cousins threw it into his hands. He thought the ball was going to be on the outside shoulder of the receiver, and it was to the inside. And Job's like, boy, he's played a good game today. Ooh. 2nd and 10 for Cousins. Dropping back to throw. He's looking. Nice hit there. Job again. Back-to-back plays. This kid's playing a whale of a game. Lays a nice stick on the receiver. Knocks the ball out of his hands on the stick. A little bit of hitting from him. Like it. Who's this Job kid? Cousins, 3rd down and 10. Dropping back to throw. He's under pressure. What an insane catch by Robinson. Robinson with just an insane grab there to pull that ball down. And then he made an absolute filthy cut in the open field, losing Jerome Baker. Baker's just like, whoop. Oh, that's such a nasty juke. 4th and 4. Game time right here, potentially. Cousins back in shotgun, dropping back to throw. He's looking. He's under an onslaught of pressure. He's able to complete it to Drake London. What an unbelievable catch and throw there by Cousins in London. Pressure was right, just breathing down Cousins' throat. And he was able to just get that off with very little space to get even the throw his arm out of there. 6 minutes, 8 seconds to go here in the fourth quarter. Clock continues to run. Cousins dropping back to throw. Cousins is going to look to try to hit this deep. He's going to throw an interception to Kobe Bryant. Kobe Bryant will slide down there. Let's go, Seahawks. 4 turnovers. You come into this game with 2. You double your output in this game. Kobe Bryant ready there on the overthrow by Cousins to make the completion, and that will put this baby to bed. Nice grab by Kobe Bryant, starting his first game out here with Rashawn Jenkins injured today. The former cornerback convert, that's got to feel good for him. He's played a solid game today. 1st and 10 for Geno, 5:54 to go in this football game. Charbonnet in the backfield for him. Charbonnet will get it here, not much room to go. John, thank you for answering my call and subbing on up, folks. We have over 900 people in the chat here today. If you could do me a favor and please hit that like button. Please sub up like John has. It would help me out tremendously as we're trying to get over 20,000 subscribers this year. You can help us get there by subbing up today. And John, you're awesome for doing it. Thank you for that. Appreciate you. Ethan Tech World. What's up, Ethan? Good to see you, brother. Thank you for the $2 donation. He says, a baby tomahawk chop. Averill would be so proud. Oh, I know Averill when he saw Maffe's tomahawk there. Yeah, baby tomahawk's the right way to say it. 2nd and 10 here for Geno and the boys. Charbonnet again will get this. He's fighting and running hard. He'll be dragged down. Clock will tick below 5 minutes to go in this football game. Yeah, kind of a baby tomahawk, though. And that's something that Cliff Averill was a master of attacking that outside arm. And when he'd get to the quarterback, that he understood how to get it, make sure you're chopping that thing down. And he had so many fumbles caused throughout the course of his career. And we know with Averill that he's a guy that at times has worked with these Seahawks pass rushers. He's local there. I think he's got his own little kind of pass rushing help thing going on out there in Seattle that he's got set up like a little kind of camp thing. And I think the Maffe's, I wouldn't be surprised if maybe there's a little bit of a connection between Maffei and Averill on that, being aware with your hands out there. Or maybe it's BT Jordan. We got 3rd and 7 here. The carry will be to McIntosh. He gains a good carry on 3rd down, but he will be short. 4th and 2. Seattle will no doubt be punting this one away at this point. But baby tomahawk, I like that, Ethan. It's like a baby stiff arm. It's just a baby tomahawk chop. Just something they taught me out of Minnesota. I learned it out there. I cleansed myself in the waters of Lake Minnetonka and learned myself a tomahawk chop. 4th and 2. Seattle's going to go for it. Interesting decision. Probably just trying to get him to jump off sides here. Falcons showing a blitz. They're not buying that. And Seattle's just ticking every last ticking of the clock they can on that. They'll take the flag. I like that from McDonald's. Just drain this thing as far as you can take it. Megan with a $2 donation says, we are back. Let's go, Megan. We're back, baby. Definitely feeling better. Definitely feeling better. Be calm, see clearly. And Megan, thank you for that $20 donation in addition to that. Appreciate all of your support to the channel. You guys allow me to do what I do here, man. I really, really, really do appreciate that. Looks like we might get a little bit of a Michael Penix sighting here after this punt. He's putting his helmet on. Dixon will punt this one. And he's going to get his 3rd kick inside the 20-yard line today on that punt. Falcons will take over with 3:37 to go. Let's go, Megan. Be calm, see clearly. Thank you for the $5 donation. Okay, so this is better. I see the progression. It doesn't get easier from here. Go Hawks. And no, we don't need Jamal Adams. No, we don't need Jamal Adams. If he was going to willing to make the linebacker transition, he should have been willing to make it when Seattle approached him to do so, this offseason. He wasn't willing to do that. I certainly don't know that he will be willing to do that now. Michael Penix out here on the field for the Falcons. 1st and 10. Falcons are going to run this ball. I think they're going to signal. You always love this. This is almost better than the victory formation, is when you get an offense that takes the ball and then they decide they're going to run the ball out with 3 minutes and 40 seconds left in the game. Like, they're not even trying to throw. Like, that's where they've just completely given up. Boy, you love it when an offense does this. This is better than victory formation right here. They're bleeding their own clock. They're running the clock out on themselves. And yeah, this is progression, be calm. You could see a little bit more in this game. I think we got a little bit more of the stack front stuff and creativity, especially early in this game when you weren't playing to more of the soft zone coverage to kind of protect things. Another run play for the Falcons here. But no Jamal Adams. He's just, you wanted to bring him in. He needed to be acclimated in here this offseason when you could get the time to run him through training camp, get him used to that new role as a linebacker. He's not a safety. He can't play safety. He's got to be down near the box, which means he's got to play linebacker to do that. And he didn't want to make his peace with that this offseason. I understand why he didn't want to. I don't understand why you wouldn't want at his age to make the change in position, and maybe he doesn't trust that he can do it. 3rd down and 2 now here for Penix. And they're going to let him throw. He's going to whip this out. 1st down. This will take us to the 2-minute warning. So I just don't see where there's a place to have him on the team at this point and where it makes any kind of sense whatsoever doing a Jamal Adams move. So I'm with you on that. I would just hold the line, call it a day there, and not freak out too much with that. Let it kind of just be what it is. Progression's a good way of putting it, though, be calm. I like how you put that. I really do. Just progression. Get bit by bit better. Let the plan, show us the plan. See, we don't have to have it all come together immediately, but let us see how the plan will be brought to be. Nazir Shakir, thank you for celebrating 3 months as a Hawks Nest member. He says, I hope you weirdos asking for a DK trade stub your toes. Yeah, you know where I stand on this one, Nazir. You know where I stand. I'm the same place where I want to keep DK. I want him here now. I want him in the future. I want to see him retire a Seahawk. And he showed you in this game what he can do. You got this lead in this game because that big time catch down there by the end zone. And had another great catch early in this game from Jackson Smith and Jigba. He's a game-changing talent. I hope he's okay. Hope that's not the torn ACL thing. I really do. That'd be brutal. Sages, thank you for the $5 donation. Game is over. Game is far from over, but we're playing some of our best ball so far. Can't believe I'm saying this, but go Chiefs. Indeed, Chiefs win this game. You're back in first place. I haven't talked a lot about that leading up to this week's game, but that would be the case. Not trying to say that, we're a first place team and how we're playing overall, but you are where you are, and you're 7 games into the season, and that at the very least you'll be in a tied spot pretty much as it stands. So, let's go Chiefs. Get the job down the road there in San Francisco. Go get that job done out there in San Francisco. And we finally got this one wrapped up, man. Feels good, Sage. Good, comfortable win on the road against the Falcons. Got this thing firmly in hand with basically 9 minutes out. I like that. Yeah, you can win the game in the first quarter. Yeah, you can win the game in the second quarter. Yeah, you can win the game in the third quarter. You bet you can. This game showed you it. Go Chiefs, Sage. Thank you for the $5, man. Ran of the cut. Thank you for the $2 donation. He says, Julian Love picked it off. Let's go, Julian Love. Let's go, Love. Beautiful pick. Nazir Shakir, thank you for bearing with me on the donation. Sorry, we got so many donos in here. I'm just get behind the ball on that. But thank you for the $20 donation in addition to being a member of the channel. I really appreciate you for all of that support. You're what allows me to do what I do, man. It is that great support that lets me do this as a full-time job. I really appreciate you. I love being able to get to do what I get to do, man. So thank you for that. He says, all of you DK and Geno haters can eat boo-boo sandwiches. Go Hawks. Now, those two guys showed today why folks like you and myself have so much ardent support that we put in a run there by the Falcons is they're going to run this ball out and call it a day. But why there is that ardent support from us, why we, feel it to that degree of things. And that we know in our hearts of hearts that these guys can be part of that plan going forward, that they can be part of us being that championship squad, potential championship squad going in the future. That you can see how there are intricate parts that could end up helping the team get to that spot. And not everybody wants to hear that, but it's a truth that I feel and believe. It's a truth you feel and believe. And days like this, they're showing you why. They're showing you why we are so thoroughly behind them, and are going to remain so on that, Nazir. These are going to be hotly talked about topics throughout this year and throughout the offseason, and especially now if DK goes down by an ACL, we're going to get to see this offense very clearly without him out there, and how much more or how less effective they are able to be without him out there. But these are two guys that help us win football games on a weekly basis. And there's been a lot of players on this team in recent years that can't say that. And when we get to the bottom line about who to keep or who not to keep, sometimes to me it can simply come down to who's helping us win, who's part of what's pushing this forward, and who's part of not. And I don't want to give up on the things that are not only helping this team, but significantly helping this team. Not to say they're perfect or without blemishes, but that they're overall much more helping the team than they're hurting them. And then concentrate on what is the weaknesses. Concentrate on making those things get reinforced. The offensive line, right? Let's get that better. Let's find inside linebackers. Let's get that settled out. Where's the safety position at? We've got all the corners right spot that we want to get it at. I'm more locked into that place. You are too. That'll be the final snap, by the way. This will wrap this game up. 34-14 final for your Seattle Seahawks in a very, very, very impressive game. Nazir, thank you for the $20 donation. I'm with you on that, man. They can eat some boo-boo sandwiches, man. And thank you for the huge monster $20 donation and all of your support as a member of the channel. You're amazing, brother. Thank you for that. And then they're not going to have much to say, those two folks, DK and Gino folks, today after this game. Gino comes out of this game with 18 of 28 for 200 yards and 2 touchdowns. It really should have been like 21 of 28 for probably 250 yards if a couple of the guys could have caught some balls like Bobo, and DK had a couple drops in there too. So it could have been even a better day than it was, but he was fantastic again there today. And you got to see what Gino in this game, Nazir, as we've been wondering about. What happens if you get Gino in these games where he's not inundated by pressure 24/7, where he actually has time in the pocket to go through his reads and make the right assessment about where he's going through, say nothing of actually being able to step up into his throws and be able to confidently just be able to hum that thing on in there. Man, thank you so much, Nazir. I appreciate you for that donation, brother. Go Hawks, and much love to you too as well. Even more Seahawks, thank you for the $2 donation. It says Drew Lock is in. Oh, the Drew Lock experience has started in New York. Jets. We'll go through the scores here in just a second too around the league. But the Philadelphia Eagles 28-3 on the Giants, and that means it's Drew Lock time. That can only mean one thing. That can only mean one thing. Thank you again for bearing with me on these donos. I swear I'm trying to catch up on. We got a ton of them in the chat here. DVN, thank you for the $5 donation. This is the best first football game ever. What Kirk say? Come in your trap. Come in your trap. Take over. Come in your trap. Take over your trap. Go Hawks. My voice is shot. Well, I love that game. That was a fun one to watch today. This is just what we need after 3 losses, is come out and get a comfortable win like this one. The pall hanging over it is just where's DK and the potential of that situation. But yeah, you came in there in a game like this where Kirk was talking about trap game, and we got to take this team seriously. We're kind of lowering our guard because they look so bad, and like, don't lower your guard too much, huh? Don't lower your guard too much. But this was a great game. This was just what the team kind of needed, I feel like, is get back on the sticks. It's not easy. You're on the road. This is a good Falcons team. This is a good Falcons offense. Kept them down to 14 points in this game. Yeah, it helped that your offense got out in front, but that's also part of the plan in helping this defense out this year, is that you get out in front of games at times with how dynamic the offense is, relieving some of that stress on the defense. At times in a game like this, if you can get out in front far enough, taking the running game then away from the opposition's offense, turning them one-dimensional, and then you got him. And then you truly got him, especially with our team in that, we've defended the pass relatively pretty good overall. It's been the defending of the run that's really been, by and large, the biggest problem that this team's dealt with. But love to hear your voices shot, DVN. Great game day. Great game today, man. That felt good. This one felt really good. Boy, that was needed. It's been a brutal 3 weeks. It's not been fun. Be calm, see clearly. Thank you for another $2 donation. I appreciate your double donation dip today, brother. Thank you for that. It says 1 game at a time. Go Hawks. Well, as somebody else said below on this, be calm. Might have been you on that. We've got a long road to go ahead now. That's not going to be an easy road to get up. There's nothing about this in the upcoming schedule that's going to be simple. You got Bills, Rams, 49ers. That's your next 3 games. So it ain't getting any easier on that side of it. You got some work to do, but take it 1 game at a time. That's the nature of the NFL. Don't get looking too far advanced. Just 1 game at a time. Stack these wins. Continue to get better. Get some progression. Get the plan better implemented as we go through this year. That's what we're hoping to see. And at least we got that. We got that from today's game. And go Hawks, man. Go Hawks. Let's keep it rolling. Let's get some momentum and keep it rolling. Thank you for the $2 donation. I appreciate you that, Big Calm. Very kind of you. Mumbles, thank you for the $5 donation, Mumbles. Thank you for that as well. DK traders might get a peek at their wish and why it might be a bad idea. Not that I'm hoping to see it. I hope he's okay. Much love to DK. Well, thank you for the $5 donation. And I think that, you're going to get some proof to the pudding here, which is that people talk to me about DK and flipping him out, and we'll go get this receiver and we'll offload assets to here. And I think if DK is going to be on a significant portion this time of the season, I think you are going to see a different offense. You're going to have to win differently. And that it is not going to allow your offense, in my opinion, to be as successful, as productive as it could be if DK was out there. And it doesn't mean that the offense can't find some footing. It doesn't mean the offense can't find some success if he's not there. But you're right. Those folks are going to get a real clear view now of what the offense looks like when you don't have him out there. And it's not as successful an offense. That's really the bottom line. I'm not going to have to make a wild guess on this one to know how it plays out in that way. And it's not going to be as successful. There's going to be a lot tougher sledding. You remove those double teams that he pulls automatically over the top. You pull away the number 1 corner that's always trailing, like an AJ Terrell today. It's always going to trail with the DK Metcalf. You lose that too. So we'll see how they can overcome it. The Bobo-ites will be out in loud and force. So you Bobo believers, you're going to get your chance to see what he can do now. At least for a week or two. I don't think DK's at the very least not coming back for probably a couple weeks. The way that was looking, they touched his knee and he went like this. That's not a good sign. Quite frankly, if I see the way I saw that on the sideline, I'd say that's probably MCL best case scenario. And if it's an ACL, that's it, Russell Mark Q, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, why can't we get out of a game healthy? You did good in this one too, man. You had everything else kind of set up to come out of this where nobody was really, to my eyes, that we lost anywhere else in this game, defensively or offensively. But the one major one you lose is potentially the DK in this one. And yeah, they just keep stacking up every week where we lose a major one for weeks at a time. And it sucks. It hurts. Hopefully you can get back before this year is over with. But it does just make you go, oh, let me just enjoy this victory in full. Oh. One second there, a sneeze. Appreciate the donation, man. One of these days we'll get out of one of these games healthy. Phoebe Moore Seahawks, thank you for the $2 donation. Deshaun Watson carted off with an Achilles injury. Not good there. Browns down 21-6, 2 minutes and 42 seconds to go in that game. And Browns have got to get to the spot in that trade this offseason, I think, where they don't want to do it, but they've got to start to figure out how they can pivot off that thing. They cannot sit in that contract any longer. It's not worked. It's not going to work. Kick is up and through for the Detroit kicker. Looks like they're going to win that game against the Vikings. Whew. Oh, sorry, kitty. My bad. JRD with another $5 donation. JRD, thank you for all of your support today on the channel. Thank you guys for bearing with me too on the donos. I swear I'm trying to catch up. We just got so many popping through here. For all of us Seahawks fans, go Chiefs. Come on, Chiefs. You got one job now. You got one job to do today, Chiefs. And officials, referees, don't start going to the bag for the Niners today. Don't start reversing course today, Don't get your religion today, okay? Take your marching orders and beat that Niner team, please. Please, JR. You're right. Let's go, Chiefs. Come on, Chiefs. William Lord, thank you for answering my call and subscribing on up, William. I appreciate you for that. Ran in the cut, thank you for the $2 donation. Picked off Kobe, number 8. Kobe Bryant gets the pick there. 4 turnovers today. You came in with 2 all season long. And it was a part about this defense that stood out that needed to change. You got to start threatening. You got to get more turnovers. It's been too easy on these offenses. It was definitely an indication of how easy it was for these offenses that they were able to not even come close at times to you causing turnovers. So hopefully these things do tend to come in bunches. Maybe we've gone cold. Now we're going to maybe go hot. But nice to see Kobe Bryant back there getting his first start at the safety position. It's been a long road for him, going from outside corner to slot, back out to safety now to find footing in the NFL, to find his kind of a home in the NFL where he can go and get an opportunity. Made the most of it out there, I think, today, to my eyes. He led the team with 11 tackles in this game, an interception, a pass defensed. I thought Kobe Bryant played a really good game out there today, and especially understanding he's out there filling in for Rayshawn Jenkins. Very encouraging to see. Kobe was impressive, Rand. Impressive. JRD, thank you for another $5 donation, JRD. You're welcome, everyone. I woke the defense up with my shit talking. You might just have, man. It was right about that Witherspoon time in there on your dono, where everything started to kind of click into place at that point. Samuel Carlson disagrees with me with the $2 donation. He says, I know Brian got the interception, but he played poorly. I'll have to go back and watch the tape because obviously with the safeties thing, Samuel, with the safeties, it's oftentimes they're off screen, but I thought to my eyes, I thought he did all right. But I could have been missing some things on that too. Sometimes that's where, especially secondary play, Samuel, I got to get the all 22 look to kind of get the full view of what a guy did on the day. It's kind of a bottom line. So you didn't completely shut their offense down. You had 230 yards passing. They ran for 155 yards. So, still putting up over 355 some odd yards of offense total from their standpoint of it. But hard to say until I can kind of see the tape myself on it. But I thought, 11 tackles from the safety position wasn't bad. And got that pick was good. Hand grenade. I know we have 3 timeouts. What's the 4th? I know we have 3 turnovers. What's the 4th turnover? I think is what you're asking there. So you've got the 2 interceptions. Maybe it was only 3. Could be wrong. I thought we had a 4th somewhere. Maybe I'm wrong on that. I could be wrong on that. That might be my bad. It's just the 3. Correction on that one. Garth Knight, thank you for the $5 donation and all of your support today too, Garth. Very kind of you, brother. Pumpkin, can you use your sorcery to have Aaron Rodgers get 2 bloody noses on Sunday Night Football like Kirk got the one today? Yeah, how about breaking Kirk's nose on that one fumble? That's a brutal insult to injury type play there. And let's see. Can you cause the Jets to lose today? We'd really appreciate it. We got to play them later on. If they can be bad, that's good for us. You'll help us on that? Thank you. It's appreciated. Yeah, it is appreciated. Just so you know. She's got it, Garth. She says it's in the bag, is basically what she just said to me. It's in the bag. Troy Lions able to take out the Vikings, so no more undefeated teams. Linda Howard. Thank you, Linda, for subbing up to the channel. I really appreciate you for doing that, Linda. Welcome aboard the Hawks Nest. Thank you for that. Sanchez, thank you for the $2 donation and all of your support today as well, Sanchez. You dropped a big old couple of $20 dono drops earlier in this stream, and I missed your $10 earlier as well, so thank you, man, for all of your support to the channel today. First time for a complete team win. A harbinger? I hope it is a harbinger. I might use that word for my video breakdown. Hopeful harbinger of things to come. That maybe Sanchez, that might be my title on my my video wrap up when I do that later on this evening. And absolutely, a complete team victory is a great way to put it. Is you've had a lot of times this year where even in wins, there's been times you can look at all 3 sides of the ball of not quite holding up their end of the bargain, and especially even like special teams where they've had their share of issues at times. And today, you did feel like you got all three ends holding up their end of their bargains to it. The offense throws 34 points up on the day. Defense keeps them down to 14 points, gets 3 turnovers. Your special teams unit, I believe you have Dixon with 3 punts, I think he had today, 3 punts inside of the 20-yard line. Jason Myers, 2 of 2 on his field goal attempts. He hits a 59-yarder in this game, which just put it to bed. There's no chance then basically for the Falcons at that point. He also hit all of his extra points in addition to that on top of it. So yeah, D. Williams had some good returns today from the punt return, kick return game too. So everybody did their part, man. Team win. And Harbinger, I hope so. I hope so. Because if you can get all 3 points of this team working in the way that is their potential, there's the potential with this team there. The talent is there with this team. It's about the coming together. It's about the coaching staff being able to get their processes and schemes completely instilled to the place where these players get it, understand it, and get it down pat. And that's still a process that we're going through, of course. But Harbinger, a little bit of a, Sanchez, to your point, a little bit of this is the blueprint in place. This is the ideal blueprint in place. Yeah, I think you got a feel for that today and what we saw from the team and how they tried out this win. So I like it, man, and I agree. First true real team win this year. Sean Cosgrave, thank you for answering my call and subbing on up to the channel. Folks, please do join Sean. Hit that like button, sub on up if you can. I'd really appreciate it on that side of it, but thank you, Sean. The Real Cheese in the house, dropping a $5 donation. Thank you for that, Real Cheese. So as a decent takeaway from this game, Mike Jarrell got a good game. Starting D-line more important than starting secondary. First part, and thank you for the donation. Mike Jarrell played a whale of a game out there, I think, for the Seahawks at right tackle. The seventh rounder getting his first start for you. Putting it in context, this is your 4th right tackle. You're to the 4th spot on your depth chart. You're to the practice squad on your depth chart. He goes out there and Geno Smith drops back in this game 28 times. He's only hit 6 times, 1 sack on the day. Kept things clean. You got Matt Judon. You have Arnold Ebiketie out there. Those are fairly decent challenges for a guy like Jarrell. That's not easy peasy for him to that side of it. And also opening up some holes in the running game. It'll be interesting to see where he's at as far as his PFF grade, but to the eye test in general, Real Cheese, he did look like an improvement over Stone Forsythe. He did look like he was playing better than Stone Forsythe. And if we got to roll with him now going forward, I think he's definitely done enough in this game to at least earn the job going and moving forward, especially if Stone is not at 100%, which is what I would probably expect them to roll with. But he was impressive. Is the D-line more important than the starting secondary? Well, I think that this would tell you as a yes to that. You're down Tariq Woolen, you're down Trey Brown, you're down 3/4 of your secondary, and yet, you're still getting by out there. This is where I'm not sure if it could be where Samuel Carlson's right on this one. I'm not sure on it, but that's where I also think the guys that filled in that secondary did a good job, not just filling in, but doing a good job in being out there. So at Kobe Bryant, they had that Job kid, Josh Job, 6 tackles in this game, 2 passes defensed. I thought he was very competitive out there today and played a really well of a game as well. So I think the secondary guys that filled in played really well, but the defensive line was able to have a real impact. And when you did have all 4 of those guys down there in that defensive line, where it's a Williams and a Byron Murphy, and you have Derek Hall and you have Boye Mafe coming off the edge, one of those guys is going to kind of get home. One of those guys is going to cause some pressure back there on Cousins. And they were able to do that today when you weren't blitzing. I also thought they dialed up a little bit more of the blitz game in this game, especially early on. But yeah, when you've got your horses out there and they're healthy, as I was saying earlier on this, you've put your resources from this team standpoint, receiver and defensive line. So with that being the case, those guys need to be that strength of your team at times. And then, yeah, they were today, man. They were today. Good to see, too, Draymond Jones coming out in that second half. I thought he played his best quarter of football. He was impactful in both the run. He created some pressure on that side. So you saw more of what it looks like when you do have that defensive line running fully strong, and it's a capable unit, man. It's a capable unit. They can be a problem for teams, especially once the Falcons lost Bergeron, and that line was, kind of struggling at that point. Thank you, though, Real Cheese. Appreciate that donation, man. And yeah, well said on your part, too. MJ Seahawk, thank you for the $10 donation, MJ Seahawk. Very kind of you, man. What is this? a stress-free fourth quarter and the other team can get penalties called against them? Great game. Go Hawks. Indeed. The other team can get penalties against them. We got a little bit of a game that definitely felt fair from the officiating standpoint of it. I didn't feel like there was as many calls as I've had at times this year in certain games where you're going, that's not really one. Were you guys going to call this consistently today? But I thought it was called consistently. You had a DK Metcalf penalty on a PI early in this game where defender gets into him, doesn't turn around, look for the ball. Later in the game, you had a Seahawks defender do the same kind of thing. They called it on him. That's consistency. Most of the plays that I saw that were called in this game that were penalties were, that was legit. You got to call that there. And it was an even called game. It was a fair called game, to your point. And you got a fourth quarter where it was stress-free. And this is where there can be a model for this team to go off the back of this. Get up on teams, use your offense to be as explosive as it's capable of being. And then the defense can kind of lean on that lead at times. And you've got the running game that can put teams away. And you have a defense that if they can pin their ears back and you can remove the running game as a component of them not having to deal with it, like they did in the second half where, that defensive line could go, hey, we don't have to worry about the run game. Pin your ears back and let it rip by the time you're deep into that third quarter. And that then makes that pass rush, as we've seen against our offense, it can take a pass rush that's good and then turn them into a lethal state of mind. Because it's just they feel a step faster because they don't have to play that running game. But I agree, man. Stress-free fourth quarter, well-called game. We got some calls that actually went in our favor that were the right calls to go in our favor. And it feels good to come out with an easy victory like this. Now let's just hope the DK is okay, and then we'll be able to be fully fine and all good. But need to get this win if you also hope to stay kind of in that territory of wanting to be in that playoff wild card. If you can't take the division, at least be in that sort of, we can still get into the playoffs by the wild card, and that door's open to us. If you'd gone 0-4 in the NFC to start out this season with this game, if it had been a loss, especially given the Falcons another win, a team that you're going to maybe need that tiebreaker with, say nothing of a Lions team like that, big win from that standpoint of it. Go Hawks, MJ Seahawk, and thank you, man, for the $10 donation. I appreciate you. I Thinkish, thank you for subscribing. I Thinkish. Appreciate you for that. And welcome aboard the Hawks Nest. Concierge was Nolan. Thank you for the $5. Get your sunglasses ready. Go Chiefs. Well, what's good about the sunglasses this week for my NFC West roundtable, I had forgotten about this when I did my sunglasses last time. I've got my custom-made Seahawks sunglasses over my shoulder here. So the Seahawks during training camp this year were kind enough to give out Seahawks sunglasses to all the fans that went to training camp. And so I've got, it's on the cat in my background here. I've got the sunglasses on the cat behind me over there with the Largent jersey. And it actually says Seahawks on the side of the sunglasses. So wait till they get a load of my sunglasses on the NFC West roundtable this week, Nolan. They don't got that. They don't got that kind of swag. They got their swag, but they don't have their team sunglass swag. That's a whole different type of swag. That's a whole different type of drip. And go Chiefs, man. Come on, Chiefs. Come on, Chiefs, make it happen. Isaac, thank you for the $12 donation. Isaac, it's great to see you in the house, brother. Appreciate you. I'm loving Derek Hall's breakout season. My daughter was born 3 years ago at 32 weeks and spent 2 months in the neonatal intensive care unit. Hall was born 23 years ago at 23 weeks. 40 weeks is full term. What? Almost born half of what he should have been in the bun in the oven, right? So he came out half, and he was able to, he was able to fight through on that. He was able to come out the other side, able to get out the other side and maybe be stronger for it, having to fight like that through life. And I'm sorry that your daughter had to go through the same thing, but it's good to hear 3 years later that it sounds like she's been able to bounce back and not be impelled herself in that way. So that's cool. That's a great story. And it is awesome of his too, that started out that way and overcome it, man. Half the time you should have been in there, you're out. I mean, I guess that the outlook on those kind of babies when they're born like that is not great. And Hall's been really good, really consistent. He is the power edge coming off that side. Only one tackle today, and one quarterback hit. but he was a guy that I think was supplying pressure today. Then I think overall his PFF grade on this game is going to be pretty solid to good. And you feel he's really that power edge where they line him a little bit outside and they just tell him to get downhill with that strength and power and start collapsing that pocket. And he's able to do it. Fun player, really coming along in his second year here. And him and Boye Mafe, we've got our two edges set foundationally here for years to come. And good all-around players, both can play the run, can play the pass, and can be impactful on both of those sides of it. But glad to hear your daughter was able to overcome that one as well. It's got to be a scary moment as a parent to have a child born that early and how touch and go that can be. You know, they put them in those super clear tanks that are kind of scary looking too, you know, the oxygen tank things. And I can only imagine how scary that must be, Isaac. But thank you, man. I appreciate your donation and all of your support as well as being a member of the channel. Phoebe Moore Seahawks, thank you for the $2 donation. He says, is it Cody White time? Just might be, Phoebe. I mean, it might be, right? Who's the other guy that we had there? The other, I think, the hyphenated guy that was on a roster in preseason. He might be drawn back out. I mean, we're going to get into some interesting discussions on this, I think, too, as well. Being that we're looking at maybe trade deadline deals, and what is something that tends to be available, trade deadline deals? What is a position that tends to be available? Edge, receiver. So if there is something serious here with DK Metcalf, it would not surprise me in the least if the team did go out and make a move for a wide receiver who maybe is on a final year of a deal. If it is serious. But absent being serious, you're probably going to go back and grab one of those guys that you had on the roster prior at the receiver position, to your point, Feed Me. And maybe Cody White's the man. Maybe Cody White is the man. Thank you for the donation. Appreciate you. Mel's Williams. Thank you for subscribing to the channel, Mel's, and answering my call. Please do, folks, hit that like button. Please do sub on up if you're not already. I would really appreciate it. Helps my channel out tremendously, and it's free. Absolutely, positively free. Thank you, Mel's. Grog Boat 679. Thank you for the $2 donation. Mike Jarrell looked good today. What do you think? I think he was solid as a rock. I want to give Grubb a lot of credit early in this game when you know the kid's going to be dealing with his share of nerves. To be able to go, look, early in this game, let me give him some consistent chip block help. Let me not put him out on that island early on. As the game went on a little bit more, it seemed like Grubb was a little bit more willing to do that once he saw that Jarrell could hold up over there. But I thought that he showed some impact both as a run blocker and as a pass protector. He wasn't lighting the world on fire, but as we saw with Forsythe, he's taking us from a position of where that right tackle position is basically eroded into a state of league worst. If Stone Forsythe hasn't been the worst starting right tackle in the sport so far, he's 31. So can Jarrell take you out from a 31-32 to 20-23? Can he just get you up even to that spot? Because that would be a remarkable jump from where Stone's been. And he brought that today bare minimum, if not a little bit better than beyond that, Grug. But the Walker run on the first touchdown run that he ran out, I mean, that's him clearing Judah out of the hole. Christian Haynes also does a great job on that of isolating the linebacker who's trying to do basically a run blitz there. He gets the linebacker scooted out of the hole as well, and you've got a wide open hole there for Walker to run through, and that's why you could feel Walker on that run at about the 10-yard line, knew he was going to get in, even though there were still some defenders up ahead of him. He's like, I got this one. This thing's so wide open. I'm never used to getting this kind of space to work with as a running back, and you gave it to him there. He looked good to me, Grog, and I think you got to roll with him going into next week as well. I think he's earned that right at this point. I think he's outperformed what we've seen from Forsythe. Now, Forsythe's had maybe some tougher pulls. Let's also give Forsythe a little bit of credit here. You know, Aiden Hutchinson all day long on you. Bosa all day long on you. There's a lot of tackles in this league that are going to look silly when you get lined up with a guy like that, especially for a guy like Stone playing out of position at right tackle versus being more of a pure left tackle. But Jarrell was good. Very solid today. Samuel Carlson follows up his $2 donation, says, I know Brian got an INT, but he played poorly. He ended the game well, just seemed lost in the first half. Yeah, I think there was a couple plays there too where they were lining him at times in that off coverage where they weren't doing those corners in early moments in this game, Samuel, where it's, 3rd and 5, 3rd and 7, and you got the corner lined and like set off coverage 8 yards in coverage, and him in the slot, for instance, doing that, and the receivers running the out route. And he's got to play over the top protection there in coverage. He's got to play it like kind of cover 2, cover 3 over the top. But But it's hard to say. I'd be speaking out of pocket if I said I knew for sure how he played fully on it. I have to look at the depth of the tape at it. I do like to see the tackle numbers up from him on that side, as we've seen sometimes in the secondary, and especially with Rayshawn Jenkins. That's been a spot that he has been struggling in this year, especially once he had the cast on his hand. But I'll have to check it out and see how he played in this one, see where he's aligned at. But some of those coverages too were weird, Samuel. Some of them were weird, where that's your 3rd and 5, 3rd and 6, you're in off coverage, you're dropping then to depth. They just hit you in between the sticks for an easy completion to first down. I felt like we gave up about 4 or 5 of those, and mainly in the early portion of the game. It's kind of how it seemed, at least. Thank you for the double donation, though. Appreciate you for that. Sanchez, thank you for the $2 dono. He says the best part of this game was the refs let them play. I love it. Yeah. The thing that we ask for, the thing that we want to see is we want to see these teams being given the opportunity to be allowed to play. Don't get ticky-tack. Don't get over calls. I think a lot of times, even in these games this year, Sanchez, it hasn't always even been just that it's been bad calls working against our favor. It's been that there's just been too many calls, too many touchiness, too much, just too much. Let him go. Let him play. Let's see this thing play out. Let's just let it roll. And they let you do that today. And the game's better for it. The product's better for it. The watching experience is better for it. I think all the way around. Play for both, both fans of both teams. Well said. Long live the king. Thank you for the $5 donation. Long live the king. The more people keep micro-analyzing DK, the more I'll keep mentioning JSN isn't living up to snuff. Good team win. Satisfied. I'm satisfied as well. I'm happy with this win. I'm happy with the progress of this team overall this season so far, as this has been a bit of a wait and see year to see what we got, where we're going to go, and got the right coach, who's part of the foundation here, where we got to be, what's got to be going, just figuring what's what with the new coaching staff. But to your point on that, I feel the same way. I still find myself with JSN going, for a guy that was taken in the first round, he looks like a 3rd round wide receiver. I'll say it again. For a guy taken in the first round, JSN looks like a 3rd round wide receiver. He provides you almost nothing in his run after the catch. And his catch radius is not big at all. He's got shorter arms, and he's not necessarily a great contested catcher out there at all times. There's one throw down the field here where, he doesn't get his hand up. Somebody said in my chat that maybe he misjumped the ball, but he puts kind of a hand out there where, to me, he could have gotten 2 hands out there, try to bring in that catch. Those are the type of tough catches you want to see a first rounder make. Those are the type of catches you want to see the guy make that were part of what made you the first rounder. And there's been a couple of those moments with JSN last year, the Niners game with the one-hander and the Eagles game where he took the top off the defense, but it's been very rare. Very, very rare. And he's going to get his chance now, King, He's going to get his opportunity now. He's got to step up. Got to step up. But micro-analyzing DK, I love how you put that, King. That's definitely what's going on with DK, not just this year, but throughout a lot of his time here in Seattle, is the micro-analyzing thing. Appreciate the $5 donation, man. Feed Me hits me up with 2 back-to-back $2 donos. Thank you for that, Feed Me. Be careful on Mike Jarrell. We thought Stone looked good the first 3 games last year. Well, I certainly, to your point on that, and thank you for the double dono, I don't want to say that I think that necessarily he's the long-term solution there, or that, we're fine without Lucas now because we got Jarrell in there. But I do think that, Feed Me, with Stone, he's been at such a bottom of the barrel state. It's sort of the epitome of those kind of situations where you say, there's nowhere to go but up. It's so down here, so low that we can only be at least marginally better beyond where we've been. Or he's at the least at the equivalency than where Stone was in the level of crappiness, if I can put it that way. And so I think that you're right. I don't think we want to take any ultimate determinations of Jarrell, but encouraging opening start. That's a 7th round pick starting his first game, rookie, and holding up and looking functional. But you're right. Stone's been out there in some games, looked functional as well, and then dropped off the side of the planet the next game after that. Randall McDaniel, thank you for another $5 donation, Randall. Very kind of you on that support. When there's a fork in the road, you got to choose. We chose to show up and play our ass off. Short up the run D, second half. Sample size, but Michael Jarrell is an upgrade at right tackle. And that's right. It's a good way to put it. It is sample size, but the sample was what it was as well, being that he was an upgrade out there. He looked better as a run blocker. He looked better as a pass blocker than what we've got out of Stone cumulatively this year. It doesn't mean that he won't maybe fall off as we go and get exposed. Teams look at him and see what he can't do well, and they he can't handle power. Just get him up and bull rush him, and then he looks awful. But for this game, he looked really well, really good. He held up over there, and you got to really tip your hat over. I mean, he's going to be probably my underrated hero of the week is going to be Jarrell, because that's a fourth stringer out there. There's a lot of offenses. If you throw your fourth string offensive lineman out there, that can almost completely collapse an offensive line in itself. And not only were you not collapsed today, but you were able to put up 34 points on the board, or essentially 27, because I know we got the fumble return, but you were able to put up 27 points. You weren't limited, you weren't held back, and he played awesome. Stopping the run got a little bit better in that second half, Randall. I'm not sure if the shore up thing has happened there completely yet. I'm open to it being a possibility, but I think some of it too was that you started to get up ahead of them in that game, where you took the running out of their hands, where that clock was draining so fast that if you tried to run too much running, if you're going to be the Falcons, then you're going to end up with another 8-9 minute drive, and suddenly most of the game is gone, depending on whether you score or not. So I think some of it was that you were forcing them into that one-dimensional approach by making them go away from the run. There was also a weird moment in this game, kind of a key possession point, where the Falcons came out, the running game's working well for them in the second half, and they come out and they throw 2 straight plays on first and second down. And I thought that was an interesting decision by the offensive coordinator for the Falcons there, rather than staying with that run there. And that would have been kind of that test moment for me, Randall, in that moment there where you're going, okay, well, here's where you're tested. Here's where we're going to get a chance to see if you are truly getting it shorn up here in the second half, or if it's a matter of the Falcons not making it any more of a point of emphasis because they're worried about the clock. But bottom line, you didn't let them go completely crazy. 32 carries, 155 yards. So, 4.8 yard per carry average is good, but at the same point in time, it wasn't atrocious, and you did cause the 2 interceptions on the other side. You limited Kirk down to 232 yards passing. So at least on the other edge of it, you can feel good about that side of it, and cumulatively what you were able to get done with that. Well said though, Randall, and thank you for your donations. Cameron, thank you for the $5 dono. Says Jason Myers and Geno Smith haters are going to be real quiet this week. Yeah, I don't think the Geno haters are going to be able to say much. I imagine the NFC West roundtable will once again be quiet this week when I go, what about Geno this week, you guys? And they'll be like, or they'll say something like, well, what? He threw for 200 yards. You know what I mean? Like, what? Oh, wow. The Chiefs go for a fake field goal, and I don't think they got it. Fake punt. Chiefs are already getting risky with it. And Jason Myers, we've said for years on this, Cameron, it's the good and the bad news with him. It's the good, the bad, and the bad. So you start out with the 2 bad. The first bad, you're making him one of the highest paid kickers in the sport. The second bad is that every other year is going to be probably a bad year. The one good, and the good that overrides it, especially in the moment here in this now, is that when he is in a good year, he is in a great year. It's not merely good, it's a great year. So when you get the down, there's the downs, but when you're in an up year and you can time this thing like a clock, you can time when it's a down to a good, to a down to a good. And right now the clock is turned to where this should be a great year from him. And that's what he's given you. I think he's hit a couple of already plus sub 60 yard kicks, I think already, if I'm not mistaken. What is he on the year here so far? So yeah, 9 of 12 on field goals so far. He's 2 of 4 on 50 plus yarders. 15 of 15 on his extra points. We're in a great Myers year. So we're getting Pro Bowl Meyer. And that's a big boon. It's a big boon, Cameron. But yeah, I think the Geno folks will be pretty quiet. And I think me and B&B, me and Brendan, we've been looking at doing a show on this. I think we might be doing a Monday show in regards to talking a little bit about Geno Smith and the long term of that. Even more Seahawks, thank you for the $2 donation. He says, a lot of positive DK injury talk on X. Good news. What are they? And if you want to just put it, you don't have to donate it. Feed me. I'll look for you in the chat. If you can follow up on that, are you seeing it in X on that the early word is that it may not be anything crazy, that it may be like, it's always what it comes down to usually with this thing is it's like, you'll hear, well, he tore his MCL, and that's a 4 to 6 weeker versus he tore his ACL, which is the one where you get to the, that's the one where you get to the out for the season thing. So Jordan Love, opening week of the season, tears his MCL basically, but able to come back then, middle of the year, be right back to being pretty strong. So hopefully that will be the case here with DK, Femi. Hopefully that'll be the case here as well. But let me know if that's what you're hearing. That'd be good to hear, because that is the one thing that's a bit of a pall that hangs over the top of this win right now is where's DK at right now? How strong, how good is he in as far as the shape goes? MCL sprain. There we go. Feed me. Thank you for another donation to clarify that. So that's the ideal there. MCL sprain. MCL sprain is basically an MCL tear. So it's a small tear. It's not a big tear, but and it is a 4 to 6 weeker though. It heals on its own. It doesn't tend to require surgery. Players can come back for that. So that would be a huge, huge encouraging sign if we can have DK know that he's going to be back at this point, because it could have gone so much more worse. We are officially fully in allergy season here. Chiefs just picked off Brock Purdy. Thank you for the clarification, Feed Me. That's good to hear. That's good to hear, and that's what you would hope. That's your best case scenario when the guy gets carted off. Really, it is. You're not going to usually have him come back and go, well, no, he's able to just walk it off in the locker room. No, he's fine. He was doing jumping jacks and handstands and flips. It's all good. Just need the adrenaline to rush out. He's fine. So very encouraging. Thank you for the update on that, Feed Me. That puts a smile on my face. That puts a smile on my face, man. Jordan, thank you for the $5 donation, Jordan. You guys are amazing in your support. I just really want to tip my hat to you guys, salute you guys. You guys let me do this, man. I normal people in the place that I'm in, at the spot that I'm in, yeah, we've got a lot of subs at 17.5, but still, you take most YouTubers out there at the level I'm at, and they're not able to do this full time. There's always a side job or something else they got to do. There's guys that are twice as big as me that are still doing side jobs and work like that they can't do this full time. I'm able to do this full time because of your guys' support to the channel, because of the love you guys show in the way that you do. And it is not ever lost on me, especially days like this where it's a lot of fun and we got a lot of good to chop up, that I get the pleasure of doing this. I get the honor of doing this. And you guys put me in the position to be able to do this. So thank you, Jordan, all of you guys for all of your donos today on the chat. I really, really appreciate you guys. I haven't been able to still catch up. It's taken me about an hour and a half and I'm still not fully caught up on all of the donations that you guys bring in here. So appreciate you. Much love out to all of you guys on that side of it. I just want to really thank you for that from the bottom of my heart. You guys are amazing. Jordan says, I love how the roundtable reversed course on Geno because you doubled down on the questions and now say he is a good quarterback and it's more about the future. It's the line. It's the line, right, Jordan? It's the line. To your point, we started out a couple weeks ago in that roundtable and people are trying to tell me, and they're going, I said, no, he's a good quarterback. And I said, he's a top 10 quarterback. And their brains about blew up out of their ears when I said that. Like their brains literally were shooting out both sides of their ears, the collective, all three of them when I said that. And like you say, now we get a couple weeks later back. And again, if you guys aren't aware, last week I went on the NFC West roundtable. And again, the Geno discussion came up on the roundtable last week because they got their confirmation bias. Those guys had to sit there for the last 3-4 weeks of the season, 5 weeks of the season, and Geno's played really well. So they've had to sit there and be quiet. And so then the one game now where he doesn't play at his best while all of those failing supporting parts are failing in that game. Pass protection, crappy. Run game not holding up. Defense not doing anything to get any stops, making it so you're going to have to almost score every possession if you're going to hope to win this game or have a chance to win this game. All of those factors that Gino's been dealing with for years, again, you had to deal with last week. But what was the first thing that Jesse wanted to do? I mean, the first thing that Jesse wanted to do before even talking about the win is he wanted to get into the fact that Geno Smith, see, this is the game that shows you that Geno Smith isn't the guy. And as you say, then when I push back on them going, you guys wouldn't even put this guy into a top 10 quarterback status. Like you say, now it's more about talking about how you can't make this guy the future. And the scope in view of Geno Smith, and not just in the roundtable, of course, but in my own discussions that I've had, Jordan, with a variety of people in regards to this, I've seen with both the 1-2 punch of Russell Wilson and Geno Smith, the thing that's become abundantly clear to me, both at a fan level and at a professional level. I'm not just saying it's just the fans on this. You can't just throw fans away on this. It's not just a fan thing where, well, just, casual people watching. No, it's an inherent issue that seems to be there psychologically, and that the quarterback position is kind of messed up people's mind in the way that they look at the position and how they evaluate it and how to judge it. And I think that people are really struggle anymore of understanding what's good quarterback play, what's good supporting parts, what's a quarterback who's failing because the supporting parts aren't working. It's such seemingly advanced math that's so hard to do. And I'm not saying this jokingly or that I have some, that I'm seeing it clearly and so many people aren't. It's that I'm seeing a little bit of it, more than me seeing it clearly, is more of seeing the error in the way of people and how they're looking at the position. And that they're not taking these other factors into play. They're always looking to drive down to the simple side of it. It's why you'll hear people mention in quarterbacks, he is what he is, or he's just not that guy. Those statements don't really mean anything. There's no substance to those statements. They're empty. They're like a wafer cracker. It's just nothing but air. You got to get to specificity when you talk about this stuff. You got to get to what is exactly makes the guy this or does not make the guy that. Get away from the non sequiturs, is what he is. Get to specificity. And that's where they don't want to get to, because when you get to specificity on these kind of discussions, especially with a guy like Geno Smith, the outlying numbers, the advanced analytical numbers, the traditional numbers, if you want to use that, tell you that you have a damn good quarterback here. Tell you that you have a guy that is probably me and Brendan are going to talk about on Monday is the guy that should be your guy you're looking at in the long term. I walked into this season. I told folks, you guys want Q and yours? We can all get these starry eyes for the quarterback of the future. And I want a fresh guy. I don't want a retread guy. I don't want a guy who's been somewhere else. I want just that new guy who's only ours and who's only been ours. And I want that story. I want that magical story. And you go, yeah, you can want that, but that doesn't necessarily mean that that's going to be the better route for where it comes to this quarterback position and what's best for the quarterback position moving through the next couple of years if this team is ready to become a contender. Because you could find yourself pivoting off Geno. You could find yourself going to that quarterback of the future and then having a team that's ready-made to go be a contender, that's ready to slide into it. They've got McDonald's scheme onboarded. The details are on point. They know what they need to do. They see the vision. They're ready to push forward on the vision. And then wouldn't the irony then be you move on from Geno, but then you end up being held back by the quarterback position because you went young. You took a step back at the quarterback position because you just wanted your fresh guy. You didn't want to have a retread guy. You didn't want Recycleville. Well, then there's the price to be paid on that side when you take that choice. So you better be very sure if you go down that road of saying no, Geno, that you're right about it. That there is no question on it. And to me, there's been plenty of questions posed on this to say that he should be the guy going forward, as long as, of course, you can fit him into a good contract, into a contract that works both for player and the team. And I don't see any reason why you can't do that because he's already done it once before. But Jordan, they moved the line last week on this. I called them on and on the show. I said, you guys are moving the line now. 3 weeks ago, you guys were saying he's not a top 10 quarterback. Now you're saying, no, it's not about him not being a top 10 quarterback. It's about the fact you can't invest him into the future. What are we really arguing on, right? What are we really debating about here? But what me and Brendan will be talking about if we do the show on Monday will be in direct parlance to signing him, what it would take to sign him long term, what that looks like, how you get it done, how it can be both smart for the team and the player. And I think that Geno's made that case at this point. You're almost halfway into this season. You got the one bad game there against the Niners, which wasn't completely a horror fest, and again has a lot to do with the failing supporting parts on that. Bosa getting pressure at will throughout that game. But I'm in that spot of it. I look at these quarterbacks coming out in this class. I go watch a performance from a guy like Quinn Ewers last Saturday, or the guy that he was going up against, Carson Beck. And I go, I don't want that. I don't want that on my team. That would be horrible compared to what we got now from the position. That would be not taking one step back. That'd be taking like 3 steps back. Well said, though, Jordan. Evan Hunter Price, thank you for answering my call and subbing on up to the channel. I appreciate you doing that, Evan. Welcome aboard the Hawks Nest. Thank you, man. I really appreciate all the new subscribers jumped to the channel today. We're trying to get up over that 20,000 mark this year. So I want to get over 20,000 subscribers. We just passed 17,500 this last week, so we are motoring. We got till February to hit that mark, but I'd love to get there inside of that. You can help me get there today. Join Evan Hunter Price, subbing up today. Thank you for that, Evan. Appreciate you on that. Randall McDaniel coming in with a double dip donation as well. Randall says, Max says they're optimistic. DK injury is not serious. That's very encouraging, Randall, because first off, what we've heard about Mac from the jump here is that he tends to be one who's very careful and cautious on injuries and does not give you updates. And we know with coaches on this type of deal, they want to wait till the MRI anyway, by and large, to make the full determination. Why guess when the MRI will tell me exactly what it is? So if they're already kind of getting a general feeling here that it's not serious or that it will be only a couple game thing, that's huge. Because to lose DK throughout this year certainly does, at that point, in my opinion, sink our hopes for being a contender. I don't know if he's a part of what would make you a contender if you get there this year. And him not there, I don't know if you've got enough in the receiving core. By the way, these guys are playing around the rest of that receiving core to overcome that long term. Short term, sure. Long term, I'd be pessimistic on that one, Randall. So great news. Thank you for the update. Both you and me up for Seahawks on that. That's great news, because I know a lot of people right now are kind of on the edge of their seat a little bit with that one with, oh no, oh no. No. Randall also with another $2 dono says, with shorter arms, right tackle, is Jarrell an option at guard? Possibly. I think that all tackles in this system are guys that are in play to be said are possible to be transitioned into guard. Number one, this is something that's become very much a commonality in the NFL. You don't have a lot of good guards coming out in college. You really don't. I mean, it's his position that's drained down. That's when John Schneider says these guys are overdrafted and overpaid. They're being overdrafted and overpaid because of the scarcity of them. There's just not very many good ones. And it's what I've seen. I mean, 2 years ago, we had Osiris Torrance and Steve Avila. And once you literally got past those two guards in the last 2-year draft 2 years ago, it dropped off a cliff, the level of talent at the guard position. This year, it was a little bit better, but not by much. You know, Cooper Beebe, JPJ, Christian Haynes, Dominic Pooney, and then so it makes it hard to find those pure guards that are really uberly talented or even well talented at that point, because they go quick. But what you can do, Rams have been synonymous with doing this, is you can bump that right tackle into guard, and you can have a lot of success in doing that, especially if you're in a mobile-based system, because those guards do tend to be kind of trash cans. So how do you get more of a mobile guy? Well, right tackles tend to be a bit more mobile than right guards, right? So you kick a guy right tackle to guard, you tell him throw on another 15 pounds, and we're good to go. So it's possible, Randall. It is possible. I think there's also a shot here, though, we could be looking at as well. If Abraham Lucas isn't the guy to come back, are we looking at a guy that can maybe develop there long-term at that right tackle position? And how great would that be if we could have a guy there that's an answer in that way? Because you do have to deal with probably, I would say at the very least, 2/5 of the interior part of this offensive line moving into this offseason. You don't want to make that 3/5 if you can avoid it, especially having to find a tough position like right tackle to get that suited up. So certainly possible, Randall. And that's the way that they do run it with these kind of spread systems, because you at the end of the day do want those mobile-based linemen that can move in space. Thank you for the donations, man. Suhaib, the GOAT. Thank you, Suhaib, for subscribing up and listening to my call on that. I appreciate you. And thank you to all the new subscribers today on the channel. Welcome aboard the Hawks Nest. I finally got all through all the donos here. We can get some of the chat on you guys on the side of it. Appreciate you guys. Unbelievable support to the channel today. We got a 0-0 score here in the Niner Ram game. I'm going to turn this thing off here. Let's get to some of the early scores here across the league on the game action here. So early morning game. Early morning game out there in London. The Jacksonville Jaguars took down the Patriots 32-16. The Buffalo Bills, who will be coming into Seattle next week, were able to handily take care of the Titans 34-10. That's going to be a tough matchup for your Hawks next week. The Bengals were able to take down the Browns 21-14. Deshaun Watson down with a torn ACL. Looks like his year is done there for the Browns, and the Browns is not getting good anytime soon there. The Packers were able to barely escape at home. Were barely able to escape at home. The Texans 24-22, and they keep it rolling now. Packers now back up to 5-2, making my preseason prediction of them looking good. The Lions on a last few second field goal down there in Minnesota, able to get the wins. They go to 5-1. The Vikings also go to 5-1 on the year. The Eagles were able to take care of the Giants 28-3, handily taking care of business right there. And current games going on, the Commanders have jumped out ahead of the Panthers 17-0. The Raiders are up on the Rams right now 3-0. Our guy Jake out there is going to lose his mind if this Raiders team wins. Oh my goodness. And of course our Hawks won 34-14. Let's see where you guys are at in the chat here today. Thank you guys for watching. Appreciate you on that. Joe Smith says, I'm not a football or quarterback guru, but it seems to me that you win by doing better than other teams at the margin, getting more with less pay. On that metric, I like Geno for us. Indeed, Joe, to your point, the past 2 years, and part of what that reference that I make on the contract of Geno Smith probably being one where you can pay him, he can get that financial stability, but he also will probably set the contract up in a way for the team to be able to make it very advantageous for them to sign him to that deal. And my proof of this, Joe, being that that's what you did last time. Geno Smith, in this first 2 years, last year and this year are the first 2 years of that contract extension. He is going to be around 17th highest paid quarterback in the sport over that period. 17th highest paid quarterback in the sport. So if you can get him back onto a contract like that, and people might get caught up at that point, Joe, of saying, well, look, it's a $45 million a year per deal with Geno Smith. You can't afford that. You can't get caught up on that spot of it, though. It's about what he's costing year in and year out. What's the first year hit? What's the second year? What's the third year hit? You know, what are you really going to be paying out as far as the bottom line goes? And if you can keep him up into that middle of the road in what you're paying him, as far as cumulatively goes, but you're right, though. You're then getting a supreme bang for the buck in a league that is overpaying for the production that they have to get from their quarterback position. The Jaguars have to overpay for whatever production they're getting from Trevor Lawrence. The Miami Dolphins have to overpay for whatever production that they're going to get from Tua. You're going to get a bargain basement contract. You're going to get essentially, we're getting more than what we're paying for. Part of the reason why I come back to it time and time again saying that Geno is the answer both now and going into the future. He's earned that right at this point, I believe. And that's as good a metric as any. There is an onslaught. There is an epidemic in the NFL of teams overpaying their quarterback because they're scared to death of it going wrong. Not because they think the guy's the guy. Not because they think that he can elevate the supporting cast around them. But because they're scared of the alternative possibility. And they're driven in their fear to then overpay. We don't have to do that. We can go the opposite direction. It's created what I've often called, Joe, a market opportunity. Dara C says he still hasn't written back. No, he hasn't, Dara. Nor should he. Haley says Geno is statistically a top 5 quarterback this year, honestly. He would be for me. I think he's played like a top 5 guy this year, especially understanding that the supporting cast has not been there for him on a consistent basis. Defense has not been consistently there. The pass protection has been a league worst crew coming into this game. The run blocking has been like 20s cumulatively in how they've been doing it. It's not been set up for him to be successful. It's a big part to consider with the Geno thing here. And it's the part that the people that are a little anti-Geno won't say is that it's not been set up for him to be successful here. Yeah, you got a couple of the playmakers on the outside, but it's just not. It's been an uphill battle for him to find whatever success he's found this year, and he's performed really well amidst that. Yeah, I agree, Haley. He's top 5 is definitely the way to put it. And Power Code, Geno's ball for that second half touchdown was one of the best throws I've seen him make. Yeah, he had some great throws here today. Some of the throws that got dropped in this game were some of his best throws. But throwing on the run, off platform, moving to his left. Great throws from Geno. And Power, I also liked how we picked apart the Falcons D with the intermediate passing game. Think wheel routes, curls, etc. at this 2-minute second half drive. The 2-minute second half drive really made the game happen. I mean, it put the game into a lock state where you're taking a 10-point lead from a 3-point lead at that point. That's huge. That's a monster, that's a monster pull at that point. And just a masterfully executed drive by Geno Smith. Great call by Grubb. Like you say, they were really attacking the coverages of the Falcons and getting it in the right spot, getting it to Noah Fant where he could make an 8-yard catch and get 11 yards and run out of bounds. You had a couple of those throws. The center of the field throws into Tyler Lockett where you're playing the coverage that's playing more to the sidelines and deep. So you run those in-cutting routes to Tyler Lockett there, 15-yard gains like that. 2 of those back-to-back on that drive, I think, as well. Great call drive there, but that was such a huge moment in that game. Where we go again, come to like fourth quarter, yeah, you can go and win a game in the fourth quarter, but you can also go win a game early in a game too with a drive like that. It's not a backbreaker, but boy, that has the Falcons thinking way differently about that second half versus what it would otherwise. And you getting that 10-point lead starts to already put their running game a little bit more in the back seat. Now they can't lead with it as much with their front foot now as you get into the second half. Daniel Bailey, if Purdy had a bad game, you need to talk about it in the NFC West breakdown. He's had all the support he could ask for and still has failed to raise the Lombardi. Well, to your point, Daniel, maybe I'll turn I'll turn sort of Jesse's rationale back towards him at that point. If Purdy has the one bad game here and they lose, I go, well, now do you determine now that Purdy's now not the guy? And Jesse will be like, well, no, I would want to take that up on the cumulative data of what Purdy's done over the past 2 years. Exactly, Jesse. Exactly. But Daniel, I will have it locked and loaded as something I'm going to bring up if it goes that way. Because that's sometimes where you gotta with these debates, sometimes you gotta make sure that you can press people down on their level of consistency of their argument. Are you applying this consistency just to this particular player here? Or do you apply it all the way down in your methodology? Because I see a lot of people at times will have their particular bone to pick with a particular player that they just can't sign up with, and that they aren't actually consistent player by player in their outlook of those kind of things. Mr. Dog, yeah, that hit by Mafe busted Kirk Cousins' nose. And he caused a fumble. That's what we call insult to injury. Haley says Purdy's going to be making $55 million a year after this season. Wild. And if I have a choice between paying Geno Smith at $45 million a year or paying Brock Purdy at $55 million a year all day, and that's a much younger Purdy, all day, every day, I'm going Geno. All day, every day. Cool Breeze, sorry. Sorry, Cool Breeze, I lost the... Cool Breeze, give Pumpkin some rabbit treats. Well, let's give her a little something, huh? All right, Pumpkin, this is from the chat. This is for you to the chat. Here. Come on. They got to see you eating it. Come on. Oh, she took it out of my hand. Get my dirty hand juice off of it. Jordan says Geno is still going to be leading the league in yards, will be top 10 in completion percentage while being the third most sacked quarterback, has a bottom 3 O-line and a bottom 5 defense. Well said, Jordan. I don't have anything to add other than well said. Dara says O-line gets better, the whole team will get better. I think you saw that, to your point, Dara, today. And that Geno had a lot more cleaner pockets this year than perhaps he's had throughout any game this season. And when you saw Geno back there with a level of comfortability, a level to be able to go through his reads, especially when he wanted to go attack down the field at times on some of those throws, that's what it afforded him to do. And you're right. The more you get that stuff shorn up, the better a Geno Smith you're going to see. And you've already seen a pretty good one already. Joe Blowers, 3 games in 11 days, combined with half the starting defense sidelined with injury. It speaks well of the character of the staff and players that we were even in those games. Good point, Joe. Good point. And that's not to be understated either. The NFL really gave you a bad beat. They've done it some other teams this year, and there's a couple of teams that are running through this kind of same gauntlet of 3 games in 11 days, Joe. I'm going to be very interested to see where their records fall as well, and it wouldn't surprise me if we go down the line of all those teams and we come to find if there's 4 teams that have that 3-game and 11-night stretch, we see their collective record like 1-11. Because I think that there gets to a spot where the NFL goes, if I go to the NFL and I say, okay, NFL, how about 3 games in 9 days? How about 3 games in 8 days? And, they look at you and they go, well, no, that'd be ridiculous. Okay, well, what point does it become ridiculous? Because I think 3 games in 11 days is right at that spot. And they did their best with it. I think you saw a fresher team today, Joe. You did. And that's certainly aided them. And that there's no way you can get around just the fatigue that you're going to have to deal with going through those 3 games like you did. You can't just take an extra shot of coffee or something. Your body's beat, your body's tired, you're midway through the year, you haven't had a bye week. So understandable. That was a brutal turn by the NFL there. Phoebe Moore Seahawks, thank you for another $2 donation. He says, I don't know if you saw, but Mayo has Campbell fever? Campbell fever? I didn't see that. You mean Jared Mayo, the New England Patriot head coach? I think he meant maybe he meant Gamble fever. Maybe he meant Gamble. I'm not sure what you were saying there, Femi. I'm sorry. It's a little unclear on that. Dom H has been celebrating as a Hawks Nest member for 28 long months. Thank you for that long-time support. Says, let's go, B. Get those sunglasses ready. You can see it right here. You look over my right shoulder. You see that cat there, and you see those sunglasses she's wearing, and you see that writing that's on the side of those sunglasses I'm pointing to? That says Seattle Seahawks on the side of those sunglasses. So I'm going to have a type of sunglasses they don't even know about. Like, oh, you guys got your little Coutures, you got your Ray-Bans. Ooh, that's cute. That's cutesy. Yeah. I got custom-made Seahawks sunglasses. I got sunglasses my organization gave to me. Was your organization given to you? Did you guys get a button at training camp? Huh? Did you get a little button? Huh? They give you a foam finger? I got sunglasses. Seahawks down the side. I'm not ready this week, man. You better believe it. You better believe it. Phoebe Moore Seahawks, thank you for the $2 donation. He says, if Geno balls out without DK, the Geno conversation is over. Yeah, I think that's just would be one more feather in his hat that just makes it, if it hasn't already gotten to the point of impossible to not give him his flowers and to give him his support and say that he's earned that right to be given this tip of the cap, and certainly been given the right to be made part of the future and given that support, then doing it without DK. And especially because it's not going to necessarily be easy games here coming up. Buffalo Bills at home, the Rams, the Niners again. No easy wins in there if DK is going to be out for a collection of some games here. And it'll be hard. You're right. That's a great point, man. It's going to be pretty hard for anybody to be anti-Geno at that point if he goes out and makes it happen at that point to have any leg to stand on whatsoever and be taken seriously. Because what more does the guy need to do at that point? He needs to throw for 5,000 yards. He needs to come back from behind in every game. He's got to throw for 45 touchdowns. He's got to run for another 450 yards a season. You know, we start to get that place where he's got to play pretty much perfect to win those folks over, it would feel like. It may not be the case, but it would feel like that's the case. Thank you, Phoebe, for all the donations today. Randall McDaniel, thank you for the $5 donation. Randall, how we get better versus run on D? Didn't seem we got blown off the line of scrimmage today. Is it missed tackles? Guys out of position? Linebackers not swarming? All of the above. I would offer to you that it's a bit of all of the above. It really is, and it's not a very specific answer to give you, Randall, because it's so all over the place. But I think it's why it's so bad is that you get a running game and your inability to stop the run. It's not because of just one issue like, oh, our gap integrity is bad. You know, 8 of the guys coming up fill their gap. One guy doesn't fill his gap. That's the 9-yard run. That's where you're getting hit. That's happening some of the time, but that's not the full explanation. And I think on a lot of these snaps, you are having guys in position to go make the tackle, and they're not able to bring the guy down to the ground. The missed tackle stuff is to not be understated because of how bad it's been. Where there felt like today, anytime Bijan Robinson got the ball right, Tyler Algiers, you need 4 or 5 guys to bring them down. That you just can't, the first guy's never going to make the tackle. It just kind of at times almost easily slide off. So the tackling part is something that you got to take into account here, Randall, that I don't want to undersell that either on this side of it. It's taking bad angles. A couple moments in this game where you're coming up to rally up to tackle and just bad angles, not under control. The running back loses you on kind of a half-hearted move at times, just the effort and the angle. You know, you can control the angles you take. Maybe you can't control wrapping a guy up and he just outstrengths you and busts out of your tackle, but you can control the right angle you take to the ball carrier. So that's another part of it. I would add on to that as well. And then the not swarming, that was a little bit better today where you still gave up a lot of missed tackles, but you did have guys at least swarming to the ball carrier. And you felt like they were at least rallying up a little bit better today. So that was a little bit more improved. The blowing off the line of scrimmage has been a problem. That was, yes, you're right there. There was less of that today. There was more of at least them holding up at the line of scrimmage. So I guess today it would be more about angles. You know, it'd be more the gap fits, the tackling, the angles of the tackle, more than getting pushed off the ball. Those would be the 3 things that would be at the center point today for why you had your struggles in the run game. And when we've seen the struggles in the run game happen throughout this year, it's been those 3 things, and it's been also you getting pushed off the ball. Big holes being created up front. So less of that today, less of that. That one thing got removed, but the running game's still effective because 3/4 of those other things that make a running game effective or can make a running game effective for offenses, Randall, continue to be in play today for your defense, continue to be detriments your defense had to kind of overcome. And with linebackers, Dodson played a little bit better today. Baker's still at times, to my eyes, struggling. He's still not necessarily bringing a lot of notable impact from his end of things. Thank you for the Viber, man. Appreciate you. Joe Smith, thank you for the $12.12 donation. I see what you did there, Joe. I thank you for that donation. That is really kind of you to drop that on in, man. Appreciate you. He says, great job, B. Always love your work. Question, in your opinion, to what extent are penalties and tackling fixable in season? Great question, Joe. Great question. And thank you for the $12.12 donation. Can I think of a team in recent history, Joe, that has not been a good tackling team to start this season off that became a good tackling team by the end of the year? No. I can't think of one real example. It can be improved. You're not going to master it. It won't turn into a strength. But it's one of those places on your team, Joe, that you look at from a defensive perspective coming into the season, and at times through a lot of this season saying, get yourself up from being a league worst crew. It's like taking Jarrell and putting him in over Stone Forsythe. There's nowhere to go but up. And so where we want the tackling to be way more consistent from where it's been, just take it 50% from where it's at. You know, get it to an improved state by the end of the year. And I think that the degree of difficulty is what's got to be taken into account here, Joe, where it's not merely a bad tackling issue this year, but that the tackling issue has been a problem in Seattle going back 3, 4, 5 years. I mean, since the Legion of Boom basically left, tackling has been a continuous issue. And that being the case, I would say that we got to give it then, the bigger the issue, the more time it takes to fix the issue. The more simplified the defense you ran prior, the more longer it takes to run the complicated stuff if you flip to that. It's like the inverse of that a bit with this situation. So it can be improved, but there's so far to take it that I think to expect it to get up to like top 10, start out 30, you end up at top 10, probably not likely that happening. But can you start out from a 30 and get it up to 20? Can you get up to 18 to 17? And can that remarkably help your defense out? Just doing that little jump, that little bump, so to speak. Yeah, that would be a huge boon at that point, just to go to that spot of it. But that's going to be a long-term kind of thing to get that thing fixed. And some of that is getting all of the right players that exactly fit to McDonald's scheme in the way he wants. Some of it is the point of the emphasis of the coaching staff, whereas I don't think it was as much a point of emphasis on tackling before as it is with this coaching staff, where they talk about working on it every day. It's a centerpiece of the program that they keep at that forefront. And of course, the real big part of this that sort of hangs over this a tiny bit is the fact that it's a league-wide issue. It's really hard to get these guys to tackle well because you're just not able to work on it as much in practices. So it is also a bit of just the nature of the beast here in the modern NFL is that there's not a lot of great tackling teams out there, unfortunately. But improve it even slightly, Joe, and it will help the defense out to a large degree because it's been such a point of failing for you. Penalties. Penalties can be certainly more cleaned up, I think. I think there's more room there to be able to get more done because it's more now just making it a point of emphasis where, again, I'm not trying to hammer the former coaching staff. These things just are what they are. They're part of why you made the changes as you did. The Seahawks, for a 10-year period, were the second most penalized team in the National Football League, Joe. So, again, to say on this, you're having to take it a little bit from this league worst place of improvement. And so that's a long way to go to get into a spot where it's not as much of an issue anymore. And I do think that this is a spot where the coaching staff has nowhere to go but up. It's like a lot of those other things. We talk about being the most penalized team for a 10-year stretch. There's nowhere to go but from the bottom of the barrel as it is. But like the tackling, unfortunately here, Joe, I think there's room for improvement to be had there. But for it to be an issue that's cleaned up in the long-term future, it's going to take more time, I think, to get that there. Because you had so far to go from. You weren't just taking some little half step. You were having to take 10 steps to get there. And that's just going to take you longer to get there. It's not as much an overnight experience. So we'll go in. You say fixable, Joe? I'll use the word improved. You go from league worst to middle of the road. You can get there on both of those two accounts. But I don't think you can get up even into top 15 on either of those two accounts. And if you did, that's maybe not miracle work by Mike McDonald, but that's really good work on his part if he can get that kind of turnaround that quickly this year from where those items have been at on the team, and not just in the last year, but in the last few years. Those have been issues that have stood at the forefront of your team when you got to the end of the year on a yearly basis. So a lot to clean up there, a lot to fix there, Joe. Thank you for your kind words as well. I really appreciate you for that, man. And thank you for the $12.12 donation. Very kind of you, brother. Very kind of you. Phoebe Moore Seahawks, thank you for another $2 dono and all of your support today. I don't know if it was crucial, but 4th and 25, backed against their end zone. That was a big play. I mean, you get them back that far behind the sticks like they were in that moment. That was a big point in the game. Falcons had some moments in this game where I thought it was a well officiated game, but I thought the Falcons had some moments in this game where they definitely caused self-inflicted wounds that didn't have to happen, that you put yourself in that position. Some of the false start penalties that they had in their own house. I mean, they were at one point, they had like a 2nd and 5 that I think ended up in like a 3rd and 15 in this game. Whereas our offense learned in this game as well. When you have those bad, stupid penalties, those unforced errors, and you put yourself behind the sticks, it's very hard against these modern defenses to be able to get back to get that first down. You got to chip away at it through the 3 downs just to get yourself into like a 3rd and 7 to go, get it to a makeable point. But you kept them behind the sticks in that way with those penalties at times in this game. And You were able to take advantage there, Feed Me, when you did in those moments. I think they only got one real third and long converted in this game, and that was near the end of the game. I'm going to get a little bit more water, folks. I'll be right back. Mr. Dog asked, do we get an O lineman before the deadline? No, I don't think so. If there's a trade to be made, I'd be happy to go out there and pull the trigger on one if there's one out there, Mr. Dog. But in studying in recent history in the NFL here, there's just not, there's just, unfortunately, these moves just don't get made around the deadline. Teams are just right now holding on to offensive linemen like they're gold. And you can't get your hands on one if they've got, even if they've got an extra one, they're not giving it up to you. So I think that's very, very highly unlikely that we find ourselves an offensive lineman. Jordan says, if our offensive line plays like it did today for the rest of the season, the offense is top 5 easily. I could see that as well. I 100% agree. Randy Cat says, blew out the birds. I'll take it. I'll take it. Haley, you can't make a statistical or subjective argument that Geno isn't anything less than a top 5. No, you can't. And if you do, as they often say, Haley, your slip is showing, is what they used to say. If you're saying that in regards to Geno, then your slip is showing, because the guy's done enough at this point. I mean, he's done enough. Drop those old tired narratives. They're old, they're tired, and they're not factually correct to what we're seeing in real life. Cool Breeze, BP. Antoine Cobbs is busy day at work today. In and out of the chat. Good win today. 12s. Michael Jarrell. What a day from him. Yes, sir. How about Michael Jarrell out there? 4-string tackle, looking like a starter. Hope you're not working too hard out there, my man. Abel Grimace says, John Boyle says DK's injury is not too bad. Encouraging news to hear from DK's injury. That's good to hear. We kind of held our collective breaths in that moment there. Held our breath. Brandon kept make DK a lifelong Seahawk. That's right. He don't need to go nowhere. And he says, there's no argument not to take take 5 quarterbacks over Geno, even if you hate him. Who would you take over him? Mahomes looks ass this year. Lamar's getting carried by King Henry. I think it's a solid argument to be made. Top 5's right. And it would be Mr. Dog, cool to see him behind a top 5 offensive line, being Geno and what he could do behind that. Yeah, JSN does have too many share drops ran the cut. It's starting to become bothersome for me too as well, because he's not enough of a game-changing talent. You know, with DK, what you get at times with him is, okay, he gets you some drops, but he's going to be a game-changing talent around those drops. And with JSN, you need to be the chain mover. You need to be the consistent guy to catch those balls. I need you to catch sometimes some difficult, high difficult degree catches too. And he's not pulling those off right now. And they're starting to stack up. Haley says JSN only had one drop today. His arm was pinned by the defensive back. Should have been called PI. I hadn't noticed it on that, but I'll take your word for it with it. Yeah, around the cut, Tyler he's been pretty good for us on third down. I bet a huge chunk of his catches this year have been first down catches. Huge chunk. Hans says, man, what a sad feeling it must be to watch Geno play for the Hawks if you have such hate for the guy, while Geno's the only dude which is always giving 200% to try to win. Impossible. Yeah. It must suck. I mean, they're missing out on some really good quarterback play with that, without slanted, but it is kind of colored that way a little bit in their view of things. Haley says JSN also leads the league in average yards of separation. And he's not been, I want to say he's been bad with it. I'm just looking a little bit more from Haley on some of the impact from him. And there has been, every game there's kind of a drop in there, or just kind of I don't know. He'll get his opportunity now, though. Yeah, maybe a little Vishka out there now, too. Dave Wolf, I like some of Josh Job's play today. Looked like he has potential. Yeah, Dave, he was impressive, man. I saw him out there earlier and like, oh, man, we're in tough shape. I don't even know who this guy is. I haven't watched him ever play in my life. And I've pretty much watched almost all these guys, at least back to the college level. But he was great. Came on strong at the end, made a play in coverage, tight in coverage throughout the day. Not overly handsy necessarily back there either. Very impressed by him, Dave. He came up big. Mario 2.00 says that was a perfect, comfortable game. Yes, it was. Yes, it was. That was ideal, as they say. And yeah, King Bomber, I thought Mike Terrell played good. Hans, where is Job coming from? He had a solid game. I was not aware of him even being signed, active the roster. I didn't see anything mentioned about him on that. He didn't play, to my eyes, in the preseason. He's a 26-year-old kid out of Alabama. This is his third year. 3 seasons with the Eagles. I had no idea of him. I saw him first time out there today. I was like, huh. JDM, college football size is smaller than league-issued pro football. That thing looks like a baby whale. James Peters, Lockets can still get open within the 10 yards of the line of scrimmage with the best of them. Indeed, James. He is a pro, man. I mean, it's the benefit of having a guy this many years, and especially the benefit of him and Geno playing together for so many years and the chemistry that they have. But he knows how to sit down in zones. He knows how to read coverage. He knows how to read leverage. He's just got such an acumen for the position at this point that can't be registered on a stopwatch. But when you need a completion from Geno's perspective, when he needs a first down completion, he's going to go look Tyler's way. He's got a lot of faith and trust in him. And boy, Tyler almost had a throw today on a kind of an underthrown throw too, where he almost jumped in front of the ball on a 9 route, which would have been a sensational catch. Flag says Job was on the Eagles last 2 years. He's only played about 250 snaps in 2 years. Waiting for his opportunity, man. Just waiting. War Chief, the Scar is only 7-3 with the Chiefs up, but I'm telling you, the Niners are getting bullied right now. That defensive line for the Chiefs are beating up the Niners O-line. I love it, man. Let's go. We tired them out last week. That's what we did. We tired them out. Yeah, Lockett will be an easy Ring of Honor, Rand. You're right about that. The Lockett launcher. James, I'd like more 4 to 7 yard passes between the hash marks. It seems like whenever they do target there, to your point, James, they have a lot of success. Randall, thank you for the $2 donation. Appreciate you for that, Randall. It says, on both Atlanta touchdowns, Mac should have called a timeout. You're a little out of position on both those two plays, to your point on that, Randall. Just a little out of position on both those two plays. I think in the first half, he was trying to preserve those timeouts for them to be able to run them. But definitely want to, at times, use those timeouts to get that defense right, especially the way that they've struggled, you know. You're sensing that as a coach. Oh, few more Seahawks. Now I know what you were saying with the $2 donation, by the way. You said Jared Mayo went for it on 4th and 25. He's got Campbell fever. He's just like, man, the season's in the tank anyway. Who cares? F it. He's in the F it stage of things right now as a head coach. He's like, we ain't winning anything anyway. Thank you, Randall, for that $2 dono and all of your support today. Brian says, Job only stays up if we are still down 2 cornerbacks the next game. Yeah, probably not going to stay up on the next game, I would imagine. It's possible, but I would imagine that unless Trey Brown can't come back, then he'd be back. But makes me feel warm and fuzzy if we have to have him sit out another week. Not that I want to do that, but if we had to. He says, this also makes me feel good about Jalen Sundell. Maybe he's got a little something, huh? Terrell does? Maybe he does too. James Peters, I think the Seahawks called for right tackle with Jags and ended up getting a defensive tackle for a 2026 6th-round pick. Maybe so. Balky just talked him into it. He's like, no, he's a real good player. Trust me, John. Flag says, I'm not really looking forward to seeing Trey Brown again. Well, he's not played great this year, has he? I mean, it's been a bit tough with him, and watching him out there, he's struggled. It's a contract year for him, and I had a lot of hope that he could come in and kind of give you that good final contract year, but he has struggled a bit. Orchie says, Patrick, making it happen for the Chiefs. Gotta hate the Niners. Don't like the Chiefs much either, though, but I'd never want the Niners to win. So, yeah, me neither. Please, Niners, lose. Please. Please lose, Niners. Brian, I'm looking at the Browns roster for a linebacker and guard and trade. I certainly would jump on it if I could, man. If they're willing to do it, I would do it all day. Jeremiah Ouzie Kumura, JOK. I mean, yes and yes there. I don't know if you can pull it off. I don't know what the cost would be. Cool. Brandon keeps trying to read my chats and realize I'm just schooling someone. Moves on. I got to do that advanced math sometimes. Cool breeze. Advanced math. James Peters, Geno top 5 can be debated, but top 10, the quarterback in the NFL, absolutely 100% and undebatable. Amen. Amen. Agreed. Agree with you there. Ricardo says, unfortunately, part of the reason the O-line played well today was because the Atlanta has no pass rush. It's true. Atlanta came into this game with, 5 sacks? I think in total coming into this game. So you get the benefit of that. Not to be understated there yet. James Peters, Geno's ball placement has been bad. DK made some phenomenal catches. Walker bailed him out on the overthrow on the touchdown. And I don't know if I saw that myself. I can't say I saw the same on that. Mr. Kane, I was hesitant to put Geno in the top 10 myself. Then I started listening to who I consider top 10, and he's already right there. Amen. Amen. Exotics Brandon agreed JSN must become Lockett 2.0 ASAP. He will never have DK 2.0 speed power. Wonder if all those short yardage Waldron plays hurt his development. Hard to say. I think that he is a little bit non-specific type of receiver and getting him acclimated in. And what I mean by that is that, you know, he's not just a guy you line up on the outside and say, go beat your guy. You know, he really is more of a slot guy. He's also a bit of an unusual slot guy in that they typically want a slot guy that can break tackles and can be a yak guy in the open field. It's really not his game. And so you've got to find the way to utilize what he does well, and he has good components to his game. I'm not saying he doesn't have an ability. He does. But you've got to find the creative way to use it right. And I don't think it always is made easy for offensive coordinators to do that. Why Waldron probably in many ways failed to do it. And Grubb is still trying to kind of find out how to do it. But he's going to get his opportunity now. Whether DK's out a game or 2 or 3 or 4, JSN will get an opportunity to go out there and be heavily featured now and get his chances. Richie says K9 gets the game ball this week. I'd give it to him. How about that for a flu game from K9, huh? A little flu game from K9. It's a little Jordan flu game. Rick Zepeda. Great to see the Seahawks win one get off the snide, and hopefully the Chiefs can win over the Niners. Hopefully they can pull it off here. Come on, Chiefs. Come on, Chiefs. James Peters, I'd like to see at least 2 screens or slants to Laviska game. 100% with you on that. I think that there's a lot more room to utilize Laviska's skill set here in this offense. And I'd love to see it. I'd love to see it. The Berg Show says they already won. Why are you still live? No, I'm just BSing with my chat, man. I like talking to my people. Hope you don't mind, Berg Show. Haley, Hawks Nest, how does San Francisco handle paying Purdy after the season? He's not worth $50 million a year, but seems that's what he'd command. I think that they're stuck, Haley. He's playing too well this year unless he completely falls off the shelf this season to not pay him. He's earned the right to be paid. And as we've talked about so often on this channel, when teams in the NFL get in a position of having a quarterback who's even remotely earned the contract, they pay the price. And unfortunately, the Tua Trevor Lawrence deal completely throws this askew for the Niners, where they can't come back to Purdy and say, you should be taking a discount. Why should a guy who's a 7th-round pick, who's never been paid, take 1 iota less than what Trevor Lawrence or Brock Purdy got paid, or what Tua got paid? So to me, Haley, that puts it into the $50 million is the minimum. $55 million is really the more likely. I want to say that, you know, Tua's deal was in, if Tua's deal comes in at like that 50 margin range, then you would expect that, you know, he should be put up on it over the top of that. So Berg Show, I've heard you before, and I remember you before 2 years ago coming into my chat, bringing up the fact that I go live and I stream for money grab. And man, I really didn't like it when you brought it up 2 years ago, and I still don't really like it here in the now. Nobody's forcing you to watch the stream. If you don't want to watch, you don't have to. I do plenty of 5-hour and 6-hour streams, Berg Show, where I don't get any donations. So, you know, if your whole point is to try to prove that somehow I go live because I want donations, I go live whether there are donations here or not. So, you know, if you're going to try to operate off that leg, have a leg to stand on and bringing it up. I don't know if you're just being a hater in here or what is going on with you on it, or where you're maybe just having a bad day. But again, you brought this up before. It's not the way that I roll. There's plenty of proof of my channel. You can go watch every time I go live. I'll go live for 4 hours, 5 hours. I've been doing this for 5 years. And you coming in, being a guy that's been here for years at times, you know better than that. So I don't know what your game is today. People get these weird people coming in with just some weird energy sometimes this season. I don't know if people are struggling right now in life and you're frustrated, so you want to act out to somebody else on it, or where you're coming from with it. But really, the attitude doesn't make any sense to me. We're having a good time talking it up, and you come in and take a dump in the punch bowl. For what? For who? Does it make you feel better? Do you have a YouTube channel you're running and you're not getting anything that you want to be getting on your side of it? Could it be that, Bergs? Weird people's attitudes sometimes, man. You just sit there and you go, where did that come from? We're talking up, we're laughing, we're chopping up, having a good time, and you come in and say that? Do you, bro? Do you? Scooby Stacks, Seattle dotted their I's and crossed their T's today, and it was good to see. Hopefully they can keep it going. Complete team win, right, Scooby? That's what we saw, was a complete team win. And maybe the first one of all year so far. War Chiefs, man, the Raiders better sign Crosby back, because if they don't, I guarantee you the Niners will sign Crosby. I don't know if they got the money to sign him. They might be able to make a trade for him. They could maybe make a trade for him and then just keep him on the roster and then have him as his base salary on the books at that point. But I think it's going to be hard to pull that trade off from the Niners' perspective. That Purdy deal, as Haley mentioned above on that, that's the one that holds over the top of you from the Niners' perspective. It holds you kind of ransom to being able to make those go-for-the-moment trades this year, because you want to roll over all of your cap into next year's salary cap as it stands. You don't want to use up even more of that space as it sits. FTWJ says, do you think the Hawks can get Max Crosby? I don't think so. I think if you were to do a Max Crosby deal, I think the Raiders, the first thing they would probably ask for is one of Boye Mafe and or Derek Hall, in addition to probably draft pick compensation on top of that. So we'll see there. It may be too that the Raiders aren't trading Crosby. There was a press conference that Crosby gave this last week where he looked like he was a lot more more open to it than people may have thought of with him prior to that. I'm not saying that means they're going to move him, but you could certainly understand from Max's case at this point, if he's looking at another year that's not going to go anywhere, that he wants to go to contender, that he wants to compete. Couldn't blame him for that either. And from the Raiders' angle of this, why wouldn't you maybe make that move, being that you probably could use more draft capital and compensation to reset this thing up as a team than to think that you're anywhere close to being ready to compete, especially in that division, with the Chiefs strong as they ever are, with the Broncos coming on strong as they are, with even the Chargers being a tougher out. Hans, well, I hope they pay Purdy. The dude is not getting anything from his rookie deals, so he should get a bag, and a good for us with the $50 million not going to other players. Amen. It's definitely, I will celebrate it if they pay him it. Berg Show, I think this will be Lockett, I believe's final year. They could certainly renegotiate if he's feeling good and wants to go another year. He's indicated this isn't necessarily his final season, but I think that the team has set this up so that this would probably be the final year for him in Seattle. S. Jamora, that pass play to K9 was sick. DK took the entire right side of the field with him. He gets a lot of attention his way, Jamora. It's part of the DK stuff that you can't track it and highlight. I often, every single year, show this. I don't know if it resonates with the anti-DK folks, but I say often show, like, they'll say, well, DK's not even a top 10 receiver. And I'll show the yearly statistical data for DK every year shows you that he's a top 10 double-teamed wide receiver in the sport. That's where he lands every single year. And if he's not a top 10 wide receiver, my question to everybody else on this one is, what is it that you know that other defensive coordinators don't know in the NFL? It's not like there isn't surrounding talent, that you can just, well, he's the only thing you have to worry about on that team. No, you've had Walkers and you've had JSNs in prior year. You've had Tyler Lockett's, but he every year is a top 10, if not a top 5 double-teamed wide receiver in the sport, which in itself should kind of end the discussion at that point of how valuable or not valuable DK is. Because if defensive coordinators, the true masters of their understanding of the sport, the true experts, not the couch commandos like myself trying to say this is that and that's that, but they're telling you that, and they're telling it to you pretty staunchly, and that you got 6 years of this data to operate off of, it should tell you. He's that good. Yeah, feed me, I'm glad we don't play the Chiefs either. They're not a fun team to play. Mahomes is not a fun quarterback to play. And yeah, War Chief, I think that Debo's the one that gets cut. I think Debo and Kittle are the two that they're going to probably have to let go of to make the move for Purdy. I can't guarantee I know it to be that way, but I have suspicions that that's what they're going to do. And the cat says Murphy and Big Cat, the key to our defense. Very well. Yeah, they're big parts of what they bring. Nick 949 says, screw the Niners, Nick. Screw them. Suck it, Niners. Jose Angry Kyle's 0-4 against Mahomes and Andy. Ooh, interesting. Well, down 14-3 today. Jordan, no BR today. No, I'm not doing a Bleacher Report today, but I will be doing one next week, Jordan. And then I will be doing one. I'll be doing 3. Right now we got 3 set up for November. I might have 3 or 4 for November. So we'll still be doing more Bleacher Reports into the future. I think that they were just factoring in at a 10 a.m. start time, that they're not, they've got like a whole algorithm to determine how the traffic will be and if there'll be a lot of people looking or watching. James Peters, JSN is a 4.48 guy. He isn't going to beat you over the top, but his footwork is unbeatable. Separation great within the first 10 yards, but deep, he needs to beat cover 2. Yeah, that's an accurate way of looking at it. Might be more 4.6-ish guy. Because, of course, Pete James, he didn't, I think even at the Ohio State track, I think he was super fast. Haley says, you have to think losing to the Chiefs, again, would really hurt the locker room morale, right? Can't help. I mean, especially they start to maybe get in your head a little bit if you are going to face them down the road again in another Super Bowl. But the energy's been a little bit weird here so far for them, with the Chiefs coming in like they are. Hans B, you need to watch the Purdy plays so you can give some stuff to Jesse on the roundtable. Throwing off target into his own lineman. He's having a rough game. I'm going to let him go. I'm going to let him have it. It's a little bit, and it's where Jesse's opinion last week, where it's like, okay, where the consistency of your game is at. You know, Purdy plays up against the Chiefs. Couldn't beat the Chiefs last year in the Super Bowl. Can't beat him in this game. Looks bad in this one. Oh, Purdy's only so good. You got to go find another quarterback, right, Jesse? And he'll be like, no, I don't need to do that. It's just one game. Exactly. It's just one game. You make any assessment off a quarterback off of a single game, with it. But I'll be giving him some hell for it, man. You know that. I'll be giving him some hell. Random McDaniel, thank you for the $2 donation. Knocking you for donations? Like saying you go to work for money? Yeah, I don't get it. I don't understand that at all with it. I'm always here. I'm always doing this. And I've said it a million times over. I maybe people don't understand. I think I'm lying or something, but I like my chat. I like the people in this community that I have fostered my discussions with over 5 and 6 years. And those discussions and that interaction is fun for me, whether I get donations or not. And it's completely optional. As I've said, I've never anybody said that you guys have to put donations through. I thank you for it, but it's not part of what this has to happen on this channel to operate. If I had no donations and I had to go get a side job, I'd still be doing 4-hour streams, even on a side job. I'm wired the way to do this because I love doing this. It's another thing I've said, but yeah, it's kind of just weird. Don't be weird. Don't make it weird, But thank you, Randall, for all of your support and all of your donations to the channel here. I really do appreciate you for that. Richard Stewartson in the house. What's up, Richard? Dropping another one of your $5 specials, but no note in there, just the $5 donation. And thank you for that, man. I appreciate you for that support, brother. Hope you're having a good one out there. England. V-Ray in the house. Thank you for the $5 donation. Appreciate you, V-Ray. Hope you're doing well. And thank you as well for V-Ray, Richard, Randall, as well as being members of the channel too. Appreciate that support. Let us rejoice for the football God to shine down brightly upon us. Yeah, V-Ray. It feels good. A complete team victory. You're the most impressive win of the season, I think, overall, because this is as good a quality opponent as you beat. It's a team walking into this game that's first in their division, a team that's beat the other second place team in their division, being a Tampa Bay team. That's you on the road. That's you at 10 a.m. That's you on a 3-game slide. And yet you had a complete team victory where you walk into this as a team and Mike McDonald and you say, okay, gentlemen, all three phases of our football team have to put their oar in the water and pull. You can't lean on the offense to be pulling their oar and the other two parts are going to fail. All three of you guys are going to need to hold up if we're going to beat this quality opponent on the road. And that's what you were able to do in this game. Your offense did more than their part, 34 points, 27 points with the fumble return on defense. Defense causing the 3 turnovers, getting better as this game went along against a very tough offense. And your special teams unit, Dixon, 3 kick punts inside the 20, good returns. Jason Myers hits 2 of 2, including a 59-yarder in this game, all of his extra points. Everybody did their job. Everybody did their job in this game. And when you get a complete team effort like this, where nobody's failing on their end of it, you can get out to comfortable wins like this, where you've got the game easily in hand with 6-7 minutes to go. Yeah, football guys, they shine brightly on us today, man. That sunshine, V-Ray, feels so good on my face. It's warm. It's warm on my face. Appreciate you, brother. Orchie says, sorry. James Peters says, I'd be very surprised if Lockett doesn't come back next year on a team-friendly deal. He's still a top 30 wide receiver. It's possible. I don't think that I don't think that this is necessarily certain one way or the other on that. And Lockett might be willing to take a deal that makes sense again, both player and team on that, where you can find that, as you say, team-friendly kind of place. I could certainly see that being a possibility there. And I'm not against it, James. I mean, he's been pretty money this year. He really has. It's been impressive to watch him work where, he's not getting all the opportunities that he used to get. In this game, you've got 6 targets, 4 catches, 45 yards. Very, very efficiently done. I mean, he's still unprojected this season at the end of the day to end up with like 74 receptions and 960 yards and still playing very, very effectively. As says, Gino is under contract another year. If he wants $50+ million, we trade him for a first from someone easily. Yeah, I don't think that John, if I was to make a guess about John Haley, you and I believe the same thing into where John's probably at on this, which is I think $45 million is as high as he's going to want to go. And to be allowed to structure the $45 million right to where it doesn't really kill the team off on that to do it. I think if he starts to push for $55 million a year, that the team would move him at that point. And I don't know if he'd even be able to get necessarily that at his age. Orchie says Crosby will demand about $22 million a year. They're going to go into the season already with $18 million free. They definitely could sign Crosby without cutting a lot of good players. I think too that it's not necessarily a guarantee that I think that they have to sign him to a contract extension either. It could be that that's the case. So Max Crosby signed his contract extension in 2022, so he's only 2 years into this new deal. So he has still 2 years remaining on this contract from the Niners' perspective, which is where you can come back to it on this deal. If you could make the trade for Crosby, you say we're in the Super Bowl window. We're not going to sign him to a contract extension. We're only on the hook then for his base salary. That's how you could make it work even with their cap predicament. And what the Niners, Haley, will probably do with Hargrave after this year is, I would guess he's going to get post June 1st. You're right about the fact that they buried a lot of that money in the depths of that deal. Man, the Niners are just, they got so much dead money cap on guys that are on IR and stuff. Well, you might be right there, Haley. I'm still showing that they would still be eating $3 million of dead money if they post June 1st him. So, yeah, it looks like they are stuck. It looks like they are stuck. Interesting. Sanchez says the picks were miscues by Cousins. Like to see more aggressive play from RD. Yeah, I think it's tough for Sanchez if you walk into it when you got, three-fourths of your secondary are out. I think it gets harder to play as aggressive a coverage when you're dealing with that many backups. I would like to see some tighter stuff at times. You're right about the picks being ones that are more about, one's just a pure overthrow from Cousins over the top, just a bad throw. The other one was Drake London had it in his hands and it skipped out of his hands and you got the carom. Which those kind of plays are going to happen over the course of the year, but they aren't necessarily you driving them purposefully. I think it is the purposeful part is where you're able to get them into being one-dimensional in this game, and that you're able to start to maybe hem up a little bit of the run stuffing as the game goes along to force them to be so pass happy. But yes, we would like to see some more of these more tighter interceptions, more of your really taking it away from them, undercutting a route, knocking a ball out with a punch, those type of things. Po boy, I want Seahawks to get Jeremiah Owuzie-Kamara. He would help a lot in the run D and get Baker out of the starting lineup. I'd be okay with it, Po boy. And you've got to think right now, if you're the Browns, where they're at in their situation, how can they not be in fire sale mode? They have no way out from under that contract for a couple of years. They don't look close as an organization to competing. I know they want to think they're that way, but how can they not look at the situation and look at it very clearly, in my opinion, to say, we got to start getting some whatever assets we can get at this point. JOK is a fantastic player, great cover corner, great cover linebacker who's really developed his play to be able to handle the run. Very impressive player. I'd be all over it. James Peters says, in fairness, Geno's numbers are better because of our wide receivers. The wide receivers help, but his offensive line is also league worst. So how much of that's counteracted by the fact that you give up league worst like protection at times? And then when you come to the run blocking element, James, it's sort of like you got the skill position players, but we can't understate how much the line holds back the offense. They don't consistently create holes in the running game, and they don't consistently pass block. So whatever you have, skill position players, you have a receiver who can take the top off the defense. If I can't pass protect long enough for him to get the top off, even if he can take that top off, even if he can beat that coverage, doesn't matter what skill position players I really have. I might have a running back right now that can be really dynamic like Walker and go have a guy hit him in the backfield and go get himself a 4 or 5 yard run, but I'm not getting the most out of Walker then to where what happens if I actually gave him that hole? When actually, instead of their penetration in the backfield, he's actually able to get out into the second level before he's first hit. And so it is fair to say that he's got good receivers to throw to and that's helped Geno, but it's also not necessarily been made easy for him on his job. And I'll tell you this, if we're not maybe leading the league in drop passes, we're one of the league leaders right now with this receiving core in drop passes. So no matter how good they are, that is a part of it that's got to be factored into this too with that good part of it. It ain't just pure, they're all doing nothing but help. You've got this receiving core with cumulatively 3 fumbles. And like I said, probably up in the league leading as far as drops go. So it isn't just all good on that side of it either. Or she says, nobody forces me to donate to the show. I love it. I love donating to my man B. Just this past week, I was in the mountains of a forest and the show kept me going. I sent him a $10, free of will. See, I got no guns to the head out here. James, I said, yeah, sorry. You guys were having some debates inside on the chat. Richard says, I do apologize not getting any results when I was at the restaurant. No. Oh, it was a good meal. Pakistan restaurant, huh, Richard? Okay. You guys in England are very adventurous. You guys really lean into those dishes of the world, man. Yeah, very spicy food's right. Friggin' talking with a blowtorch after eating Pakistani food. Hey, how's it going? You'd be singeing people's eyebrows off when you're talking to them after you go to Pakistani place. Yeah, Ayuk just went down. It's like the Rams are finally getting this thing in control against the Raiders here. Ricardo says, Jesse's all right, but I can't get over Jake the Rams guy saying he'd take 26-year-old Kirk Cousins over Geno. Yeah, he's in the same place where, and again, they try to both own it and not own it, because then I press their feet to the fire and he'll say something like, well, I think he's like the 22nd best quarterback in the sport. That's good. I'm like, brother, you've got him in the basically bottom third of the league. What are you talking about? That's basically good. That's the opposite of that. That ranking is not good. BB says if Geno is better than Tua and Lawrence, is he a $50 million a year guy? Well, part of when you're paying those guys at the age you're paying them there, BP, is you're paying them because of also the youth that they bring to the stage, right? Both of those guys around 25 years of age or something like that, versus Geno that's at 34 years old that we do know at that age has more of an increased injury risk that he carries. So I think it's going to be harder for him to get up to that amount of a marker. It's not impossible. It's certainly in kind of the range, but hard to say. And Brandon Ayuk carted off. Very serious injury in this 49er game. The Niners down in this game 14-6 to the Chiefs at halftime, but Ayuk's injury did look very serious. Not a good day for number one wide receivers, I guess, huh? James, if we could just get the James says if we could just get the jump ball down on the fade with Geno and his 38-inch vert, DK would be unstoppable. He would be. I don't know if he's going to ever have that as much in his game as a commonplace, but he would be it'd make him even harder to deal with if you could get it right. Richards is very annoying, knowing Seahawks have lost again. Bert baby steps. Is this in betting in time? Again, Bert, I think your voice to text thing screwing you up again, man. I have lost again, Bert baby. We won today, brother. I think it butchered your deal on that though, Richards. Sorry. Richard says, next season we need to get out and get some quality players. It's going to be hard. The cap's going to be pretty tight, Richard. You're going to be pretty much up against it. And I think there's some guys in-house that you're going to have to sign to extensions. It's going to make it very hard to pull it off. Haley, Hawks Nest, worth remembering, Geno tested the market when we signed him to this deal. He hit free agency, and this was the deal. Don't think he took a discount, just got what we valued him at. It's possible. The unusual nature of it to me was just so many of the incentives in the deal. Getting down the first year cap hit to $10 million. Some of the things they were able to do with it, but you might be right on it. I can't prove it without, I don't have like him coming out saying he took a discount. It was just such a team-friendly deal that it felt like, man, you could have at least probably gotten the equivalency on the open market, but maybe not. Yeah, Hargrave's got them in a spot, Haley. I think you're right about the 2-year thing when I just looked at it. I think they could do a post June 1st after this year with Hargrave, and he still costs them $3 million of negative hit, even spreading the negative money over 2 seasons. Richard says $100 spicy food in the restaurant. Woo-wee. Haley says, hey, Hargrave got that. Feel free to do whatever you're set for life contract. Especially not the greatest of contracts to give out, Haley, when you talk about backloading it like they did. because to fit him in his, I think it was $20 million a year, they lowered down the first year hit to like $6.5 million. And that's what the Niners team has done with all these deals. That's how they fit all these guys in, is that they have lowered down these first year hits, I mean, to the bare minimum territory. And now you're paying the price. You want to not pay the price on the front end. You want to pay it down the line. Well, eventually you are going to pay. And that's where they've landed. James says, I think the defense did a phenomenal job. We got 2 practice players starting in the secondary. Agreed, James. They did great. That's a tough Falcon offense. It's a Falcon offense that just, and for a couple of matchups this year, has really been able to go through some defenses. It was very impressive. And those young, from Kobe Bryant to the Jabu kid, they held up. They held up. Greg says, if you want an example of DK's impact on defenses, K9 is a big play waiting to happen at running back, but the defense still stays in too high because of DK when they could bring a safety down the box to stop K9. That's right. And there's not a statistic to receptions, yards, touchdown receptions, Greg, that quite quantifies that, right? Because I can still come back to the folks that might not be thinking about that and show them those yearly double team rates of DK Metcalf. I mean, there was one year, I think 3 years ago, where DK Metcalf was the second most double-teamed wide receiver in the sport, just behind Davante Adams. And that's not a stat that carries a lot, but it should. Because if you're causing a defense to put 2 guys onto you, that is going to absolutely help out the other people across the board. Brian says teams pay younger quarterbacks on potential rather than risk what happens without a quality backup. Yeah, agreed. That youth part factors in heavily there. Right, Ricardo says, I think if Geno performs, they give him a contract, even if they could technically keep him on a contract year. I think 3-year, $45 million reasonable. That sounds reasonable to me too. And I think that's where you can come to that common ground spot where Geno gets rewarded. He gets that final big contract he can get in his career. Seattle is also able to structure the deal so that they can still fit all of the rest of the guys they want to fit. I was running the numbers on this recently on what would be a 3-year extension to Geno, $45 million, something like that. And you actually, on the next year's contract hit for Geno Smith, if you put him on a 3-year extension, you could lower that deal down by $5 million, even on that 3-year 45. I know it doesn't seem like you can. Take my word for it. We'll eventually go in the numbers on this. I'll break it all down for you guys down the line on this. But you could actually sign him to a 3-year, $45 million deal and save on the first year of the cap hit versus what his cap's due to hit next year, $5 million. $5 million to go spend on other guys versus what it's set to cost right now. Hans, I think Kobe Bryant, Joby, Mike Jarrell were the difference makers today. They needed to step up, and they did big time. They did. They were great. James Peters, Seahawks have the best wide receiver room in the NFL. I wouldn't take the 49er room over ours. Is there a wide receiver in the room in the NFL you take over ours? I take the Texans over ours right now. I would probably take the Texans. Is there another team beyond that? Maybe not. Maybe not. I think there's some teams pretty close, but maybe not after that. Hornfellas says we're undefeated with Byron Murphy. He's the difference maker, Hornfellas. He is the one. War Chief B, and I would argue that at the moment, our receiver room is highly overrated. Tyler is consistent as usual. DK is a definite threat, but then what? Seriously, everybody else is tradable. Yeah, I mean, that's where it comes to is like there's the potential and what the upside should be of this receiving room and then what has been where they've been at. And certainly there's room there for JSN, and certainly Tyler has been very efficient, but yeah, there's maybe a little bit on that. It's not so clean to just say that the best receiver core, like you'd talk about that. There is some moles on this core a little bit at times too. Dara says, don't you think your roundtable gives enough credit? Don't think your roundtable gives enough credit to Geno. They don't, Dara, and that's why you saw me again. We got another like 25-minute debate on Geno last week in the roundtable, because all three of their opinions go so far out of pocket, I have to check it. I have to recalibrate them back in because they're so off the board. But I think it's also an example, right, Dara, of just the mentality that exists in regards to Geno. And it's one that is not necessarily fair. It's one that's oftentimes has been slanted. People with pre-built-in biases that they're fully ready to apply to the situation. And that's why I push back on it so much. Irina, this was a very promising game. Offense looked good early, and defense tightened up very well later in the game. They did. Yeah, they looked good. They did look good. Richard says, you know when they were passing the food after everybody, there were loads of smoke in the restaurant, and we were coughing all over the place, smoke and spice. Oh, Lord. There's going to be a lot of pain on that toilet later too, Richard. A lot of pain. Greg says, I saw a stat before the game that said since 2019, DK and Tyler are the second in touchdowns with the 86, and the Bucks, Mike and Chris, are number one with 90 touchdowns. They've been a very quietly, excellently effective pairing. Godwin and Evans down there for some years now. They have. James, I bet Purdy doesn't take a cent above $50 million. I bet he takes a $42 million deal. He might, James. The thing about making that prediction, though, is that what we've learned with these quarterbacks in recent years is that there's been two quarterbacks we know for sure that took a discount, a little bit less money than they could have taken, being Mahomes and Brady. Every other quarterback contract that's been given out over the last 8 years to starting quarterbacks, those guys have pushed more. They basically have all been paid more, really, than they're even worth. It's gone the other direction than it's gone the discount direction. And with Purdy, that is a guy, James, that's a seventh-round guy who's never made a big contract in this sport. Hard to go to that seventh Mr. Irrelevant and say, you need to take a discount. But it's possible he seems like a good guy. Might just be that team kind of guy that's willing to do it. Brandon Ayuk is out, carted off the field, Jordan. Chiefs are on the field right now at the 32-yard line, 14-12 to go in the third quarter, up 14-6. Jordan says, I think the Seahawks can get up to $20 million in cap space depending on what players retire. Yeah, our cap isn't as bad as it looks on the surface of it. You have a lot of cap flexibility. We got an interception by the Niners. You got a lot of cap flexibility, which allows you to sign any of the guys you want to move. Any moves they really want to make in-house, they can make. Are they able to go out there and go wild and crazy and spend a whole lot of money in other places? Not necessarily, but there, yes. Addis says, if you think trading DK is a good idea, I'm sorry, but it's stupid. Yeah, I agree. I dig it, Ox. I ate Pyong curry twice my first week in London. Spice level was pretty legit. I bet. I don't know if I can handle it myself. I'm weak on the spice stuff. Oh, we won, Richard. Sorry, I didn't realize you were asking that. We did win today, Richard. We won comfortably, 34-16. We had this thing won basically 7 minutes to go in the fourth quarter. You got up by 10 points at halftime on a last second touchdown throw into DK Metcalf, and then you just were able to kind of lean on him through the rest of the game. Really, really team effort, Richard. All three phases helped to win this one. Haley says, like a player who is young and seen as one of the best at his position can't just take vet minimum because that would push the market down in a way that the NFLPA and agencies won't allow. Yeah, I think that they only have so much of a level of control that they can force a player on this, Haley. They can't force a guy to dictate that he's to be spent up at this mark. There's nothing that makes, forces that team to make that call, Haley, to your point on that. But I think that you're also right about there being a lot of pressure from the union for these players not to take those discounts, that it has a bad effect of other players, and they're told that, and that this is why you see so few players at the quarterback position taking that discount, or at least part of the reason. And agreed, Addis. I don't want to trade him either, man. So I wonder how Rob Stan's going to handle this win. Now, is he going to backpedal his Geno DK hate, or does he double down? Regardless, it'll be entertaining. No, I'd probably just go, well, this week. This week it was that, but it's like just this week. Haley, Tom Brady took discounts on his contract, but was still within $5 million of the highest paid quarterback. It was only a discount because he was valued at more. Yeah, it's true. He took a little bit more. I mean, with the Bucks and the Brady at the end there, there was a little bit less there he was taking as far as how the cap hit on them. They had the dead money where he wasn't playing after retirement, but they were also able to keep him on a cheaper contract to build in some of the contracts they were able to with that. Captain Kali, thank you for being a member of the channel, and thank you for gifting a member of the channel to Daryl Chapman. Daryl Chapman, you've just been gifted a membership of the channel here. Appreciate you for doing that, Captain Kali. Tomorrow, Monday, I'll be getting out my PFF scores on your community post for members of the channel. And then Thursday, we've got a members-only stream that we do, which is Thursday Night Football. And then we'll be doing a call-in show here shortly here at the end of the month as well. So keep an eye on your community post if you're a new member of the channel. Thank you, Captain Kali, for gifting that membership to Richard. I appreciate you for Daryl, gifting that to Daryl. And welcome aboard, Daryl, as a member of the channel. Mr. Dog, do I think the Hawks will make a move before the deadline? I think no, but I don't say it with a ton of confidence, Mr. Dog. Ortiz is old, reliable, a.k.a. Tyler Lockett's the second greatest receiver to ever put on a Seahawks jersey behind the great one himself, Steve Largent. Amen. 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 Richard said, so we've gone 4-3. That's pretty good going for a new coach. Remember, baby steps, betting season. We could make it to the playoffs. You'll never know. It's part of that. Just enjoy this year. Let it play out. Let's see how it fully plays out. Let's not reach any premeditated conclusions or premature conclusions on what we're seeing. Let's just let this thing roll and see where it ends out at. And that's where I stand with it too as well at this point, Richard. Got to let it just kind of play. 3 hour of the touchdown was on Terrell. That was, yeah. DK got the best of him today. Haley says, HawksNest, can you talk a bit about the importance of the NFLPA and agents in driving up contracts, even when a player might take a friendly deal? There's just a ton of pressure if the NFLPA gets a whiff that a player is going to take a discounted deal, especially if it's a prominent player in a position like a quarterback. They do not want that to be a standard that you start to set, and that they will come back to the player and say, don't do that. And that we've heard of that happening in the past. I don't think there's a lot of players that are always lining up, Haley, to take discounts. Players are going to tend to try to maximize their value in this sport because you don't have a long career. But there is certainly going to be, both from agents and from the NFLPA, pressure on the player to make sure that he's doing everything, not only to make sure he gets his bag secured, but also that he doesn't harm another player from getting their bag by his decision-making. Orchie says Tom Brady's a pretty good announcer. He found his niche with it, I think. He pretty much calls the game and tells them what they should do. And when they actually do it, they win. There we go. That's a guy that's a master of the sport and knows it backwards and forwards. No doubt about that. Not surprising to hear that he's taken to it pretty well. I haven't had a chance to hear a lot of his games, but the stuff that I've heard him on, he's been pretty good on. James Peters says a lot of those wide receiver rooms have good offensive lines. It's true. One could say is you're going to go invest that off wide receiver room. You probably want to have the line to make sure you can hold up for those routes to develop down the field and maximize that receiving core that you've spent so much on. New Blacks, Jefferson, Addison, Naylor for Vikings with Hawkinson at tight end, which they haven't had all year. He's coming back soon. That's another good group that deserves to be in the discussion. Richard says, I took some of those spicy food back home with me, hot and burning my throat. Get some milk. Get some milk. Dara says Kobe Bryant over Trey Brown, and Spoon's angles and tackles are terrible. Spoon's had some struggles the last couple weeks, oddly. And just missing some tackles in space that he normally gets. Richard says, super game like this, we might make the playoffs. We are Hawks. I do apologize as I went there. I was at the restaurant. Too much spicy food and bad stomach, hot mouth. Bad stomach, hot mouth. That'd be a great album name. Or a rock band name. Ladies and gentlemen, bad stomach, hot mouth. But it was a good game, Richard. It was really satisfying. We've had some painful games to watch this year. This one was not one of those. It was very, very enjoyable start to finish. Jason C., the short runs worked well for us. We're able to run a little bit better in this game, yeah. Cool Breeze says, when the tie spot asked you how spicy, 1 through 5, you got to say 6. You guys are way more courageous than I am. I can't handle that hot stuff. Jason, what's with all the missed catches? I don't know. It was starting to frustrate me in this game, and it's been a part that's raised itself up a little bit more ardently as the years gone along. Just the receivers need to catch these balls, especially when Geno makes some of these dime throws where it's right there, and he's being a miracle worker on the play, and all you got to do is just reel it in. Ethan, why couldn't the kicker miss against us? He did miss today, Ethan. Oh, you're talking about the Niners kicker, yeah. Slobby1, thank you for the $2 donation. What did you think about Josh Jobe out there? As impressive a performance as I've seen Slobby1 from a practice squad guy that you just elevated up, who had no expectation on him. It reminds me a little bit of a couple of years ago of Mike Jackson. When Mike Jackson, at the very end of the year, we got him, I think, at the end of the year, and we elevated him up for the final 2 games of the season, and he played really well those final 2 games. I mean, he was competitive. He was a good tackler. He was there tight end coverage. And I think that I'd have to go back to as far a performance back as that Slobby1 to think of an undrafted kind of guy, a guy that you would expect to be attacked and picked upon. And he went out there and he was really good, and he got better as the game went along. And the Falcons were making a point of emphasis in this game to target him and attack him. They got Drake London matched up against him a couple times in this game. I think London ended up with like 5 catches for 50 yards and 10 yards per average catch. And that's what the Falcons by and large throwing throughout the second half. So I really, really was impressed with Josh Jobe, and that's tough. That's tough when you're coming in like this late in the season. You have a team like the Falcons with Cousins and London that can go after you, know how to attack you. It looks like it's going to be a long day at the office for you. And instead he was able to really more than hold his own out there. I was tremendously impressed by Josh. One of the true heroes of this game. Jason, Falcons were 4-2, winners of 3, first in the NFC South going to this game. So it was a good win. It was a good win. Can't deny that. Rest in peace, Tony Ventrella. Tony Ventrella died? Moment of silence. Moment of silence in my chat. And sad moment here. Sad moment on a day we got to win. Tony Ventrella, who in many ways was a bit of an institution for you as a Seattle fan going up through the 80s and 90s, and being aware of him out there doing what he did. Dies at the age of 80 years old, past 6 hours ago. Didn't get to see that one last Seahawks win, maybe, huh? But just a good person, always with a smile, always with good spirits, and tough to see. Tough to see on that one. You make it to 80, you get a good run of it to get to 80. Well, I feel myself mid-40s going, I don't know how I could ever get up to that age. But sad nonetheless. Sad nonetheless. Rest in peace. Rest in peace, Tony. Yeah, Richard, we're getting a lot of that fake stuff over here too. The amount of like scams and everything, that it's overwhelming sometimes. It's like, goodness. Seahawks had Michael Jackson. That must have been a thriller. Richard says, I want to put this on the messenger for all fellow Seahawks fans. Don't be conned by people on the internet, fake PayPal and other scams. Yes, be very careful on all of that stuff. Jeff Logan, he should have caught it, but it was behind him. Yeah. These aren't necessarily easy catches that we're having on these drops. There's some degree of difficulty on them for sure. But hey, look at that. Shadarius Ward being allowed to face drape. Ward gets away with as much as Sauce Gardner does. I swear to God, he does. He really does. Good for them. Good for them, I suppose. Brandon McDaniel, thank you for the $2 donation. He says, Jadeveon Clowney makes too much sense. 5th round compensation. I do it all day for that, Randall. I'll drop a 4th rounder all day for it. I'd have no problem putting a 4th rounder to reinforce the position. There are places we'd like to maybe, deal with more like an offensive line from some people's perspective, right? Or go find an inside linebacker out there. But what you really do find is that when you come to these trade deadlines, you can find edge players, you can find wide receivers. You might find like a corner or safety, but you're really not going to find offensive linemen. You're really not going to find usually much in the way of inside linebackers either. It's possible, but Clowney would be perfectly fine for me, Randall. And there's no doubt that he's going to help your team if he comes here. Jordan agrees with me. He says, bro, Ward gets away with so much PI. Holy crap. They showed the replay of it too. And he's just, here's the ball, like picture the ball's behind me coming in and the receiver's right here. He's just doing this and just rolling into the receiver. Like, okay. War Chief agrees. They were mugging him. How'd they get away with that? Yeah, I don't know. Niners secondary gets away with a lot of physicality. That's for sure. The Hawks, Tony loved the Hawks. That's for sure. He did. He did. This is a tough loss, man. That's a tough one. You have a great run of it. He did for sure. But, yeah, that one hits me in my childhood there. Getting older, boys and girls, getting older. War Chief, who passed away? Tony Ventrella passed away. That cancer, it gets us all eventually. Haley Jarrell is kind of perfect, honestly. Some mistakes, but we should run with him moving forward and let him take his lumps. Need a left guard, left linebacker, and safety. I'm good with it at this point, Haley. I mean, you know what you have in stone. You know what you have. It's clear what you have in stone. He's not going to gather any more upside to his game as we go into the future. So to your point, to my point on this, let's roll with the potential. Let's roll and see what we got in Jarrell, a guy that was a toolsy guy coming out of a small school. It's not that he doesn't have the tools or the ability. It's a matter of, we didn't see him up against that real good competition in college. We think he can do it, but we just don't know on it. So let's learn on that part of it. Jeff agrees with me. Says the new right tackle looked better than Forsythe. I agree. Probably as good a game as we had graded from Forsythe this year, we got from Jarrell. Now, Jarrell had a lot easier time of it versus, I think, what we've had with Forsythe and what he's had to deal with. Forsythe gets Hutchinson. Forsythe gets Bosa, right? Forsythe gets Burns and Thibodeau. And then Jarrell gets, Judon this. And Judon's capable, but I really hate it when the corners get rewarded for not looking back for the ball. Like, I don't like that angle of it to where if you don't look back for the ball, you shouldn't be rewarded on that play there to Kelsey. Like, come on. Orchie says, what do you guys think is the spiciest cultural food? I love spicy. I think it's the Korean American hybrids out here in Hawaii. What do you guys think? So I can try something new. I don't know, man. That Indian food, I've had a couple times. That stuff can be pretty, That hits you different. But I also haven't had I never did much of the Korean hybrid stuff out there when I was out there. Jeff Logan says it's a pick for the Raiders. Let's go Raiders. They're down 20-9, but they got the ball. Haley says if Jarrell ends up better than Abe, what do we do? The best ability is availability. Well, I think that it's a great problem to have, Haley, if that becomes the case. And then you kind of roll with it from there. I mean, honestly, what you do at that, Haley, at that point is you just roll with both of them in next year and let the best man win the job. And the backup potentially has maybe an inroads to, a lot of people have thought about Lucas going to guard. Maybe that opens more of the door for that to be a potential there, Haley, at that point. Or Jarrell to go to guard. If it's close between them, I think Jarrell could be a good guard. So it gives you options, which is what we haven't had up until this point, Haley. And that's always a good thing. Long live the king. Yo, Hawks Nest. You missed my question about decent trade potentiality, or am I tripping? Did I miss? I might have missed it. Did you drop a dono? Oh, let me see. I might have missed it. If you can just post it again in the chat below, I'll read it. I might have missed it above on that. Sorry about that. Let me just repost it again, though, if you can. I didn't see it in there. Oh, there we go. There we go. I got it, King. Hawks Nest, do you think it's sensible to do a pick swap trade with Jacksonville or Cleveland for JSN for Kirk Judy? Those teams might want to go younger. I would do neither of those trades. Judy is a wide receiver that can't catch the football. It's like a quarterback that can't throw. I can't work with it. I don't care how sweet a routes he runs. The man can't catch the ball, and I can't trust those hands. Christian Kirk is a guy that can do a little bit more, maybe outside, inside stuff than JSN is more probably inside. But I don't think Kirk is I don't think Kirk is an upgrade over JSN. So you're sort of making a lateral move at that point, King. I don't know where the point would be on that, especially because Kirk's going to carry a pretty big base salary. And then you're going to, I think, have to be moving off of Kirk here pretty soon with his contract situation. So I'm not sure that there's really anything smart there to be done with that. I would more, if I'm targeting Jacksonville or Cleveland, King, I would more be looking at Devin Lloyd and trying to make a move for him with Jacksonville, or JOK with the Cleveland Browns. One of those two. Sorry, I missed that on the question there. Voodoo says his Thai food's the most spicy. Orchie says, Tony Ventrella, what? Yeah, unfortunately. Nitro Hawk, it's funny when fans excuse the holding on corners, then you look at the replay and the corners are violating the reviewers. Yeah, receivers. Yeah, you can, it drives me crazy where sometimes they get away with that a little bit too much. Niners are, especially Ward, Darius Ward's, he's right there with Sauce. They're brutal with it. They get away with it. I can't knock them. They get away with it, but ugh. Remember the time the Raiders were making that a bit spicy down in LA? Maybe they make this interesting, huh? As we come out this day with both the Niners and the Rams losing, that'd probably be too greedy on my part. That's too greedy. Yeah, Haley, he might be too tall to do the guard thing. But you got options there. Maybe it's Jarrell slides in at that point. Or maybe just roll with the two of them and you got the depth, you know. That's not the worst thing to have for a year either there. Especially if you're in that kind of place with Lucas at that point, Haley, where you're trying to kind of see if he is going to come back. Or she says, you need to understand in Hawaii, we have one of the hottest naturally growing chili peppers out here, and we make water out of it and take shots. I think we're just really used to hot, spicy things. Probably. Angry Date says, JSN's just in a sophomore slump. Could be. And he's still not being bad. You know, he's still being effective. Voodoo says, there's a Thai restaurant in Bonnie Lake. I ordered a 5-star dish and I was crying and sweating the most of my life, like I was taking a shower. Richard says, chicken tiki, very spicy. We Hawks can take it. Come on, brothers. We are the world of spicy. Yeah, JLK would be fun, Ethan. He can cover. He can play the run. Still a pretty young player. I like it. Haley, Jarrell's only 6'4". Maybe he can kick inside. Seems tough to ask him to do that, though. Maybe just hope for Haynes and Lumea. It's possible. You'd have the option of trying it out a little bit, I think. You'd have the option to try it out a little bit, Haley. And could work in there with him. You know, and again, when the spread style system, if you've got a concept that wants to have those interior linemen moving well, and so often what you're finding from interior linemen in the draft is the trash cans, is the big heavy boys that can't move much. The way to get then those mobile linemen that can move in space then is to transition those tackles to guards. And the Rams have been renowned for this. So you could do the same thing potentially with him. Hard to predict it exactly because he is such a rookie on it, but you have options there. And that's, again, back to where, Haley, we've had a hard time even having the, starters rolling, but to have options. Wow, what a horrible interception by Purdy there. Miscommunication with the receiver, but Joe Smith says, fall Curry. If you can take that, you have my respect for life. Look it up. Fall like fail Curry. More like fail Curry. Or she says, fall Curry. Okay, I got it. I'm trying that soon. Purdy with the pick. We got a Purdy pick. Purdy pick. All right, folks, we will start to put a little bit of a button on this one. We've got almost 6 hours on into the stream here today, and I'm getting that hunger. My belly's starting to go. But I do want to thank the sponsor of the show today. That's Underdog Fantasy. Underdog Fantasy been showing us the love here for last year. You guys are using my code. I appreciate you using my code. You can click down the description link of the section below and use the code there. And that will take you directly to Underdog Fantasy site where they'll match you 2 for 1. So $100, they'll match you $100 with 50. You do 200, they match you with 100. You do 2,000, they will match you with $1,000 back extra in your pocket on that match when you use my code NEST. Great ongoing contests here throughout the years. You want to get into the daily pick'ems. You want to get into weekly fantasy. Is your fantasy going to hell and you want to do a weekly fantasy to try to get right to at least get back some of your pride, if not some more money in your wallet? We'll go head to head with other fans, not the house, not the computer, head to head with other fans. See if you can beat them out there. Weekly, you can get in these. We've got basketball starting up, so you can mix your parlays up between football, basketball. Find that right bet today, but utilize my code NEST today, Nest, and they will match you 2 for 1 for every $2. They'll give you $1 back on that side of it, up to $1,000 there, or up to $2,000, $1,000 matched. Thank you to Underdog Fantasy. I really appreciate them for sponsoring the show. We'll roll for a little bit longer here, just to see where we're at. See how this game goes here with the Niners. Richard says, let's keep it on. Let's keep it up. All the hot, spicy foods, we'll find out which one's the hottest. That fall curry sounds pretty intimidating to me. That's an intimidating one right there. Sanchez says, I can't wait for Purdy to get his bag, then turn into Sam Bradford. You speak nothing but facts to me too here. I think that he's on a bit of, to me, the knife edge at times here with this Niner offense. And I can't deny that I don't want to take the one bad game and do the thing that I didn't want Jesse to be doing with me with Gino last week and taking the one bad game he's having here against a Niner defense that's a really good defense. But I think there's a knife's edge thing going on here. And when you start to pay this guy $50 million a year like that, and what that balancing act that has to happen for the Niners to pull that out and still keep their Super Bowl roster together, as a lot of that roster is now getting older, a little more injury plagued, probably kind of getting down to the end of the line. It's going to be very interesting for our Hawks and how this can play out with that. I would not feel comfortable as I was a Niner fan giving Purdy $50 million. He's earned it. They probably feel stuck to have to pay him where there's really not a choice here. It's not like you're going to probably be able to go trade Purdy if you wanted to go trade him, right? If you just want to do that, like we'll just spin the resources and we'll, instead of putting the 50 to him, we'll keep this team strong and we'll get another quarterback. Probably not going to get much in draft capital if you were to try to trade him, because any team that trades for him would have to then pay him. So you're just stuck in the position of having to pay him. And it's a beautiful position for us to see the Niners in, because their cap is in a perilous state. And now you're on this perilous cap. You're going to toss this big 50-pound weight. You know, it's like it's Atlas holding up the world. You know, it's the general manager for the Niners right now, Lynch, just holding the cap situation barely up, right? And his knees are shaking like this, right? And his feet are on the ground doing this, and his arms are trembling. And then you toss this $50 million a year contract on top from Purdy, and it just crushes him, right? Not only can you not hold it up, it does that crush move where if somebody jumps off a building and lands on somebody else, like you just crush him down like a can. I think that's what it's going to do with their cap, and I can't wait. Thomas Cox in the house. What's up? One of my OGs rocking the halls. What's up, Thomas? Thank you for the $5 donation. I appreciate you for that. Very much so appreciate you for that, brother. Says, very impressed with the win, but it shows that Seattle can still compete with anyone in the league. Jarrell was good. All in all, a good win. I'd say it's a great win, Thomas. Complete team victory. All three phases did their part to kick in their end for you to get this dub. You didn't lean on one or two ends and say, you guys are going to have to hold up your end because we're going to be in a complete fail state over here today. So you guys got to overcome that. Instead, everybody kicked in their share. You know, I got 5 on it. I got 5 on it. I got 5 on it. And now we come out with the win. I got 5 on it. That's how we were today. All three phases did their part on that side of it. Love it. And it was very impressive to see. It's the most impressive win of the year so far for me, Thomas. You know, it's a potential playoff worthy team there in Atlanta that you played. That's a team that's rolling first place. You go on the road, 10 a.m., complete team victory. Very impressed. That's a great word to put. Impressed is the word to put. We've been embarrassed. Now we get to be impressed. And loved what we saw from them today. Great win. Huge win. Comfortable victory. And hopefully they can build upon this now, Thomas. You know, hopefully you can kind of keep now stacking on top of this performance. And just get bit by bit better as this year goes along. Thank you for the donation. I appreciate you, Thomas, and for your support of the channel as a member of the channel as well. War Chief says, I listen to the all-day podcast with my man, Lofa the Warlord Tatupu. And he had a Falcons alumni player on the podcast talking about the Falcons, and it was nothing but disrespect, laughing out loud. Glad we won. I'm glad we won too, man. And that is sometimes what you get out there when you do these collabs. I think that's why I realized this year I have such a hard time getting the Behind Enemy Lines collabs. I don't have anybody yet still for the Bills next week, so I'm still trying to find somebody on that. Because I think a lot of these people that do these collabs end up running into it with people where it's just trash talk, you know, where one guy's just telling how great his team and how the other team sucks, rather than having just a good conversation about the game, the sport, the matchups, what's at play here in this, which I think is a lot more funner information to kind of delve into myself. But, and I was learning this last week talking to the Falcon guy that I talked to, because he said, I had a lot of fun with this. This is not how this normally goes, or it is a lot more contentiousness, which I can get why people would want to do that then, because that's not very much fun. I wouldn't want to do that either. More Seahawks. I don't get Jake. He has Matthew Stafford as quarterback. Why can't Geno be the guy, and spending the most cap on players at the time and winning a Super Bowl doesn't count? Makes sense. It doesn't count to make the difference. Well, they got their view of it, you know. I disagree like you disagree with it, but they definitely have their staunch view of this situation. And Power Code, thank you, man. Appreciate you. Addicted Brandon, great to be back in the States and watching your show. Go Hawks, great to have you back, Addicted. Good to hear that back safe and sound. Yeah, Addis, team win today. Great team victory today. Wow, Mahomes is a magician. Oh my God, Mahomes is a magician. How did he do that? How did he scramble that up the field like that? That was ridiculous. He just dekes people out. Like, he just sort of slows down and gets him kind of like lulled. Like, Warner had him. And he just always finds a way to get away somehow. He is so slippery. And then the Niners thought he was like stepping out of bounds. Randy Roberts, rest in peace, Tony Ventrella, Wayne Cody, and Bruce King. My childhood local TV sports reporters. Always look forward to seeing my local Seattle sports highlights, long before ESPN became a fixture. Yeah, great point on that. And that's the part the young people may not understand as much on these kind of passings that happen like that, is that these guys that are the sports reporters of our childhood, or would be on, the King Five, or, they're doing the sport, you always got with the, when you watch the news back then, it's still kind of this way, but you watch the news, lots of people are watching it now, and you'd have to wait till they get the sports at the very end, so you're always be on the edge of your seat to learn what news you were going to hear. There was no internet. There was no other way to get it. There was no, ESPN was still kind of in its early period at that point. So you needed these guys to give you the goods, to give you the scoop. And they were always good in doing that. And I'd add on to that. I know he's not as much local, but there is some local connection there with him on what he did. But I'd throw John Clayton in there too. We've had a couple of these guys go through in that way, and it's tough to see. Good guy, though. Richard, Seahawks forever. Let's go number 12s. Let's go Hawks. Let's go Hawks. John Reese, go eat, Brandon. Nice show. Thank you, John. Randy Roberts, Tony Ventrella with the wrestling hold of the week. Wayne Cody with the I don't like it. Reverse it on sports cards. We were fortunate to have such good people. Really good people. Just a warm spirit that they gave off. Welcoming, entertaining, knew their stuff when they spoke, commanding, what you want on those kind of people in that position they brought. And we were lucky in that way. And we've been really lucky in that way in Seattle all the way around. You go to like play-by-play guys, Dave Nayhouse. I'm watching as much Mariner games in this day and age, but I know a lot of people like the Goldsmith guy and what he's bringing to the table. We've obviously, we had P. Gross, retired, 12th man, Rabel, not miss a beat, take right over for him, and he does a great job. Calabro with basketball. How lucky were we to have Calabro? Should have had him for more years afterwards. Kind of with the losses, great losses we have, we don't get to have him calling games all these years as he should have been. But we've gotten very lucky here in Seattle with some of our broadcasters and whatnot. Ventrella, one of them. Joe Smith says, oh man, I'm a lightweight on this, but I have a few Indian friends, and even for them, I'm a lightweight too, Joe. I can't handle the spicy stuff. And yeah, Tony, rest in peace. Randy Roberts, rest in peace, Tony. Rest in peace. Haley says maybe the Niners will trade up for Trey Lance 2.0. Maybe it's the Niners that are going to go for Ewers. Wouldn't that be hilarious? They trade Purdy to go get Ewers. Randy says, I can hear Wayne Cody now. I don't like it reverse. Hearing of the passing of Tony Ventrella. Yeah, me too. Those guys are up in heaven today having a nice little beer. Sanchez says, every time I watch Purdy, it makes me believe Pennington had an arm like Favre. Certainly don't want to be paying $55 million for a guy that he has got arm strength limitations. I'm like, yeah, but the scrambler he is, though. But how he scrambles, I'm telling you. Yeah, but can't make all the throws. He's got to throw with supreme anticipation and progression reads to get through his stuff. Yeah, but he can do that. Well, he can also be exposed to that at times if with the right defense. Dune Moose, Grubb's blend of play calling was the best he's had this season. Previous two games, the run calls were too telegraphed. Agreed. Very good balance. Very hard to tell when you were passing and when you were running in this game. To your point. And I agree with you too. I think that there was a lot of telegraphing in prior games that stands out. Where you just felt like defenses were feeling it coming. They knew it was coming. Orchie says, laughing out loud, Brandon said, I would do neither. Ha ha. A Judy is a boo-boo. Only Bama fans like that guy. Yeah, I've never been really in on Judy too much. I can't deny his route running, but he's a little floppy with his movements, and he just not a natural pass catcher of the ball. Just not a natural pass catcher, unfortunately. SL Hazard, shout out to the Chiefs. We'll be back up on top soon. Well, to your point, Mahomes just scored. There's a flag, so we'll see if it's going to stand. Nick Docs, anyone besides me happy to see the upcoming Bills and Rams games are at Lumen and not away games? Hopefully that can help. It's on the Niners holding. So there we go. They will take the lead there. Let's go, Row Holmes. Well, I think that's about a good way for us to close it up here. Cool Breeze, Northwest Sports Blessed when it comes to radio announcers. We really are. We really are. And I like to think in a lot of ways, all those guys in subtle ways help guide me along what I'm doing here. You know, I learned off the back of them. If I'm any decent at this ever, it's got a big part of those guys having their contributions to that. Big Dogs, Brandon, in heaven, did the Hawks beat the Steelers? Bad joke. I just hope heaven has YouTube and Fubu. Well, me as well. And yes, because there's nothing but justice in heaven, we indeed won that Super Bowl. They'll give it back to us once we get to heaven. That's the way that one works. Yeah, Rabel top tier, 100%. Richard says, I want the Niners to lose so we can be at top. I do too, man. It's going to make that wound up this Tuesday a lot more funner if I get to do that. Sentai, Donnie, how you doing, man? Woo! Touchdown, Kansas City. Let's go, Kansas City. Hand Grenade B, did you see the reports of teams looking to trade for Cup? I did. The Rams are in a very interesting situation here, in that they've got to win today. I mean, if they don't win today, then they're certainly in sell mode. But if they do win today, they have a schedule that's set up for them to be much easier down the stretch of this season. You're due to get both of those receivers back and good, being Puka as well. What do they really think about their team? Hand grenade, right? I mean, what do you really think about your team? Do you really trust the process that you're ready to compete and go out there and get this done? Or do you just kind of think you're ready? And we'll learn by what they decide to do on that if they were to move him. My estimation is they keep him and they roll with what they got. I think you'd have to make too big of a move. They'd want too much in return to move Cup. Jason, so the San Francisco 49ers are our arch nemesis? Yes. Yeah. Rams are tough, but the Niners are the rival. Just the way that it's gone. Cool Breeze says, Niner window closed last year. I used to be worried that weight was lifted last year. I like it, Cool Breeze. I love the confidence, man. You're looking pretty smart on that one right now. Adrian X, Mahomes trucking and juking, laughing out loud. That one where he got up the sideline and he just ball faked the guy and deked him out and then just runs past two defenders that are just sort of looking at him. He does that sometimes where guys will he just sort of fakes them out where they think something's going to happen that doesn't happen and then they just sort of get hypnotized and he runs past them. Swedish Shinobi, oh my effing God, is it safe to come out of hiding finally? Also, go Hawks. You better believe it is. Go Hawks, man. Cool Breeze is manifesting pumpkin rabbit treats. She's got some treats coming. She helped us get this dub today. It was when she jumped up onto her perch that we started to really extend the lead away. Coincidence? I think not. All right. Well, let's, and rest in peace, Knee House as well. Cool Breeze, well said on that. All right, well, we're going to wrap it up on this one, folks. Got a good 6 hours in today. Great stream, as always, talking with you guys on this. This is a big win. It puts your Seattle Seahawks still not only in the division contention title, which we were going to be in whether we lost or won, but also still with an eye to be able to still make the playoffs, have a couple of roads to get to the playoffs. You like that, not to mention the complete team victory. Let's see if they can start to now build upon this as we go forward through the rest of this year. That's what you're trying to do, is have this plan come together. It sounds like we got some encouraging news on DK where it doesn't sound like it's the bad torn ACL. Probably going to be out for a couple weeks, but you do have the receiving core that can hold that line if that kind of injury does pop up to still allow this offense to be functional and good. It's about, can the defense come forward? Can they continue to take these steps from what we saw in this game? A more consistent pressure, get some turnovers like they did today. But an impressive team victory, the most impressive team victory of this season, and one we can only hope here can really catapult this team on in to the rest of the year. Go Breeze, Rally Cat's undefeated, man. And she's been right on every one of her Pumpkins picks so far, by the way, folks. I don't think she's gotten one wrong yet. So Pumpkin has been indeed the great cat prognosticator. That is how we will forever know her to be. Forever. Thank you, Joe. I appreciate you, man. I really thank you guys for watching today. If you can for me, hit that like button. And I got a couple donos here. Let me make sure I get to the donos here, right? God's Gang, thank you for the $5 donation. Dang, my guy, you're still here laughing out loud. You're truly a hard worker. You rock, bro. Really good game today, Seattle. What's the reason for the improvement on D? I think what stands out to me with the defense today is that there was a little bit better at rallying to the ball, getting more bodies to the ball carrier, rather than expecting this guy to make the tackle and I'll just sit back here and kind of lay it out in the cut a little bit. There was a little bit more of a sense of urgency in getting people around the ball. I thought early on in this game, there was more of a blitz nature that was brought and more of you're running some more of those pressure-based fronts, and it was making the offense uncomfortable of the Falcons. And you didn't run it a high amount, but a higher amount than you've been running it. And I think that affected Cousins. That got Cousins uncomfortable. And then the turnovers. You came in this game with 2 turnovers throughout all of the games to start the God's Gang. You got 3 turnovers in this game. One of them is a tip pass. One of them is an overthrow. You guys in the right position. Another one you created with Boye Mafa getting the strip sack fumble, which is absolutely purposeful on his part. So those would be the real main ways of improvement. Some of it is that you didn't necessarily improve everything across the board. You were able to get ahead of them in this game in the third quarter, turn Atlanta into a one-dimensional attack. And what Atlanta had really done through that first half is really run down your throat and run it well. And so once you took their ability to do that because they didn't want to burn through so much clock, you kind of forced them into a pickle. You got them into a corner on that. And then that's where it really started to go sideways for them. So that's an easier said than done thing to every week go, okay, well, we'll give up the run game until our offense can eventually get out ahead, and then they'll stop running, and then we can just lock in on the pass. But it was an improvement from the defense. There are still some issues there that show up at times. You did do a pretty good job of getting pressure with the front four in addition. I want to add that on top of it. But the tackling, the angles to the ball carrier are still not the cleanest things in the book. There's still a lot of room there to get better on that side of it. But Rome wasn't built in a day, as I like to say, with this new regime. And there was a lot that they need to clean up from the former regime, which was not going to happen overnight, which was not going to happen 7 games into this season. So it is progress. It's a step forward, God's Gang. If we had taken, 3 steps forward through the three wins of the year and then 3 steps back through these last 3 losses, this is another step forward. It's not just being 4-3, but you're taking from a spiritual standpoint, a step forward is from a team-based, team-centric kind of standpoint here. But thank you, man. I love what I do. The chat's been amazing as ever today. You guys keep me laughing. You keep me going. And it's never hard work for me when I get to hit that live button. It's usually always an easy day at the office for me. Holy Stand Grenade's going to finish it off with another $5. And he says, here's a dono to piss off that dude who said you do this for just the donos. Yeah, it's weird to me too. People think I think at times that I forget, I'll forget a username or something. And he came in a couple of years ago and I had a buddy watching the stream at the time and was like, what was that dude's issue? Why would he come in and bring up like everything? You guys are having a good time. And he just comes in and he did it 2 years ago with that same energy. And then he's waited like 2 years to come back in and put the same energy. Why? We had a discussion about this 2 years ago. You're coming in with an agenda to stir stuff up is what you're trying to do, or just to hate, which is what I think is probably more likely is that, I get the benefit of what a lot of people don't get in doing this channel, and people probably don't like seeing it going, why don't I get that benefit when I go live? I'm sorry, but I ain't doing this for the donuts. You guys can donate. You guys cannot donate. I will be here doing this stream, and I'll continue to keep being here doing this stream because I love what I'm doing. I love the interactions I get to have with you guys. I mean, look at this chat and going 6 hours and, how much it's just making jokes. The discussion can go anywhere. We get depths into talking about football, about team building, about what's working and what's not working. And this is why I love this sport is there's so much more to unpack in this particular sport than you get in other sports. It's not just as easy as straightforward as should have hit the ball, should have made the shot. There's so many other little layers to this thing that makes it so very interesting. But thank you, Hand Grenade, for all of your support to the channel. I really do appreciate it. It is what allows me to do this full time, but it ain't required. And you guys watching, you hitting the like button, you subbing up, you guys are doing right by me on that side of it, and I can always count on you guys for that. So ask last time on this, hit that like button as we walk on out the door today. Your Hawks are 4-3. The Kansas City Chiefs are up 21-12 with 12 minutes and 49 seconds to go in this fourth quarter. Your Seahawks could very well be alone in first place come the end of this day, and that would make it a hell of a day at that if you can get to the other side of that. So We'll just have to see. Richard, last note here. Thank you, Cool Breeze. Much love to you as well. I won't let the crazy get me Charles on it. Not at all. They can't nothing upend my stride, man. I'm having too good of a time here. Appreciate you, War Chief. Jason Schmarker. Have a good one, Lou. You too, Adrian X. Let's go Raiders, Adrian X. Richard says, like I said before, baby steps is the new season with a new coach. Betting season. Don't expect us to get to a Super Bowl, but the next 2 seasons, you'll never know. Super Bowl could be right around the corner. It's about patience, to your point. And it's about fighting against that urge to come to certainties about the team and who they are and what they are. It's more about letting this unravel. And there's a bit of, I think, a push by the fan base at times, Richard, because of the fact that we've had some long-standing things that we maybe waited a little bit too long to address, maybe a Russ situation, maybe a Carroll situation, that they don't want that to be the case here with this staff and where we're at now. And so there's a bit of a jump at times to get to a conclusion on a situation that needs more time to make that determination. And to your point on that, just got to be patient with this, and we got to let this season play out. It's been encouraging overall. I believe we've got the right hire in McDonald. I've maintained that here for months now, and I still believe that as much as ever. But we got to give it the time for this thing to fully play out and develop. He had a lot that he had to clean up here from the prior. Yeah, you won 9 games and 10 wins last few years, but there's the things that were holding you back were mighty big problems. The lack of changing your secondary, the lack of targeting the middle of the field, the lack of tackling, the lack of blitzing. So many different things that McDonald's got to kind of clean up and get right for us to reach that contending state. But I think we're on the right road, Richard. And the more that they can get accomplished this year, the closer we can get back to that mark. Sean, you have a good one. Charles, you do too. Charles says, "Go Hawks. Thanks for keeping me level-headed. Appreciate you, man. Appreciate you." Yeah, Niners got a nice spot there on that first down. You see you guys going, wow. Oh, Purdy's going deep. Oh, and he's wide open. Oh, my God, wide open. What you want? Jacob Cowling. Oh, goodness. All right. Well, we'll see how this thing goes. Appreciate you guys. I know I am allergic to ending the streams. I can't quit you guys. I wish I quit you guys. I'll be back soon, guys. We'll be back here maybe with Monday B&B show. I might be back a little bit beyond that, but we'll see. I appreciate you guys watching on the stream today. Back soon. Much love to all of the folks that donated to the channel. You guys are amazing with your support. We will be back very soon. Hawks might be in first place by the end of the day. Nothing but good from this team right now. Nothing but to be encouraged about as we go through the rest of this year. Hopefully they can just keep this momentum going now. No steps back. Just keep the steps going forward. Let's just keep building upon this. And hopefully that's the way this plays out. Thanks for watching, guys. Back soon. But please don't you ever forget. Don't you forget. Go Hawks.